The second day of Sangeeta and Natya Parampara, organized under the aegis of DHARA and ode to Indian knowledge system and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So we will move on to the panel discussion for today. It is on endangered arts and their ecosystem. It is my immense pleasure to invite the moderators for today's panel, Sri Sriram Iyer, founder and CEO, Nalanda Way Foundation. On the panel, we have Srimati Roja Venkatachalam, the artist performer and a teacher, and she's an art administrator. Next, we have Sri Rajagopal Venkatraman, Director, Partnership Nalanda Way Foundation. And we have Professor Sunira Kasliwal, former professor, Delhi University. She'll be joining us online. Before starting the discussion, we'll felicitate the guest. I call upon Srinivasan sir to felicitate the guest. So today's panel discussion will be on the endangered arts and their ecosystem. Endangered arts in India include the traditional dance forms, ancient musical instruments, and other cultural practices which are in danger of being lost due to lack of support and preservation. These art forms are a very vital part of the Indian culture and heritage. It is important that we work to ensure they are not lost to the future generation. Now passing the session to Sri Ram sir.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's the second day after a long day of very insightful discussions yesterday. Many very informative, thought-provoking. So we're scheduling, and it's a next day, and hopeful of lot more enriching conversations today. Today, the first panel starts and then begins this conversation on endangered arts and their ecosystem. I have a very august panel of speakers today for this session. Before I pass on to the panelists, I want to share a story that left a very profound impression on me. I got a chance to meet a Tolpavai performer based in Nagarkoil. Tolpavai is leather puppets, and they perform using shadow play. So, and then they normally do mythological Mahabharata, Ramayana, but they contemporize with local stories as well. I got to meet them in Nagarkoil, and as a part of our work on providing opportunities for education for children, and one of the goals for us was how can we get a lot of these traditional performers, craftspeople, to keep continuing their traditions and not leave them away. How to get their children to be involved in these performing arts traditions. A lot of them still live in poverty. And as a suggestion, one of the things that I told them was, we will take care of all the educational expenses of your children and children of other performers. And would you allow your children to learn the art form that you're an expert in? Would you continue to transfer and make them also experts so that they continue this art form? I was surprised at his response. He got angry with me. He said, தமிழ்ல சொல்லணும்னா எங்க பசங்களும் எங்களை மாதிரியே ஏழையாவே இருக்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா சார்? Do you want my children also to be living in poverty? Don't you want them to also go into companies and corporate houses and make a decent living? His answer had lots of sadness, but it's also a reflection of the status of a lot of our traditional arts and crafts and performing arts in our country. And hence, endangered is perhaps the right word. A lot of our art forms are at the risk of dying or they've already dead. You know, it's quite sad that we have to discuss this and to create a vision document for the next 25 years to prevent them from dying or to make sure whatever is dead that we are able to revive them. It's very sad. UNESCO, as a part of their 2003 convention, started this initiative of not just looking at heritage monuments, but also recognizing and building investments on intangible cultural heritage of the world, which is basically arts, it's basically artistic practices. And one of the things that they have been doing is to enlist performing arts practices in the country. And you would be surprised that there are 13 performing arts traditions in the country that have been included in the World UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage Traditions. There are 13 such practices within this country. And let me read out a few of them. And this is quite a tradition. So they have the Ram Leela, which is part of the tradition. Vedic chanting is part of the intangible cultural heritage. Kudiyatam, Raman, the Garhwal of Himalayas, Mudiyettu from Kerala, the Kalbela folk songs of Rajasthan, the Chow dance, the Buddhist chanting of Ladakh, Sankirtana dancing of Manipur, the traditional brass and copper craft utensil making of Punjab, Navroz, and the Durga Puja of Kolkata. These make up for the UNESCO's heritage list as of today. But what is also a pity is only 13 from a country as rich and diverse as India. But it gives you a certain kind of framework in the way they recognize endangered art forms and what we need to preserve. With this introduction, I would like to bring in our panelists so that we could look at three important areas in which we look at the endangered art forms. One is the need for us to document and archive these traditions. Second is to build awareness and perhaps build opportunities for young people and children to educate themselves in these art forms. And three, to make sure that there is a livelihood for people who practice such art forms. So if we keep these as three structural frameworks that we need to look at the vision for the next 25 years, I would request the panelists to also speak from their experience and talk about some of the challenges within the broad ecosystem. As a first, may I invite Professor Sunira Kesliwal, who is joining us online. Professor?
Yes.
Over to you, ma'am.
Hello? Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello? Namaskar, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to join online in this two-day conference on Sangeet and Natya Parampara in the panel discussion on endangered arts and their ecosystem. jointly organized by Ministry of Culture, Education and Shastra deemed University, Tanjavur. Thank you very much, moderator sir, Shri Ram Iyer. I and my co-panelists. I welcome you all in this lecture, and I wish you a very good morning. I also welcome the people who are present here and wish them a very good morning. I am trained in Hindustani music, and for last 30 years, I have focused myself on musical instruments. So today, I am going to speak on the subject musical instruments, their problems, and the roadmap for 2047, which I have prepared. Musical instruments are always been a parallel stream in Indian classical music. It seems it has not been given as much importance as that given to vocal music. Vocal music has always been the dominant form of art. Because of this, there has not been much awareness about the instruments, how they are played, and how they are manufactured, as most of the universities and colleges offer only a few instruments like sitar, sarod, tabla, and so on. The structural details of many other classical instruments remain unknown to them. Visits to museum and instrument galleries are never encouraged, and the reading material is very scanty and liable to cross-checking. As an instrumentalist, I have always been fascinated by the vast variety of Indian instruments. As a teacher, I took up the study to enhance my knowledge and also to serve the social cause. In Sanskrit, a musical instrument is called Vadya. Vadati iti Vadya means one which can speak or made to speak is always called Vadya. Derived from the root vad, means to speak, vak, expression through sound, firstly, primarily manifested through human body. So the human frame itself is also known as Vadya, and it is called Daivi Veena. So the human frame itself is known as Vadya and called Veena, that is made by God, and it is called Devi Veena. And rest of the instruments made by human called Manushi Veena. Musical instrument is an extension of human body, and it is up to the artist whether he wants to sing and do the music through his body or through the instrument. And that is why it can be called that the musical instrument is not separate from the human body or the artist's body. It is a part of the body of the musician. And that is why they keep the instrument near to their heart. You see, always all the musicians keep their instrument near to their heart, and they consider the musical instrument one of the part of their body. Indian instruments are categorized by Bharat Muni in Natya Shastra by fourfold classification. Tatam Chevanavatyam Chevavanadyam Chadghanam Sushir Mev Chaturvidham Tu Vidyam Atodyam Lakshanam Vitam Tat Avanad Ghan and Sushir. I would like to note here, share with you that later on this classification, which was given by Bharat Muni 2000 years ago, was adopted by Western scholars von Borstel and Kurt Sachs while working for a museum. When they needed a classification, they chose the Indian classification when they were working for a museum, and they needed to classify the instruments. They chose the Indian classification in 1914 because this is the most scientific and based on the principle of acoustics. And this is the one which was introduced by Bharat Muni in his Natya Shastra. Although the above categories of Indian instruments is accepted till date, there are a few instruments which cannot be classified under these fourfold classification. Instruments come in this category are, first of all, the Tarang group such as Jal Tarang, Kashta Tarang, Nal Tarang, Tabla Tarang, Mridang Tarang, and so on. According to Professor Lalmani Mishra, all these instruments should be classified under a new head called Tarang Vadya. The other category of instruments is electronic instruments and needs another head, that is electrophones or electric vadya. This classification is already exists in Western world, and they call their electric instruments electrophones. In the other categories, they call chordophone, membranophones, idiophones, and aerophones. And the fifth category is electrophones. So we can also introduce a new categorization in our fourfold classification. Often people ask if there is any Indianness of musical instruments. Can we call a musical instrument Indian on the basis of some of the characteristics which are Indian? And there are a few which I have pointed out, I have noted down. According to Professor Lalmani Mishra, a very well-known Vichitra Veena player from Banaras Hindu University, who happened to my teacher also, in his book, Bhartiya Vadya, he has given a few characteristics of Indian instruments, such as the first and the foremost characterization of an Indian instrument is the bridge, which supports the strings, is wide and flat. So you have seen in Tanjore Veena and in Tambura, you have this flat bridge. And in Hindustani music, we have Rudra Veena, Sitar, Surbahar, Tanpura, Vichitra Veena, Ektara, and there are many other instruments which have flat and wide bridge. That is the one characteristic of Indian instrument. The second feature is raised frets, such as you have in Tanjore Veena, in Rudra Veena, in Sitar, in Surbahar. We have raised frets which facilitate to player to perform the techniques of meend, without which we cannot play meend. And meend is the characteristic of Indian music, one basic characteristic of Indian music. The third and the very important feature of Indian instrument is presence of the drone strings, which emit a continuous sound of tonic. Shadj. We have tarab strings. We have drone strings which continuously emit the note shadj, and that makes an aura along with the tanpura, and that is why the shadj always emits during the performance. The fourth very important feature of Indian instrument is the connection of lip and the hands directly on the instrument, especially in the aerophonic instruments like bansuri, flute, or the nagaswaram, or the shehnai. We don't use any keys or anything else to produce the sound, and that is the Indianness of the instruments. Now, after saying this, I have not asked Mr. Shriram what is my time limit? I cannot hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for bringing time as a consideration during the panel discussions. Always a prize commodity which is always forgotten. Thank you for bringing it. Maybe another 2 more minutes for your opening remarks.
Please give me 5 minutes so I can elaborate upon the problems.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Now I will elaborate upon some problems related to the subject and which can be taken as a roadmap for 2047. First is the poor documentation of musical instruments, because of which the origin and development of most of the instruments is not decided yet and is ambiguous. We cannot call sitar our Indian instrument. We cannot call tabla our Indian instrument because of the problems of the poor documentation. Very little research work is being done in this area because of lack of documentation. We are not able to say anything regarding their origin for many North Indian instruments such as sitar, tabla, tanpura, sarod, etc. There is no connection between classical and folk instruments. Very little work has been done to relate the classical and folk instruments, which is very important because in my view, the origin of most of the classical instruments can be found in the folk instruments, and we can, if we go and do research on folk instruments, we will be able to answer many questions which are unanswered as far as classical instruments are and classical, for such as we can find answers to sitar, tanpura, tabla. When we go and look into the folk instruments, we will be able to answer many questions regarding their origin and development. No world-class museum of musical instruments is there, where one can go see and listen to the instrumental music, and which are, or instruments are shown which are on the verge of perishing, both classical, folk, and tribal. Many of the instruments which are perishing, if we go and if we can listen to them in the, there should be facility along with the instruments that we can go and listen to the instruments in the museum. So there is no world-class museum right now in our nation where one can go and listen to the musical instruments. There is no institution. Now I will come on the manufacturing of the instruments, crafting of the instruments. There is no connection between the students and the craftsmen, and that is why we are not getting the second generation of musical instrument makers. The musical instrument makers are not like you have just related the incident with the puppets, that the second generation of puppeteers are not interested in crafting, doing the things in puppet. That is the same thing with the craftsmen of musical instruments. The people whom I have interviewed and whom I have met, they don't want their second generation to go into these crafts because there is no money, there is no recognition, and there is no scope, no future in this field. There is no institution which offers the course of training the new generation into making of musical instruments. Sangeet Natak Academy has started some projects. I was there in committee of such programs where some young boys are attached with senior craftsmen to learn the end crafting of musical instruments. But this is not sufficient. There should be more efforts of such kinds on governmental university and private levels to save the national heritage of musical instruments making craft. The scientific methods should be introduced in making of musical instruments, and for that, instrument makers should be encouraged to learn new methods to craft their musical instruments. They are still crafting their instruments in the traditional manner, which is very time consuming, and like seasoning of wood and other things. They are still depending on the traditional method, which can be shortened if some scientific help is provided to the instrument making people. Laboratories should be set up by the government where new material used for crafting the instrument should be tested, like ebony wood or synthetic bridge and fiberglass bodies of many traditional instruments. You see, the musical instruments are, the musicians are not getting the traditional things to craft the instruments, like the horn, stag horn, or the other wood, and they are because of this they are trying new materials to make the instruments, but it is not tested anywhere in the laboratory whether these are good for the sound of the music, which will be played upon those instruments. So there should be a laboratory where these kinds of tested can be carried out. It is high time that the musicians, scientists, and instrument makers work together to generate a new wave and thereby taking this ancient craft ahead. Necessity of an encyclopedia of musical instruments, which includes all the aspects related to the musical instruments, is a call of the hour. So these are some points which I have put in front of you, and there are many programs related to musical instruments, but since I have been given only 10 to 12 minutes, I have elaborated upon this, and I will be very happy if some questions are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Much appreciated. And Professor, you'd be glad to know that there is actually a museum for music in Bangalore. It's called the Indian Music Museum. And there are quite a number of instruments that people can actually explore and listen to. Well, there's always scope for improvement. Thank you so much. We'll come back for second round of conversations. May I?
1 minute. Can I tell you something? Yeah. I am very much involved in the IMS, and thank you very much for informing all, which I have not informed others. But then this is only one museum, and in the nation of in such a big nation like India, there should be more of these kinds of museums, so that there is a national museum in Delhi, but then it doesn't have the there is no facility to listen to the musical instrument. We can look upon the instrument, but there is no facility to listen to the instrument, listen to the sound of the instrument in Delhi. So there should be more of these kinds in India.
Sure.
Thank you.
Definitely. Now I call upon Professor Roja Venkatachalam to share her comments.
Namaskaram, Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. I am more popularly known as Roja Kannan. So many of you who are familiar with the name Roja Kannan, I am the classical Bharatanatyam artist for over 50 years now. So when it comes to endangered arts, I would like to talk more with accent to the art form that I have been practicing, which is Bharatanatyam. Although many of you will feel that it is one of the most widely known, widely seen, widely projected art forms from India. But what uh, uh, avatar it is being presented now and what the original avatar of Bharatanatyam was is a lot different. So my uh, take on this term endangered as far as Bharatanatyam is concerned will be to uh, revive the original way in which it was practiced and bring to the forefront those traditional practitioners who have all been relegated to the background, unfortunately, either because of their own volition or because the uh, society was not very welcome in making them inclusive into the community, fraternity of artists. Unfortunately, a lot of things have happened and a lot of things have been brushed under the carpet. But now is the time for us to act because increasingly we see the generation of Natwanars or the artists who were the repository of this art form have completely vanished. We have lost them forever. We do not have any more of that generation. Maybe one or two, not even two, one. I can only think of Tiruvadai Marudur Kalyan Sundaram Pillai, who belongs to that traditional Nattuvanar Parampara, who is still alive. He's 90 plus and he's still alive in Mumbai. Other than that, we do not have anybody else. And unfortunately, these Parampara artists have not been documented. That is the saddest part of our the whole thing because uh, first of all, we were not so technologically advanced and those times when these Nattuvanars were holding fort over the art form. And the second thing was there was a lot of stigma attached to that whole parampara, and the stigma was either brought out by the society or by their own selves most of the times, and because of which the art form got was at a disadvantage. And unfortunately these parampara nattuvarnats did not encourage uh, the next generation from their own families. That was another very unfortunate part of the whole scene scenario. They did not allow their daughters or their granddaughters to pursue the art form for various reasons, like how Sriram remarked. The craftsman from the Tolpavai Kuthu didn't want his own son or daughter to get into that art form because of the lack of economic dependence on that. There was so that becomes a very major criteria for artists to take up arts as a main source of their livelihood. But the losers, we are the losers finally because of this unfortunate situation. And what can we do as a nation, as a community, as a country to revive these priceless art forms, priceless arts that are available, that was available? Because we have to really hurry up now, because otherwise we will lose these one or two traditional artists also. So I feel a lot has to come in the way of a cultural policy from the government to address this issue. Uh, why I say this? Because I also serve as a president of the Association of Bharatanatyam Artists of India. Abhay, it's called, and it is actually one of its kind. This is the only association for Bharatanatyam artists in the whole world, I would say. And we have over 3,000 plus members in the association now. And the good thing is it was started by an artist from the Parampara, Sri K.N. Pakirisamy Pillai, who belonged to a Parampara of artists, and he had this vision in 1987. So the association is 35 years old now. So in 1987, he had this vision of bringing together the fraternity, because at that time, the artist community was all divided. That is, there were several Banis, and one Bani or one tradition will not look at the other tradition, and there was a lot of infighting amongst themselves, you know. So that also didn't do anything good for the art, I would say. So there were a lot of roadblocks that were in the late 80s and early 90s. But we have come a very long way if you take it from the time of Srimati Rukmini Devi Arundale and the revivalist movement in the Bharatanatyam community, art form and other things. But still, one major drawback in all this was the traditional artists were forgotten, were completely forgotten, or they were not willing to become inclusive, I would say. So it works both ways. I won't blame the revivalists. I will not blame the traditional artists. It was both ways, both ways. But now we realize all that folly that we have committed, and now we want to make it more inclusive. And from Abhay, we have made a lot of I would say, sent a lot of feelers to these artists and tried to make it inclusive in all the events that we conduct. And luckily, I had the opportunity to curate a conference for Carnatic Fine Arts this December. And my advisors were Professor Sudharani Raghupati and Srimati Chitra Vishweshwaran, both of them well-known legends in the field of Bharatanatyam. And it was their vision that this year the theme has to be Parampara, tradition, heredity. So that way we included both the folk arts and the classical arts. We did not stick ourselves to only projecting the classical art forms, although we were all classical artists, but we wanted to be inclusive in bringing out the folk artists. Why? Because during the last couple of years, when the whole artistic fraternity was suffering from the pandemic and the lockdowns and the resultant chaos that happened in the artist community because of the lockdowns, we realized that the most affected were the group of artists, folk artists especially, who had no access to any modern technology, who had no access to any sort of communicative devices with them, who were dependent solely on the festivals in the temples, and who were totally without, didn't know where the next meal is going to come from for them during those two very, very, I would say, the dark age for folk artists, that those 2 years. So that was when we got frantic calls from many of those artists to the association seeking help. And unfortunately, we went and knocked the doors of many source of power, maybe power centers, state center, everywhere, with no luck, absolutely. And we had to fend for ourselves. So we reached out to the community. We went out with our begging bowls and we reached out to the community, and we were able to muster a lot of funds to the tune of almost, I would say, not a huge amount when it comes to what crores of what people are talking about, but we could muster 70 to 80 lakhs of rupees from the general public and distribute it amongst the artists. So we had to fend for ourselves. So that put a lot of things in perspective for us when we thought, why is it that the government doesn't have a culture policy, a policy of culture where certain things are taken care of for the artists come what may? This is what is a need of the hour, and this is what we have to plan for 20, for 30, 40 years ahead. We have to do it now, otherwise we are going to lose these artists. Because when I brought these artists to perform in Chennai, there is an art form called Oggu Dollu Vinyasam from Telangana. How many of us know about it? How many of us in Chennai know about this Oggu Dollu Vinyasam? These are artists who belong to a remote village in Telangana who do this for a living. Day in and day out, they only do this, and their only source of income comes from when the festival happens in the temple. So such were the artists, and they were coming to Chennai for the first time. You know, like Pattikatan Muttai Kada Pata Madri, we have that Vakyam in Tamil. It was like, they were like, look, when they got down from the train in Central Station, they were like, eyes were popping out. It was in this age of computers and internet and other things, to have a pocket of artists who have not even seen a city is something really, we have to start thinking about such artists. And these are the endangered artists that we have to take care of. And I think this is the right time that we have to put our thinking caps together and see how we are going to revive these art forms. And I got a set of Yakshagana artists from Bengaluru, because they were traditional artists who were in remote villages in Karnataka, who were not in a position to travel all the way to Chennai with the meager funds that I was giving them. That was the reason why I couldn't bring the artists from the traditional family, because whatever budget was allocated to me, I had to spread it over 3-4 groups of artists. And I had to go ask for corporate sponsorships here, there, at 10,000 here, at 25,000 here, or at 50,000 from someone. And my budget was about 8 lakhs for 2 days, But I, neither from the center nor from the state, I could, win them with my project of getting the folk arts, getting them a revival in the arts. So this is where we have to really, really concentrate and get the higher ups to act and frame a policy, and whereby the artists are not left out. Come what may, we are going to take care, because we project our country as a cultural hub of the world, and wherever we go, we have the temple, or we have a dancing figure in the posters for tourist attractions and everything. But we don't take care of our own artists. What is the big deal? So this is what my take on this whole subject is. So endangered arts, endangered artists have to be taken care of, and this is the time for us to act. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roja Kannan, for that emotional pitch. And an artist and an art are so intertwined together. And thank you for bringing that and raising that issue. I'll ask Rajagopal to share his thoughts.
Good morning, all. It's very difficult to speak in this subject, especially after listening to Professor and Roja ma'am. Kind of a bit depressing to start the day with. But I think we do have hope. There is a lot of hope, considering that this 2047 vision document is being prepared. I think that's definitely a first step towards the revival and preserving and propagating the endangered art forms. And I'm also saying there is a lot of hope because of looking at people like Dr. Anuradha and Professor Ganti who are coordinating such a panel, such a conference here. That shows that the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Education, they want to do something about it. They've already recognized the challenge and the enormity of the challenge. And this DHARA conference definitely is a baby step towards, coming up with this vision document, which will definitely document all these concerns, all these challenges, not only the concerns and the challenges, but also the way forward in terms of, the solution and how do we tackle these things and how do we preserve and propagate. Whatever is left of it, how do we go back and document and take it forward and preserve and take this art form to the 2047, 2 decades from now, 2.5 decades from now. So there is hope. there is confidence. So therefore, let us go back into a slightly positive frame of mind. So having said that, this auditorium is filled with youth. I think barring the front row, everybody else, this entire auditorium, it's filled with students now. So I thought I will ask, conduct a mini quiz now to understand, where we are and the familiarity of the art forms with our, the future of our nation, so to speak. So let's start with all the students, the people in the front row, please, you're not the audience for this quiz. Only the students. I would like to understand, raise your hands. How many of you have listened to vocal concerts in either Carnatic or Hindustani, any classical art form? Please raise your hands. At least one vocal concert in person. Uh-oh. Seriously? Please raise your hands. Full. No, you're not a student, sir. You're a performer. Oh my God. There's hardly 5 hands or 6 hands. Okay, I thought we will go back on a frame of positive, frame of mind, but this is definitely a matter of concern. Now we are talking about endangered art forms. Now, very much in practice, in vogue, highly preserved and propagated art forms like Carnatic or Hindustani, vocal. I'm not even getting into instrumental, which there were concerns raised by the panelists about the instrumental music and how it is relegated to the second spot. But vocal music, if the future of our nation, there is only so many people, so many in the audience who will be, and this is Shastra University. We are talking about a cultural hub and a place where there is a lot of emphasis on culture, values, and all of this. And even here, if we're talking about a handful of people who have been to a vocal concert, seriously, Dr. Anuradha ma'am, there is a job on hand. We can. Maybe you can pass the mic around. Is it a question of access, or are you all so focused on your studies, students? Okay, let me ask another question. How many of you have been to a pop concert or a movie concert or concert of any sorts? Forget about classical folk. Hold on. Yeah, let's see, sir. Please raise your hands. Any concert, any band, pop, western, movies. Please raise your hands, team, students. Live. Oh, that explains. I think even there. Question, I don't know. Sorry, Tamilian kekaren. But all of them understand English, ma'am. Sorry, Tamilian kekaren. எத்தனை பேர் வந்து இங்க கான்சர்ட் அட்டன் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க? லைட் மியூசிக்கா இருக்கலாம், ஃபோக்கா இருக்கலாம், பாப்பா இருக்கலாம், வெஸ்டர்ன், இந்தியன், மூவிஸ், மூவி கான்சர்ட், சித் ஸ்ரீராம், ஏஆர் ரஹ்மான், கொஞ்சம் அனிருத், கொஞ்சம், yeah, but same number of hands, ma'am. No difference. Yeah, so it's a question of, I think, whatever reason they've only been focused on their school studies and now on to college. So that's another problem, Anuradha ma'am. We have a perhaps, okay, now I'm hoping to see more hands. How many of you have watched concerts on YouTube? There we know. So there we go. So madam, there lies the answer. I think propagation, it has to be technology. It has to be a medium where, the concerts can reach them. Not that, we don't, the Muhammad has to go to the mountain. No, the mountain has to go to Muhammad now.
She has something to say.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So we connect everything as virtually now.
Absolutely. So I think, ma'am, Dr. Anuradha, ma'am.
Not live. Sorry?
So even yesterday, some of the panelists spoke about, the virtual concerts and taking concerts. I think Dr. Radha Bhaskar also, this time they had converted their entire December season to online mode. And she made this exact point about reaching concerts, taking concerts to a global audience. We're not talking about global audience, even the local audience very much right here. They prefer a medium which, it's right in their hands. They don't want to take the trouble of going to an auditorium and all that. So perhaps that's the way forward, ma'am. Whatever art form, I think we need to take the art form to the Resikas or the audience. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we will park it here. I wanted to start from this question and go back to, or rather go forward in terms of asking questions about Tol Pavai Kootu, Kai Salambatam, Kokali Kattayatam, and those kind of art forms. I thought I was expecting more hands to be raised for vocal concerts and all, and I was about to prove a point. In my mind, I thought I will prove a point by saying some of these art forms we have not even heard of. But now,
Rajagopal? Yes, have they heard of, even online, if these art forms, do they know of it?
yeah, for example, some of these names, as I started looking up Google, for me also some of these are first time. For example, there is this art form called Servai Atam. It's a very much a Tamil Nadu traditional art form, Servai Atam.
How many have heard of it? Anybody?
So, Kai Silambatam. Silambatam, I think more people are familiar. Kokku Kattayatam. Kokku Kattayatam. So, Perissa Katta Vachu, it's Kokku Kal Madri Vachu Aadrathu. Have you witnessed a performance? Yeah, Kokkali Kattayatam.
It's Kokkali Katta.
Sure. Okay, so the point is, the takeaway from all this is there is a clear and definite need. There is a clear and present danger. All of us here are a party to this, and more so this audience right here, the future of our nation. We have a job on hand to take our art forms, preserve, propagate. At this point, I wanted to also highlight one positive thing about this university, this place. One of the alumnus from this university by name Lalita Ram, he is a graduate of this institution maybe in the early 2000s. He has started this organization called Parivadini, and he is one amongst the very few that I know of. This Parivadini as an organization, they have been honoring, awarding instrument makers, musical instrument makers. They started by, and this award is called Parlandu Award. And the reason is there used to be a mridangam maker called Fernandez. He used to make mridangams for Palghat Maniyar. And I think that's the only family, again, as the panelists pointed out, I think there is only a couple of families in the whole of the country who are into mridangam making. And this family, this Parlandu, Fernandez is his name. His, I think his grandson, he got the award, in the inaugural year, 2013. Every year they have been awarding an instrument maker. So they started with a mridangam maker. They went on to award kanchira makers, ghatam makers, and this year the flute maker got the award. Again, this flute maker, there's only two families who are making both, and this family makes flutes for both Hindustani as well as Carnatic. And there is, again, they highlighted the need for documenting these traditions. They say, beyond their couple of families, nobody else seems to know the art of making these instruments. So repetition of sorts, I think all the points that I mentioned now have all been spoken about by Roja ma'am and the other professor. So with this, so institutions like organizations, if a small organization run by an individual, a Sastra alumnus, so to speak, can start initiatives like this, why not the Sangeet Natak academies? Why not the Department of Culture, Department of Music, or the state governments? I think every state government has ministries of culture, ministry of whatever, music or culture. I think they should all be taking steps towards this. And another thought I had, which I wanted to close this discussion with from my end. The December season, as you all know, the music connoisseur is here. For the past several decades, it's been done largely with support from corporate sponsors. So perhaps that is one way, while we push the doors and, people like Dr. Anuradha and, all these people push, the governments to come up with initiatives. I think the artisans and the musicians, performers need to be tapping into the corporate support, the CSR grants of large companies. And I think many of you here might know, the government has made corporate social responsibility a mandatory, there is a CSR Act from 2014 onwards. 2% of any large company has to be mandatorily spent on corporate social responsibility. I think the musician community, performing musicians, need to tap into this because the artisans by themselves don't seem to have the voice that the performers seem to have. So the performers should lead the way in terms of bringing the artisans to the fore, tapping into the corporate support for preserving, documenting, and propagating the music instrument making traditions. So those are some points I wanted to. Yes.
Just one thing to add on to the CSR initiative that government has asked the corporates to do. Since I had approached a lot of corporates for my for funding for my festival recently, there were banks and leading pharmaceutical companies who said that music and dance doesn't come under the purview of their CSR. I was like shocked to hear this. I said, how can you say such a thing? No, 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 the part dance kalam kudukka mudiyaduma. Like that, it was so blunt on my face. So there's some way that the government can ensure that a certain percentage of the CSR has to go for the arts.
Well, it is part of the CSR mandate.
Yes.
Well, it's always a challenge. I mean,
It's a challenge.
I lead an organization which looks at teaching arts to disadvantaged children, and it's always a challenge. And you have to compete with sanitation and food and basic education. There is always which is more priority than others. Thank you. We're running out of time. We just have 3 more minutes. So I just want to wrap the conversations. It's been a very, very enriching, emotional, and informative, and quite shocking many times. One of the things that I perhaps want to share, and something that might give hope, is that Nalanda Way Foundation that I work with, in partnership with the UNESCO, we are working in the states of Rajasthan, West Bengal, and Odisha to document as well as to create educational resources on indigenous performing art traditions, and to work with them to make sure that gets into school curriculums, and build awareness and appreciation for these art forms. I think those are good templates for the government to use, and use that as methods for documentation and propagation. It's 10:30 now. We're just on time. Mr. Srinivasan reminded me that it's only a 1 hour. Don't take more. But
Can I just a minute? Excuse me. Can I share one thing with the panel? That you have just said that you are working in Rajasthan. Rajasthan is very rich as far as the musical instruments is concerned, and I have worked with the musicians and musical instrumentalists of Rajasthan under the guidance of Komal Kothari ji. So that was my privilege. So I in Rajasthan, I have found so many instruments which are on the verge of dying, and which were preserved by Komal Kothari ji, that should be taken care of by other institutions now, government and your institution, Nalanda. And the other thing is that there are many instruments which can lead to us that as far as the origin and development of classical musical instruments is concerned. So the studies should be done in this field, so that we can call our instruments, not that we should go and see that they are Persian origin. So that is my concern. We should be able to call our instruments, and that is why the studies should be done in this field. So, and Rajasthan can be one source of this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And with that nudge, and actually a warning, we'll close the morning session. Thank you so much for the organizers for organizing such a festival. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity online, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
They should honor the folk artists so that they can flourish. For example, the Pagalvation people who adorn the role of adorn as Rama, Sita, and Anjaneya come and stand before a house in singing in a ringing voice. But I have educated my family children and my students to honor them. But generally, they are paid 1 or 2 rupees in the house. Ah, they don't at all care for them. Every time whenever I see them, I eyes filled. I used to fill because they are such rich artists. They take hours to make for makeup, and the ringing voice is something we can't imagine even to a classical performance with ringing voice they used to sing. Not only that, the lyric they sing. But do we honor them? We should also raise the standard of Rasikatvam among our people.
Thank you. With this, we will conclude the first panel discussion for today, and we'll have a short tea break. I request everyone to have the tea and come back to the auditorium at 10:50. Welcome you all again. We'll continue with our panel discussion. The next panel discussion will be on life and livelihood of artists. Artists play a very vital role in our society, enriching our life through their music, dance, and other form of artistic expression. However, many artists struggle to make living and support themselves and their families. It is my immense pleasure to invite the moderator for this session, Sri Praveen Chaturvedi, the CEO, Moonlight Pictures and Prachyam. Inviting you, sir, to the dais. On the panel, we have Dr. Revati Sakalkar, vocalist and educationist. Welcoming you, ma'am. Shri Shubhan Kasan, Nadaswara Vidwan. Srimati Sujitra Balasubramaniam, Carnatic vocalist and Harikatha exponent. I invite our respected registrar to felicitate the guest. Thank you, sir. Passing the session to Praveen, sir.
Namaskar. It gives me a very great pleasure to be here, to be chosen as a moderator on a very important panel discussion about which we had been so much concerned, thinking about it, finding out ways, what can be done in this direction. And I would really like to thank IKS, all the wonderful people working so hard, for these DHARA events, Sastra University, AICTE, Ministry of Education, the National Coordinator, Shri Murthy ji, the Coordinator, Anuradha ji. Thank you so much. This is something, which relates to us from the depth of our heart. I've always believed that the greatest gift, the existence, the divinity, the Almighty can give to anybody is the gift of art, is the gift of becoming an artist in this human life. And an artist is truly the most precious individual who has always contributed a lot to the country through millenniums. If we look closely, it's not easy to be an artist. I'm privileged to be in the company of some wonderful artists here on this panel. Srimati Revati Sakalkar, Shri Soban Kasim ji, and Srimati Suchitra Balasubramaniam. These artists, they are the torch bearers of the greatest and the finest legacies of the Indian knowledge system, of the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. And when I say that it's not easy to be an artist, because it takes so much to evolve into an artist. The journey of an artist starts from a very early age. The journey starts from being a shishya first, a disciple to his or her guru. Guru can be, the artist's own father or relative, or an expert in that particular field, where the artist goes with all the dedication, devotion, faith, humility, surrender into the feet of his guru to learn that particular stream of art in the traditional guru-shishya parampara, which is the greatest parampara our country has had for thousands of years. It is because of guru-shishya parampara that, such great streams of art, such great traditions of knowledge, music, theater, or any form of art has preserved through ages. So the journey starts from being a shishya, from being a student first, when with all the devotion, all the hard work, all the tyag, all the tapasya, with utmost faith in the words of his guru, the artist begins a journey in the name of divinity, in the name of Ishwar. And slowly this metamorphosis takes place. This transformation takes place in the artist. And the artist starts to blossom, into a more mature performer, a more powerful exponent of that particular art in his field. And this transformation further leads to him becoming a guru himself, ready to impart his knowledge, his wisdom, his perspective, his grace to his own disciples who will come to him to learn from him and further this great tradition, parampara, through guru-shishya parampara of that particular art. So that is the life of an artist. It's not easy. I always say that one is so blessed to become an artist. One is so privileged to become an artist. A true artist is the representative of God himself. He has become one with them. And it's a journey which is full of challenges. So we have to, as a civil society, as the state, as the government, we have to be very sensitive towards all the artists who are here in this country. And we have to take care of their livelihood. And that is what precisely today's panel discussion is all about life and livelihood of artists. Today we are going to talk very openly about the journey, about the challenges, about the practical day-to-day problems that the artist faces, about what the society, what the government, what the state can do to take care of their livelihood. Because if we want, the Jnana Parampara to keep flowing like the Ganges, the holy water of Ganges from the Himalayas, we have to be very careful about what best we can do about the artist and the livelihood. In earlier days, the kings, the kingdoms, the states, it was a parampara at that time. They gave the patronage to the artist. All the great artists, I think, since hundreds of years, thousands of years, were given special privileges, patronage, by the state, by the great kings, in the darbars, the great artists, they flourished. And they further the traditions of the particular stream of art they were the torch bearers of. They passed down this knowledge, through the parampara. But I think not much has been done ever since the days of the kings and the kingdoms have gone. I think somewhere the government has not been able to formulate the right kind of policies that what should be done, about the artist, about their livelihood, in case, they are not employed in a government service, in case they are not on any salaried job. So what should be done about that? I am reminded of a couplet in Urdu by the famous poet Sahil Ludhianvi. And it touches my heart whenever I recall those lines. That अश्कों में जो पाया है, अश्कों में, आंसुओं में, अश्कों में जो पाया है, वो गीतों में दिया है. अश्कों में जो पाया है, वो गीतों में दिया है, उस पे भी सुना है कि जमाने को गिला है. अश्कों में जो पाया है, देखिए, this is the life of an artist है. अपने आप को दिन रात मेहनत करके, परिश्रम करके, with all the hard work, with all the dedication, with all the tapasya, the artist, he perfects, his particular art. And he gives it to the world. Such a great contribution an artist has to the society or to any country or to any civilization. Whatever we are seeing, these great temples, great architectures, great sthapatya, kala, murti kala, shilpa kala, the dances, the traditions, the music traditions all around the country, the Natya Shastra, the paintings, whatever we might take, any stream of art. Can you imagine a society without any of these artists? Would any of these great things we are witnessing today, would it have been there if there were no artists? if the state did not patronize them, if the society did not help them. Just imagine the immense contribution an artist has in the civilization. So, coming back, अश्कों में जो पाया है वो गीतों में दिया है, उस पे भी सुना है कि जमाने को गिला है, और तार से जो निकली है वो धुन सबने सुनी है, तार से जो निकली है वो धुन सबने सुनी है, सांस पे जो गुजरी है किस दिल को पता है. So an artist, any form, he's an instrument in itself, you know. We have to be sensitive about that what he is going through in his life. And accordingly, we have to, today we are going to discuss what can be done in this direction, what definitive steps we must take, or rather we should take, so that, you know, the Gyan Parampara, the Indian knowledge system of this great country, Bharat, you know, it keeps on continuing. The great torch bearers of this legacy, you know, they are able to not only live those legacies, contribute, you know, in their lives, but give it further to the coming generations and ensure that it is preserved for all the times to come. Today, we have on our panel Shrimati Dr. Revati Sakalkar. She's a very renowned Hindustani classical vocalist. She's a professor in Banaras Hindu University, professor of vocal music, very versatile artist. And I am blessed and lucky to have her as my wife. And we have together worked in this direction in our own capacity, you know, that what we can do to take care of, you know, the livelihood of artists. So Revati is a very versatile performer. She has performed in major music festivals in India and around the world. She is blessed to have a versatility to perform in 11 genres of music, which starts from Hindustani classical to semi-classical to the folk traditions to Sufianas to all the forms of bhajans to all the Sanskrit, Upanishad and Vedic recitations, Bangla Gan, Marathi Bhav Geet, you know, she has sung in so many other languages. She has received many awards for her divine and pristine voice that she has. And she has been nominated for Grammy Awards twice for her album on the world music. So today we are going to take your views about, you know, what should be done in this direction. About, you know, the life and livelihood of artists. On my right is Shri Qasim, disciple and grandson of Sangeet Kalanidhi, Dr. Sheikh Chinna Maulana. They are the Asthana Vidwans of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam, Kanchi Kamkoti Peeth, Shri Shada Peetham, Sringeri, Shri Raj Rajeshwari Peetham, Rochester, New York, USA, and Indian Cultural Center and Temple, Memphis, Tennessee, USA. They have toured almost entire the globe and acclaimed fame. Kasimji had won numerous number of honors, to name a few. Kala Saraswati Award at the hands of Mother Teresa. Kalai Mamani from the governor of Tamil Nadu. Sangeet Vachaspati by Sastra Satsang. Mangal Vadya Ratnakar, and so on. And he has also won 2 national awards, Sangeet Natak Academy Puraskar for the year 2018 and National Eminence Award from Shanmukhanand Fine Arts and Sangeet Sabha, Mumbai for the year 2022. He has established the trust Dr. Chinna Maulana Memorial Trust in the name of his guru and grandfather, and rendering noble services to the Nadaswaram fraternity. We are also privileged to have Shrimati Suchitra Balasubramanian, I know most of the people know you very well. She is a Harikatha exponent, Carnatic vocalist, Nam Sankirtanam artist, granddaughter and disciple of veteran Harikatha exponent Kalai Mamani, Thanjavur, Shrimati T.R. Kamla Murthy. Her musical guidance started under Shrimati Sudha Shesh Gopalan, later with Sangeet Kalanidhi Madurai, Shri T.N. Shesh Gopalan, currently being under the tutelage of Shrimati Padma Sandilyan and Kalai Mamani Shri Mushnam Shri V. Rajurao. She has performed many concerts and Harikathas in leading organizations and temples in India and overseas, including Qatar, Canada, Switzerland, Germany, USA, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, Seychelles, Sri Lanka, and Malaysia. She is a recipient of 33 awards, including Cultural Award from Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Bharat Ratna Dr. M.S. Subbalakshmi Centenary Fellowship from Shri Shanmukhanand Sabha, Yuva Kala Bharati from Bharat Kalachar, Sangeet Vidyanidhi from Tiruvadurai, Adinam, pardon my pronunciation, Tamiz Isai from Tirshurapalli, Tamiz Sangam, Madhura Murali Puraskar from Vipanchi, Pravachan Prabha from Tamvaras Madurai, to mention a few. She appears on television channels, the recent one being Magasi Usmanam in Jaya TV. She's an A-grade artist of AIR and Doordarshan, recognized for the traditional Harikatha as a torch bearer to the Pathati of Brahmashri Tiruvayaru D. Annaswamy. Thank you so much. That was the introduction to our wonderful panelist here. I think we would like to start with your views and your suggestions. What can be the policy changes? Can we start from you?
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Very good morning to one and all present here. Namaskaram, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to be a part of this wonderful panel today at DHARA, which is to address about the life and livelihood of artists. When I first heard about the topic, life and livelihood of artists, I had something going in my mind. Do we really have that? Do artists, we really have the life and livelihood? Forget the people who are popular. Not everyone are popular. There are people who are not popular, yet much, much meritorious than the popular ones today. But do they really have a life and livelihood? it's something that we really need to ponder upon. And I'm here to share my experiences with the art that I am pursuing. I am blessed because I was born in a family which had the lineage of this particular art. I'm thankful to the Almighty for that. So I'm the granddaughter and disciple of one of the highest awardee of Sangeet Nadak Academy, Tagore Ratna, Kalai Mamani, Tanjavur Srimati T.R. Kamalamurthy. But I started to learn my Carnatic vocal when I was 3 years old. Now I'm 33. I started when I was 3 years old. When I was almost 15 or 16, I was doing vocal concerts wherein when I used to go and visit all the musicians, including Sundaram Mama here, Kausalya Auntie. So they used to tell me, you happen to come from a lineage and you should be a torch bearer of the Harikatha art. Yes, you learn Carnatic music, it is definitely important. At the same time, you should make sure you also learn Harikatha. So when I went and when my parents went and spoke to my own grandmother, she said a big no. Adala vanda. That's how she responded. Pati, Harikatha solli kudunga. Please teach me Harikatha. Adala sheri varat. Why? Yen kadake patti per da vara. The highest Sangeet Natak Academy's awardee was telling me this. Yen kadake patti per dandi vara. There are just 10 people who come for my concert. And why do you want to really pitch into it? Also, Harikatha is not an easy art. No art is easy for that. But if you take Harikatha, just the music knowledge is not enough for that. You need to learn a lot and lot. My party used to tell me that she was having the tutelage, when she was having the tutelage under Sri Annaswamy Bhagavatar, there was not even a formal training where the guru sits in a chair and makes the students sit down and teaches. It cannot happen. She will be going literally at the back of him. Wherever he goes, to the kitchen he goes, she will be going there. To the hall he goes, she will be going behind to just understand what his livelihood is also about, apart from the art which he teaches. And later, she used to go, there is Saraswati Mahal. I don't know how many of you have gone here. Saraswati Mahal, thank God. Thank God. I'm really happy to see this. My party used to sit in Saraswati Mahal for almost 6 hours. I used to drop her right at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. And I would go and pick her around 3:30 or 4 o'clock. She would show me a bit of paper like that. Just one line written in it. Just one line. For that one line, she would have searched more than 10 to 12 books for sure. That was the sincerity. That is the need to learn in Harikatha. You also need to be contemporary, or you also need to be on par with all the affairs that is going on outside us, not just the Puranas. And yes, Carnatic music in a way is comparatively a bit easier. For instance, an example, there is a raga called Bhairavi. And there are many compositions in Bhairavi. You take Thyagaraja, you take Muthuswami Dikshidhar, you take Shyama Shastris, you take Purandaradasar or anybody for that. You have lots and lots of compositions in Bhairavi. And the Ragha Neraval Swara, the Manodharma Sangeeta, clubbed with that, you can present more than 100 concerts with Bhairavi in a different way. Whereas, if you take Harikatha, for example, I'll take Sita Kalyanam. I will have to get married Sita only to Rama. I don't have a choice. Just because it's boring and it's the same, I cannot get married. I cannot get Sita married to Lakshmana. I will have to get Sita married to Rama only. The story is known to all. So when the same Sita Kalyanam is going to be in one of the region for 10 to 15 times, so how would I now present it differently? I will have to take pramanas from various other Ramayanas. So for one thing, I'll have to take Valmiki Ramayana Pramanam. For the other, I'll have to go with Kamba Ramayanam. For the other, I'll have to go with Tulsi Ramayanam, Ananda Ramayanam, Adbhuta Ramayanam. So I will have to start looking out these many things if I have to present Sita Kalyanam bare minimum at 10 places in a different way. So it's not an easy thing to perform a Harikatha. Challenge 2. This is challenge 1, right? Now the next challenge. You have to be a bit lingually efficient. Lingual knowledge is really important. You cannot just while off with 1 or 2 languages you know and just get away with that. Certainly not possible. For instance, again, I'm going to take one other charitra. In Vatsala Kalyanam, we have Marathi in that. There is a composition which comes so beautifully. Sangatate hali vridha madhavate yerpole vakyate agrajate saptamada gundala subhadrechi snushatuji vatsala nishtayechi. Thank you so much. This tala is called as Anjadi Ushi in Rupakam. Yeah. So this is Marathi. In Sita Kalyanam, we have a situation where Sita and her friend is going to talk about the various grooms who have come there. So there is a discussion which happens in Telugu. Indarilo levani pentlata kavi pudu delpu Sita. Antagate ni manasuku samadamaina devaru vanita. This is Telugu.
Sujitaji, we really wish we could, listen to more of this. But, because of the paucity of time.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
time
I
is
will
running.
finish, definitely.
But I want to just set, the mandate, of the discussion is, life and livelihood of artists.
Yes.
And what I'm coming to is, for the vision of 2047, what we can do, what are your views, your suggestions for the necessary policy, changes that can be done?
Yes, I'm coming to that. So there are lots and lots of challenges in this art. Why is this supposedly considered as challenge? Because we are not exposed to it. So the route map to 2047 is that this particular traditional art, Harikatha, should be included in the curriculum of the school and colleges as much as possible, so that the people are aware of the traditional Harikatha. The traditional, today we have, the term Harikatha is probably used in multiple facets today. The Sangeeta Upanyasam is called as Harikatha. There is a person who does literary discourse with a couple of people singing for it. That is also termed as Harikatha. No, certainly it is not that way. We start with Pundalikam, we sing Prathama Padam, we have Saki, Dindi, Arya, Obi, Matta Kokilam, and so many compositions included in that, along with Yedadi Ushi, Anjadi Ushi, and all the important attributes which are to be traditionally taught and create an awareness about the art among the children when they are very, very young, so that we are not losing this art anymore and we upheld the tradition that way. The another thing which was really bothering me was the pandemic thing which happened. The 2 years, like Roja auntie was talking so beautifully about it. I would just replace Harikatha instead of Bharatanatyam. The same threats we also face. So during the pandemic, we are not getting the recognition at all. The recognition as in, we have lots and lots of sabhas here. During the Margari, some 2,000 vocal concerts take place. Rather, 50 Harikathas take place. Look at the proportion. And to the contrary way, there are people who would say these people chose Harikatha because they are not able to make it up in the Carnatic music. They chose an easy way to bypass and get their popularity done. Let me make it very, very clear. You have 2,000 slots for 4,000 people. We have just 1 slot for all the 50 people here. The proportion of slot is the same. We still have the competition and we still have every other thing to face as much as all the musicians and instrumentalists are facing. So that is one thing that I definitely want to establish here. And that recognition is most needed for us. And I would like all the sabhas and organizations to extend the support for such traditional arts during every music festival, so that people understand that this art is also being recognized. So I would start learning this art. So that is my second request. And last, I would like to think about these things. Like I was talking about the pandemic. Is there anybody or an organization which can really help the musicians out? They also have a lot of health issues. We also have diabetes. The rice is going to be same 65 rupees per kg for us also. There are lots of act. You have Factories Act. You have Companies Act. You have Industries Act. You have Wages Act to protect even the last employee of the last tier in a company. Whereas the soft power, the so-called professionals of India, we do not have a redressal cell at all. Where do we go and share the grievances? We musicians have to come from within to help our own set of musicians. I would request the government, which is already supporting on various other bases, of course, would also to extend a support to the artists exclusively with a Culture and Heritage Act. Because India is not just known for its GDP. India is not just known for its medicinal advancements and information technology. Rather, it is known for its culture and heritage. So an exclusive act for that, which covers the basics of the musicians and professionals and the artists. Their basic survival, like how can it be done, is a big question mark. I would probably think this way. We have gradation in All India Radio. In All India Radio, we have 4 tiers of grade B, B high, A, and A top. So according to that, the one who wants to take the help should be graded by one of the organizations like that. And according to that tier, they can be compensated. Number 2, it should have the timely renewals, just like how the All India Radio does it beautifully. And not just that, a group insurance kind of policy and pension schemes for the musicians through some means, so that they will have a fallback. You know, if I'm going to fall back, there is something to support me. I will not have my economic uncertainties that I can peep into this art for sure without getting deviated, without getting diluted, without getting distracted. But I'm not asking this for the part-time musicians. I'm asking this for the full-time musicians. People who are into full-time definitely require this support. And this also applies to the instrument and instrument makers. One of the senior most Ghatam Vidwans was telling this with a greater worry. I'm preserving all my Ghatams. I'm preserving it really. Why so? Because there is just one family which makes really good Ghatams now, and I don't know how the future is going to be. One of the flutists, a very senior flute musician, was telling me that he gives his flute for service in North India and not in South India, because he doesn't have anybody here to do that. Remember, the instrument form the base of the instrumentalists. The art is there. If the instrument is getting extinct, I'm sure the art is also going to die. So we have to make sure that the institutions, the colleges, and all the government institutions should include a course on instrument making, wherein the experts who are here now should come and teach the next generation, so that the people who teach are also benefited with finance certainty on that way. At the same time, the art also does not die, and the craftsmanship or the artisans also pass on their art to the next generation. So these are my requests to the government, and I sincerely thank each and everyone from the bottom of my heart for having given me this wonderful opportunity today to be a part of this wonderful panel. Thank you so much. Namaskaram.
Thank you so much, Suchitra ji. Some very valuable suggestions and inputs you have given. All of them have been noted down and well taken. And I'm sure the concerned authorities, the IKS, the Ministry of Education, EICT, and Ministry of Culture will definitely look into these things. And we have to see that together, how we can all contribute, towards formation of some very effective policies in this direction. Thank you so much. May I request now Kasim ji to please come forth, with his suggestions and what can be done. See, let us not look back and complain and crib about what happened and what could not happen in the past. We have come here together to think and to churn out, the best suggestions that can be given to the government for the policy making for the future, and especially, for the vision of 2047. Please.
Namaste to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture and Shastra University for this wonderful two-day conference and musical events. Really, it's my privilege and pride to participate in this conference and to say my thoughts and to share my views. Let me start my presentation as Mr. Rajagopal started. How many of, I am asking these questions, how many of the students listened or seen Nadaswaram and Nadaswaram music? Wow. So much more than vocal. Really, I pat on my back. Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Rajagopalan, I want to tell you, no. See, the reason behind that is, Nadaswaram is very much connected to social life, society. So that is the reason. That is the reason. If you go to temple, you have to see the Nadaswaram, you have to listen to Nadaswaram music. You have to go to wedding, Grahapravesam, or Upanayanam. You have to listen to Nadaswaram music. It is very much connected with Nadaswaram. So today I got the confidence that it will never die. Nadaswaram will never die. So thank you, my dear students, for your assurance to me. So after the presentation of Madam, it is very difficult to talk because like the ocean, she expressed her views, but I will be, already we are out of time, just I will deliver. So art and divinity cannot be separated. Wherever there is art, there is divinity, and wherever there is divinity, there is art. The music is a part of society and part of religious event. I will take each minute to say about life of the artist and the livelihood, and then roadmap to 2047, and then my conclusion as suggestions. So the roadmap of the artist begins at very early age. Even at their childhood, they start learning, practice, and their thirst of learning never ends. They are always students. They start their life as student and end their life as student. My grandfather did. Even at the age of 70, he was learning big Kambodhi Kriti, Bhairavi Kriti. So artists are always students. And then their contribution. Even now, they are running Gurukulams. Even after the pandemic period, they are especially Nadaswaram and Tamil teachers, they are running Gurukulams. And in few Gurukulams, they are even taking care of the food of the students. Because in Gurukulam, it is a residential school. It is a resident, students from very faraway places, they come to the Guru and they stay with the Guru. So they take care of their food and other essential needs also. And their contribution is global. Artist contribution is global. Come to the livelihood, especially even before the COVID pandemic, if you take certain art forms, it's not good. It was not good. After the COVID pandemic, there is a very big setback. Like Nadaswaram and Tamil, So they are very much dependent on temple festivals and weddings. So during lockdown, all the temples and wedding conductors, they stopped engaging Nadaswaram artists, or they restricted the number. So how can we perform with two artists? So in this way, they suffered a lot. Even the big artists and many Nadaswaram and Tamil artists, they started to sell their gold savings, and then they started to moving to various jobs. One of my students in Nalagunda, Telangana district, he joined to Amazon as a delivery boy for his survival. That was very pity. So what we now need is, we need the support from all the sector, society, sabhas, temples, corporates. So while we talking about the society, so we are talking very much about the artist, their skills, about the greatness of the composer. But when we are asked to buy a ticket, there is a reluctance. When we are asked to make some donation, we are hesitating. So that should change from the society, definitely. And then during the COVID pandemic session, I want to emphasize here, only few sabhas in Chennai, they supported. Here, I want to compliment Shastra. They supported especially Pakkavadyam and Upapakavadyam artists by collecting their bank accounts and everything. They directly put the amount 10,000 rupees. Nobody did. No sabha did. They credited 10,000 rupees to Pakkavadyam and Upapakavadyam artists. They are the worst sufferers. Leave alone the main artist. Shastra did. For that, I want to compliment Shastra. And so many organizations and NRIs also, they supported. One point I noticed that due to middleman, the amount didn't reach the right artist. That we have to note, that middleman aspect. And then there is no proper database. Even I don't know how many Nadaswaram Tamil artists are in Tamil Nadu. So Charitra, she doesn't know how many there are. Do you know how many Harikatha artists? You don't know. So we want Pakka database. Even the government, there is no database with the government and private also. Apart from All India Radio, we need another certifying agency to categorize the artist. I don't know how many artists are going to All India Radio for gradation. Few people are going to up to BHI. So they are stopping. So that is not the criteria. And nowadays, All India Radio has fixed the fee. For a B grade, this much of fee they have to pay. And for B high, this much of fee. For A grade, it is even also, they are collecting some 5,000 rupees. So strictly, we need another certifying agency. So my suggestions are, artists, we need guaranteed shows, database, another certifying agency, and we need big corporate support. Of course, corporates are doing excellent support now, but their support, majority of the support goes to star performance. So that has to be changed. They have to widen their support. And presently, CSR is concentrating on only health, disaster, something like that. CSR has also has to look after artist health insurance, like Suchitra said. And CSR has to take care of the artist welfare. And of course, temples and sabhas are the main centers where artists survive. So they have to focus more on the artist. With this, I conclude. I hope 2040, in 2047, art and livelihood of artists definitely will enhance. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Kasimji. Some very wise words of suggestions and advice here. Now, may I request Revati ji to come forth, with her thoughts and suggestions and perspective, on what can be done as to come up with some major policy changes in this direction for the vision of 2047.
Namaskar and Suprabhat to all. I am Revati Sakalkar from Varanasi, and I am a vocalist and an educationist, and I am a Acharya in Banaras Hindu University. So I come from Kashi, and that's why I'm reciting this shloka. Om Hari Om Shanno Mitrah Sham Varunah Shanno Bhavatvaryama Shanna Indro Brahaspatihi Shanno Vishnurukramah Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami Hritam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanmamavatu Tadvaktaramavatu Avatu Mam Avatu Vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Ganga Taranga Ramaneya Jata Kalapam Gauri Nirantara Vibhushita Vamabhagam Narayana Priyamananga Madapaharam Varanasi Purapatim Bhajaveshwanatham Bhajaveshwanatham Bhajaveshwanatham. मैं बहुत ही आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूँगी IKS का, श्रीमान मूर्ति जी का, अनुराधा जी का, शास्त्र यूनिवर्सिटी का और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर का, कि उन्होंने मुझे ये मौका दिया कि मैं अपने विचार यहाँ पर आपसे सभी से साझा कर सकूं। मेरी दृष्टि में जो मुख्य बातें आती हैं कि वो एक तो प्रॉब्लम्स जो कि आर्टिस्ट्स
फेस करते हैं अपने जीवन और जीवन वृत्ति को लेकर, और सॉल्यूशंस, और हमारे सामने जो दिखाई पड़ता है 2047 के लिए जो हम डेटा तैयार कर रहे हैं, तो सॉल्यूशंस की ओर हमें जाना ज़्यादा एक पॉजिटिव अप्रोच के साथ बढ़ना चाहिए, वो ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा। मुझे लगता है जो मैंने मतलब रीसेंट पास्ट में देखा, जैसा कि कासिम जी ने भी कहा और आपने भी कहा, कि बहुत बड़ा डिफिकल्ट टाइम्स फेस किए आर्टिस्ट्स ने, क्योंकि आर्टिस्ट जो हैं डिफरेंट बैकग्राउंड्स के होते हैं, सभी को वो सिल्वर स्पून नहीं मिला होता कि कि वो एक सरकारी नौकरी मिल सके उन्हें, एक बढ़िया जिसको कहते हैं अच्छा तनख्वाह या सैलरी मिल सके। ये सभी के लिए जरूरी नहीं है। कुछ आर्टिस्ट, जैसा कि सुचित्रा जी ने कहा, कि बहुत अच्छे होते हैं, बहुत अच्छे होते हैं, लेकिन वो मेन स्ट्रीम से जुड़े हुए नहीं होते। तो इसीलिए मुझे लगता है जो एक पॉइंट बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है वो है डिजिटल लिटरेसी। सभी आर्टिस्ट को या तो हमारी सरकार उनकी कुछ स्क्रीनिंग करे, कुछ ऐसी चीजें हो जिससे वो मुख्य धारा से जुड़ सकें, मेन स्ट्रीम से जुड़ सकें, उनको कोई भी अप्रोच कर सके, क्योंकि बहुत से आर्टिस्ट लिटरेट भी नहीं होते। वो बहुत अच्छे आर्टिस्ट हो सकते हैं, लेकिन उन्हें कंप्यूटर चलाना नहीं आता, उन्हें कैसे इंटरनेट यूज करना है ये नहीं पता होता, वो कैसे रीच आउट करें सारी बड़े एक ऑडियंस तक, बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म तक, दुनिया तक कैसे रीच आउट करें उन्हें नहीं मालूम होता। जैसा कि कासिम जी ने कहा, मैं भी बनारस से आती हूँ, कई शहनाई वादक, उनकी इतनी बुरी स्थिति थी कोविड टाइम्स में कि उनको गुब्बारे बेचने पड़े। दे यूज टू सेल बलून्स और डिफरेंट और प्रोफेशंस उनको करना पड़ा। तो इस तरह से मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि इस ओर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। नेशनल फंड्स set up for artists by the ministry, a committee to set up to screen the artist and recommend them for state patronage. जैसा कासिम जी कह रहे थे कि all the corporates have CSR. The corporate should be encouraged to contribute towards this fund to support the artists. तो मूल एक चीज जो समझ में आती है वो ये कि कोई एक फंड होना चाहिए, कॉर्पोरेट फंड होना चाहिए जो आर्टिस्ट के लिए हमेशा उनको सपोर्ट करता रहे। मैं बहुत से ऐसे आर्टिस्ट को जानती हूँ जो आज टूट चुके हैं, पूरी तरह से आज वो टूट चुके हैं, क्योंकि वो बहुत ही एक निचले बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, बहुत अच्छे आर्टिस्ट हैं, बहुत अच्छे घराने के आर्टिस्ट हैं, लेकिन वो आज टूट चुके हैं। कई मैं ऐसे लोगों को पर्सनली जानती हूँ, मैं उन्हें मदद भी करती हूँ, ये भी मैं कहना चाहूंगी, जो कि बहुत ही गंभीर व्याधियों से ग्रस्त हैं, कैंसर ग्रस्त पेशेंट्स हैं। वो कहते हैं आज मेरे लिए कौन खड़ा है, क्या मैम कोई मुझे सरकारी मदद मिल सकती है? तो मुझे ये सोच के बहुत दुख होता है ऐसे समय में कि इतने अच्छे आर्टिस्ट, लेकिन उनके लिए सपोर्ट होना चाहिए, कोई हेल्थ सपोर्ट होना चाहिए, जबकि हम इतनी कठिन सिचुएशन झेल रहे हैं। कोविड टाइम्स के समय में कोई ना कोई एक नया वायरस हमारे ऊपर हमेशा आने के लिए तैयार है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में आज हमें इस ओर भी दृष्टिपात करना होगा, और मुझे लगता है कि फंड्स निश्चित रूप से जहां पर ऐसे वो कोई गवर्नमेंट एडेड चीज नहीं है, वहां पे फंड्स, कॉर्पोरेट फंड्स जनरेट करने होंगे। तो ये मेरा विचार है। धन्यवाद।
Yeah, I'm going to do that, So I'll start with what Revati ji came forward, with the suggestions. Some very important, notable suggestions. She said, that we have to understand, the problems the artists faced in their lives, and what are the solutions that can be provided to them. So we have to be sensitive towards, the artists, the fraternity of artists. She said the government should do something to connect artists to the mainstream. There are some very good artists, but maybe they are not known in the mainstream. In India, unfortunately, we have seen, that people just they go after, the popular names, the brands, the artists, or maybe their lineage. Some of them who have created their own brand, and they sort of, and I don't hesitate to say this, that they make a cartel, around them, and they don't allow, the fresh talent, the wonderful, some of the new talented artists to enter that cartel. So this is a very unfortunate aspect that I have, as a filmmaker, noticed. In my films, I have always tried to, give opportunity to the, new artists, who are really good at it, But I have very closely seen in the industry, I've seen it in the music fraternity, that there are some names you will find performing everywhere around the country, as if, there are no upcoming new artists or no talent, apart from them. So here, the government should come forward. Here, there should be something, done, probably as it was suggested, a database, where people can, put up their profiles, their clippings of the performances, their own tradition, their lineage, and people can approach them, for performances. Very important thing, what Revati ji just said, that some of the artists, may not be literate. Literacy is not a prerequisite, for any form of art. The art in itself is the greatest literacy, the artist is carrying in his life, So no matter, I was very close to Ustad Bismillah Khan Sahib in Kashi. I used to sit with him for hours, and he used to, narrate me, anecdotes from his life. He was not literate. He was a great performer. He was a siddha, It was a pleasure to listen to him in private and talk to him and know his experiences and life journeys, So there are some very great artists who are not literate. So literary should not be the criteria which should hamper, the growth, the prosperity, the well-being of an artist. He is an artist, he's carrying with him the greatest legacy of art, So something should be done about this, that those artists who are not literate should be helped more, who are not probably very well versed with, the new ways of the world, like social media, like computers or smartphones, and there are many, I know that. How they can be integrated in the mainstream, that is very important. Another very good suggestion she came up with, that there should be a national fund which should be set up for artists. This is maybe by the ministry or maybe by IKS. I am aware of a national cultural fund which is there of Ministry of Culture. Akin to that, we can come up with a, fund, national fund, for the well-being, of artists, where the corporates should be encouraged and requested to contribute their CSR funds, for the well-being and the livelihood of artists, And there should be a committee that should be set up, to screen the artist, who could be given, the funds whenever required, from this national fund, for artists. And the most important thing is that there should be some kind of, health support, the artist when they face health issues. Nobody looks at them, nobody is bothered. Like recently, we have seen, a very good artist, having this incurable disease and suffering so badly. And he's praying and asking for help, but there's no system which can come forward to help him, So some kind of, they should be, from this one, there should be a health insurance provided, to the artist. There should be health support. We have so many, initiatives of government. Probably this should be included amongst them. Coming to now, what Kasim ji he suggested. We all know that the world went through the pandemic, the horrible times that we all went through. And I think that the people who suffered the most were the artists in this country. Big businesses, they all survived through it. They had a lot of things to fall back to. The companies, the corporates, they all survived. They were affected to a limited extent. But an artist, who is dependent, on his performances to earn livelihood. If those livelihood, is if his performances are not coming his way because of the pandemic, then how is he going to survive? It's such a difficult thing, and I've personally seen that during pandemic, the most of the artists, they suffered very badly, and nothing was done about it. So God forbid, if there is another pandemic, we should have a policy in place for that. There should be some kind of patronage program for the artist. If they are not able to perform and earn their livelihood, through performances. So, very good suggestion. The donations should come from society. The society has to, show benevolence, towards artists. They should come forward and donate. Now, this can be, through the fund, we are talking about. It could be even locally. Even every city should have, a kind of, a federation or a group, for this cause. Another very pertinent point, what he pointed out, and I've seen it, the middleman menace, that we have, even see in this pure field of art, even for the artist to perform, there are brokers and middlemen, and dalals, who want their pound of flesh. Just see, this is something I feel so sorry about, Maybe in the government, or maybe in the private, or maybe I don't know, but they are there, So something should be done, that there should not be, the middleman has to be abolished, like it has been abolished in many sectors, during this government. Even in the field of art, they should be taken care of. There's no proper database, he said, and definitely there's no proper database where we can really look and find out, like, for example, how many Nadaswaram artists are here in Tamil Nadu, for example, So there should be a proper database, and these things are not difficult. Slight initiatives, can really help in. There should be, I would say, a database. There should be a website with all the database, with all the profiles. So that point also, I'm noting it down here. Apart from All India Radio, there should be a certified agency, or as Revati ji said, there should be a committee, we should screen and grade the artist, and as per the gradation, they should be supported. They should be helped, through various means, Corporate support is very important. Both of them, they said, the corporate support, the corporates have to come forward, We don't need only, corporate support in only some same cliche things, in which it is happening. I can say that with a lot of authenticity, the corporates, they shy away from supporting art and culture in this country. So now that is something, we should be taking care of. They should be encouraged to support, art and culture. I don't know, for some reason, they will, donate, towards some health initiative or some government plan or something or the other, but they don't come forward to support, the artist, the art fraternity, and the culture of this country. This should be taken care of. And Temple, as he said, should focus more, on the artist. That is very important. Coming to Suchitra ji, very good suggestion she came up with, that these forms of art, should be included in the curriculum of the schools and colleges. I think that would be the best thing to preserve it and promote it and to popularize it. It is very, very important that the policies are made in this direction, that some of the very rare forms of art, to start with, if not all, should be there included in the curriculum. It should be traditionally taught, to the children, to the coming generation. That is very important. She said, during pandemic, there was no recognition. We all discussed just now, that the artists, they went through very rough time, very difficult times. What policy we have in place, God forbid we have another such situation coming up in future, what can we do about it, there should be organizations to come forward and help the artists. There are organizations for so many things, they do. But I think it's just, a little bit of more awareness, from the government initiatives. I can help in making a film, on awareness, about the artist. I can gladly do that, But, an awareness should be there that organizations, apart from discharging their philanthropic duties towards the society, which is so much in the same bracket, should, come out of it and think about, supporting and helping, the artists in the art fraternity, That is very important. There are no redressal cells, as you said, There should be, something like this, we should be pleased. There should be a cultural and heritage act incorporated, That is another very valuable suggestion. There should be one, We should clearly state, that what should be done. What is the mandate, for this? There should be all of them, they suggested there should be a gradation, of artists. As per that, they should be supported. And finally, there should be, which is very important, an artist who has given his life for the art, for this country, for the society, for the civilization, in learning it, in perfecting it, in performing it, and in giving to the coming generation. What if he, when he becomes old and not able to perform? Do we have any system in place for that? So we should be sensitive towards that, and we should have, some kind of pension scheme for the artist. So these were some very valuable suggestions. I think they all are very well taken and noted. And Murthy ji wants to say something, please.
Om Matrubhyo Namah, Pitrubhyo Namah, Gurubhyo Namah, Sabhaye Namah, Sabhavadabhyascha Namo Namah. Vagardhavyava Samprattau, Vagardha Pratipattaye, Jagatah Pitaro Vande, Parvati Parameshwarau. The reason I'm mentioning this shloka is that just like Vagardha, as Mahakavi Kalidasa said, Parvati Parameshwara cannot be separated. They're always seen as one. And today we have Revati ji and Praveen ji coming from the Vishwanathapuri, Kashi, and gracing the stage. Therefore, I'm not even going on the stage. I see Parvati Parameshwara there. So, because of the responsibility I have as the national coordinator of the Indian Knowledge Systems, I wanted to thank you all for presenting these very, very valuable points. And there are some things that we can immediately do. I don't believe in too much talking. We need to be actionable, and that is what our Bhagavad Gita teaches us. So there are things that we can immediately do, and there are things that we can advocate, and there are some points that we can take up further in future. So Revati ji mentioned one of the things that instruments are very important for our Sangeeta Natya Parampara. And instrument making is in dire straits. Again, based on the pre-surveys that we have done before coming to this event, we have recognized that as well. So one of the things I want to announce from this stage here is that we will conduct a hands-on workshop on instrument making. And one of the things we realize at Indian Knowledge Systems is that only a guru has the adhikara to choose the students. Who can be taught by a guru is the pure prerogative and the only thing, the adhikara of the guru himself or herself. It cannot be done by us. So there will be complete freedom on whom to select. And one of the things that was mentioned here was that many artists are not literate. I would like to beg to differ that it is a colonial construct, that unfortunately it is a Macaulayan concept that English education was tied to literacy. Bharatiya Jnana Parampara is not that. It exists in every bhasha of Bharatiya bhashas. And as I was saying yesterday, Bharatiya bhashas, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara exists in Bharatiya bhashas and is expressed through culture. So a degree is not a literacy metric. We do not measure basically the quality of anybody through literacy or degrees, at least not at the IKS division. So that consideration is out. What that means is even an artist who's not had formal schooling in English can apply as a PI. In fact, we have PIs of that sort. And the proposals through IKS division can be done in their own matrabhashas. So they can submit their proposals in their own matrabhashas. So for the hands-on instrument making, people can submit their proposals in their own matrabhashas. But again, we must remember that as our tradition has placed, given that freedom, but is also very quality conscious. We are not going to be reducing our quality as you all expressed. So these will be reviewed by highest qualified people of that particular discipline, and they will be given to those. And there will be complete freedom on whom to choose for the instrument making, and they can train their students so that this parampara can go on in our little way. And Sri Shubham Kasim Garu, if I had to listen to Sri Vatapi Ganapati Vaje, it was your grandfather's Nadaswaram only. And just I wanted to assure you that in all our family functions, we definitely have a Dolu Sannai. There is no event without that. Again, we go for the small artists, at least at our village level, and we always invite them from our own ancestral village wherever we perform. So again, this is something that we all must consider. And you had mentioned, sir, that a proper database is lacking. And one of the things I want to assure, this is where I think we can do something as an IKS division. We have a wonderful program called IKS internship programs, where the interns can be from any discipline. Again, you choose who the interns are. They can be your students, they can be somebody from studying in a computer science or engineering or whatever background you want, whatever the mix of technology they want. And you can give them some specific tasks and they can do that for you. We pay them about 10,000 rupees per month to the interns, and we give about 2,500 rupees for managing these interns to the organization that is doing this. So we can assure you that we can have a institutional internship program that we have. It will be coming out we have already given that in this round. Another one will be coming in April, the applications. So we can give up to 120 person months. That means you can engage up to 120 interns for 1 month, or 60 interns for 2 months, or whatever flexibility you need. This is where I would request all the music and artist community to come together and write a joint proposal to the IKS division, so that maybe there are 5 or 6 people in different areas, one in Nadaswaram, one in Harikathas, for example, one in Carnatic music, instrument making. And then the idea would be each of these groups will be hiring about 5 interns to do the work of building a proper database that can be put up online. So that will, and you obviously would need somebody who is a student of Nadaswaram, so that they will know, you can connect them with all the Nadaswaram people, or Harikatha people, or Carnatic music people, or instrument making people, along with perhaps some students from engineering institutions who can build the competency. So working in such an interdisciplinary team will be beneficial for the students, because a computer science student will know what the issues are there, and your students will know how to build a website as well. And I think this is something that I want to announce again here for building the proper databases. So there is an institutional internship program which I would like you all to work together, because Kalau Sangha Shakti, unless you all come together, it's not going to work. We can be talking about our individual areas, but until we bring together, that is something that we need to really do. And So that is one more thing. And I think that also addresses, Revati ji, your comment about mainstreaming computer knowledge and reach, because we want to bring these interdisciplinary teams there. And in terms of national funds that you had advocated, one of the things, again, that is beyond our power, but one of the things that we can do, one of the outcomes of these DHARA conferences is a white paper, which we will be using for policy advocacy at the ministerial level, and we will do our best to push it. So the national funds with the CSR funded thing, perhaps on the model of Kashi Vishwanath Dham Trust, is something that which will be run by a not just by the government, but also by the CSR funded entities who can take a membership of this and the artist community, so that they can address a lot of issues that we have talked about: livelihood, how do we really support them for their medical insurance, and all those issues can perhaps be done there. And then one final thing, the Culture and Heritage Act is also something that, again, we can advocate for. So please make sure that you give these points in writing. I have taken up all that. But again, if you can summarize them, we'll make sure that it gets into our white paper. And all our white papers, thankful to Brihat, who are doing this, and then Nalanda Foundation, who are doing this. So we'll be circulating the draft of that white paper with you all, so that we are capturing whatever you are saying, so that we can use it for specific policy advocacy issues. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Murthy ji, for coming up with such a prompt action plan. Yeah, we really appreciate that. I think we had a very good session. Some very good suggestions have come forth, in this discussion. Thank you, all the panelists here. Thank you so much. And today evening, Revati would be performing. So people who would like to listen to devotional and folk music are most welcome to attend, the performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are continuing the session. Students, please keep silent. Students, please remain silent. Students, please remain silent. We are going to the next panel discussion. It is on internationalization and exploring best practices. Internationalization can play a key role in promoting and preserving Indian arts by bringing these arts forms to a wider audience and helping to create new opportunity for the artist. It is my immense pleasure to invite the moderators for today's session, Srimati Madhuvanti Badri, musician and compere. Sir, mic.
Test. Hello. Hello.
It is my immense pleasure to invite the moderator for the session, Srimati Madhuvanti Badri. musician and compare. On the panel, we have Sri Sajan Chankaran, the Drubat exponent, Sri V.V. Sundaram, Founder Secretary, Cleveland Thyagaraja Festival, Srimati Nandini Ramani, the Kalai Mamani and SNA awardee and a Bharatanatyam exponent, and Srimati Priya Murali Kalai Mamani, Artistic Director, Sri Silambam Academy, Chennai. I invite all the dignitaries to the dais. I invite Head Continuing Education and Extension. I invite Head Continuing Education and Extension Program, Sastra Deemed University, to felicitate the guest. Handing over the session to you, Madhuvanti ma'am.
Thank you so much. It gives me great pride and pleasure. I'm also very humbled to be in the midst of such eminent panelists today. We welcome you to the concluding session of DHARA. I have with me eminent panelists today in this panel discussion. The topic will be internationalizing music and dance and best practices. So music is universal, we all know that. And it exists in every society, like how Kasimana pointed out in the previous session. It exists in every society, every geography, it exists, with or without words. Ilango Adigal, in his Tamil epic Silapadigaram, it is where he shows us proof that the first ever pun, Mullai Timbane, or Mullai Pan, now more commonly known as Mohanam or Bhoop, was first derived. He gave us the first proof. It's a pentatonic scale that is available everywhere in the world, all around the world, isn't it? It's universal. And this universality is not confined only to music, it's also to dance. If you look at the Karanas, we find Karanas sculptures on the Kume and Sham temples at Angkor and Shaku in Cambodia and Vietnam. Traces of Karana techniques and its subunits can be seen even today in living performing arts of Asia, in the Thailand Khmer dances, in Javanese dance, so many cultures, varied cultures, isn't it? So talking of cultures, we come to cross-cultural learning, cross-cultural exchanges of ideas and styles. They were also implemented in the 19th century, which is we consider as a golden period in our South Indian musical history. Muthuswami Dikshidhar, in his various Western influences that he had in his lifetime, later he took it as an inspiration and created Notaswaras, where he wrote Sanskrit texts and set it to tune to Western airs. His student, Vadivelu, and his brother, Baluswami Dikshidhar, they adapted the violin into Carnatic music. The violin nobody would have thought of. It's a Western instrument, but it became an inimitable part of the Carnatic music industry. Then we have Orientalists like Sir William Jones, who played a key role in making the Western ear more accepting of Indian musical instruments. He was the first one who found the link between Sanskrit and Latin. He also founded the Asiatic Society of Bengal. Then we have Sir Sorindra Mohan Tagore, who first formed the orchestra in Calcutta. He developed a hybrid Indian and Western instruments that, according to him, played an essential role in unifying and preserving the two musical practices. With all his acquaintances, he made sure that the world appreciation of Indian music only increased. From there on, we have a trend set by musicians in the 18th and 19th centuries. Scores of Indian musicians acted as a driving force to put India on the global map. From Pandit Ravi Shankar, who collaborated with greats like George Harrison and other Japanese artists, likes of Ustad Allah Rakha, Zakir Hussain, Pandit Ravi Shankar, Shiv Shankar Sharma, pardon me, Pandit Shiv Shankar Sharma, Kishori Tai, Parveen Sultana, Nightingales of India, Lata Mangeshkar, M.S. Subbulakshmi. Who can forget her concert, her scintillating concerts at Carnegie, at the UN General Assembly, and at Edinburgh? Not to forget the dancers. We have so many greats. We have our panelist, Srimati Nandini Ramani. Her illustrious Guru T. Bala Saraswati was one of the most instrumental dancers to put dance on the world map. So is Srimati Priya Murali's Guru, Professor Sudharani Raghupati. From there on, Dr. Padma Subramaniam, whom we met yesterday, Pandit Birju Maharaj, Vempati Chinnam, Chinna Satyam, scores and scores of musicians and dancers have put India on that international pedestal. They have crossed seas and made our culture more rich. And talking of crossing seas, I talk about crossing Atlantic seas now. Here I introduce to you Shri V.V. Sundaram sir. He is more commonly and proudly known as Cleveland Shri V.V. Sundaram sir. Very synonymous with the city Cleveland is Shri Sundaram sir now. He has been conducting the Cleveland Thyagaraja Aradhana for 42 years now. A mammoth 42 years. It's no mean feat. We're talking about Sabhas struggling to make ends meet even in India. And here he is picking up artists, and not just one or two artists, about 100, 150 of them. Am I right, sir? All the way to the US, to North America. And these are not just people from North America who come and participate in the festival. They're all over the world. They come from Australia, they come from Canada, they come from India, they come from Africa, everywhere. Presenting to you, Cleveland Shri V.V. Sundaram sir.
Namaskaram to all of you. And I want to thank for this opportunity today to address all of you. When we talk about internationalization of art, music and dance and other things, you should know that it has always been happening. It has been happening ever since mankind came into existence. As long as there was migration, internationalization was also taking place. And you will know that when the Chinese Yatrikas came to India, they also took Indian music and they also brought Chinese music here. Western music is the same way. We talked about Mohanam, but if you take the major scale of Western classical music, fundamentally it is similar to our Shankarabharanam. So these cross-cultural exchanges have been taking place all these years. What is happening today is that there are three things you need for that. One is communication, transportation, and access. Okay, these are the three things you need for art to flourish anywhere in the world. Today, with the revolution in all these three areas, Indian music is poised to go into the world and, may I say, take its rightful place. And similarly, the influence of Western music, both classical as well as popular, is going to impact music also inevitably. Because as an example, if you look at a common raga like a popular raga like Todi, what you hear today, Todi, is not the same Todi about 50, 60 years ago. And this change is going to accelerate, that we know. So in terms of internationalization, we always talk about Pandit Ravi Shankar and various other popular artists. But lesser known people have also spread. Rangaramanuja Iyengar, for example, in the 1950s and 60s, have been teaching in North America. And I don't know how many of you know, Devagota Narayana Iyengar has traveled to Burma and Singapore and other places in the 1930s. And from there we had, everybody knows about John Higgins coming here and performing. So were Harold Powers, Skelton, Professor Skelton, for example, Bob Brown, David Reck recently. These are Americans and who have learned our Indian music, attained a certain level of proficiency, so much said that they were able to come and perform. So internationalization is happening all the time, and it is across ethnic lines, no question about it. I don't know how many of you know, there's a Zulu warrior who is a disciple of KJ Yesudas and sings really well. Okay, there is in Belgium, there is a Belgian who has learned flute, Carnatic flute, and they are supposed to come to Cleveland about 4 or 5 years ago, but couldn't make it. So there are a lot of unsung people, heroes that we know, who also avidly follow our music, as much as our people. For example, I don't know how many of you know about a couple of young people's name I will mention. There is one Rishi Balaji. He takes Michael Jackson's one line of music and he will do Carnatic swarams on that. Okay, and he does it for all the Western music. Okay, and that he has got 1 million followers on TikTok. Okay, Kiran and Nivi, whom I know personally well from the time they were little girls actually, have got hundreds of thousands of followers because they take Indian music, adapt it to the Western music. So internationalization and taking it forward is happening all the time. So what's the current, that's history. What's the current status? I want to be as brief as possible because everybody has got a lot to contribute on this one. Current status is that, please take a look at North America, with which I am familiar. Conservatively, absolutely conservative. Between 100,000, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakhs young people who are born and brought up in North America of Indian origin are taking Indian classical arts, music and dance. And if you take as a percentage of the Indian population over there, we have only 4 million Indians. Out of that, 150,000, 1.5 lakhs of people are pursuing this art form. That percentage is far higher than what you'll find in Chennai, which is considered the citadel of classical arts. Okay, that is the level of interest that has been created, primarily because of a lot of reasons. One is the access due to through technology to some of the greatest gurus of our time. They could learn from them. We have in Cleveland Festival, for example, Sustaining Sampradaya program. We run programs in which eminent gurus in music come and teach, starting all the way from P.S. Narayana Swami to Lalgudi Jayaraman. People like that have taken classes who are not easily accessible to most people, but technology makes it easier for them. So that way, the best practices, as you say, is being taken forward to the far corners of the world. For the first time in our history of 45 years, we have started a Sustaining Sampradaya for dance for the first time. I don't know how it is going to go, but this year we are experimenting with that one. Why I am saying that is that you come into the Cleveland Festival, about which I can talk about, you will see 1,500 young children come to participate. Okay? They are there for music competition, dance competition, group productions, or whatever it is. There are 1,500 active participants are there. Okay? That tells you that going forward in 2047, this art form is going to be vibrant and it is going to be in excellent condition as we move forward. There are reasons for that one. Okay, reason is that why is it that Carnatic music flourished, for example, in the Kaveri Delta and the Tamaravarni area? Essentially, if your basic needs are taken care, you have time for art. If existence itself is in question, there's no place for art at all. Today in North America, the Indians are doing very well. So they have the money. They have the money to say that my children should know the heritage. They should know the art. And hence it is flourishing over there. Okay, that's something that we need to understand. So as the previous panelist said, if you want to take the art form, government or somebody has to come in with a system in which artists are supported. Okay, we have to do that one. But going forward, okay, today's condition in North America is that you go to any city, there are at least about 500 kids will be learning music and dance, major cities. Each dance guru has got 200 to 250 students. Each music teacher has got at least 100 people as their students. Okay, and not only that they are doing it, it gives you a livelihood for artists over here because they will start learning through Zoom, Skype, live stream, or whatever it is for people over here, and gives them a major boost in terms of their livelihood. So art flourishing cross-culturally has got impact not only in terms of their own personal development, but it also in terms of the livelihood of the people away from that continent. And also if you look into that one, the way in which art is being preserved in these far away places, especially in North America, I'll tell you is a bit more pristine than what you'll find in India. Here there are compulsions. As somebody pointed out, you got to be famous. There is room for only about 5 people at the top, and they take 90% of the rent anyway. The rest of the people don't have anything left. Okay? But there, the compulsion is not there. The result is that today you see a Ramakrishnan Murthy, you see a Sandeep Narayanan, you find a Kamalakiran Vinjamuri or Shruti Saradi coming and making a mark for themselves right here. So the situation in North America, at least I can say in internationalization, is that it is a purer form of music and dance that exists over there. There are a lot more adherents over there in North America as a percentage of the people. And finally, this particular interaction gives a lot of soft power to the Indian government. And the Indian diaspora interacts with the local people. For example, it's not just Indian people of Indian origin alone, but there are people who are of other ethnic background, whites, African Americans, Latinos, who are also taking to this art form. So it's an immense one from the society's point of view, government point of view, and the diplomats' point of view to have this art exchange between the two countries. It gives tremendous soft power. And finally, I want to say, what is the roadmap for 2047? I boldly predict only one thing. The next Bala Saraswati, the next Shamavati Srinivasaya, the next Yamma Subbulakshmi, I tell you, will come from North America. Okay. I really mean it, because you need to come and see the passion the people have got and the passion with which they are putting the art form. Okay, a simple example. Okay, Srimati Ramakausalya is here. She gave us the most traditional kolatam to be this one. You played in Cleveland, and that's what the children follow there. Okay, everyone is very pristine form it is taken. Given that, and given the interest in pursuing it in the hardest way possible, the next 3 or 4 great artists are going to come from North America. I'm convinced about it. But what does the government have to do then? I will end with that one. No matter how rich North America is, no matter how committed the parents are there, this art form ultimately is an expensive art form. Okay, you need support. And the biggest disservice we all do is that the Maharaja supported it, and the Jamindar supported it. The corporate world is supporting it. It is taking away your responsibility and my responsibility. We say it's not none of my business. There's somebody else who's going to be taking care of it. Society has to step forward, as Suchitra said, to support this art form. We have to do it. But government has got a role to play. The role is that you already have various international festivals. You are running it. Please expand that. As much as you expand to include the very popular artists and other things, please make sure that there are less unsung heroes who are still there, who have got some of the greatest music with them and dance with them. Give them an opportunity. And that's what the government can do. Thank you. Just to give an example, how far it has reached, Carnatic music has reached the mainstream Americans. You will see the Wesleyan University students singing pure Carnatic music in Cleveland Thyagaraja Festival in 2019. Just for a few brief seconds, please watch that.
They are not just Indian students, they are also students from America. They are children, they are white students from America. There's a Japanese boy there.
Hello. They undergo 4 years of training at Wesleyan University, purely in Carnatic music. And there are at least about 10 to 15 institutes who teach just Carnatic music at the undergraduate level and at a graduate level. And 90% of them usually are the local Americans. And that is the reach of the music.
If this is not internationalization, I don't know what is. It's an amalgamation of everything, sir. You're not just creating performers, you're also creating rasikas. You're teaching them to appreciate music, to know what our music is truly. And like he said, all the names that he mentioned, they're all top artists right now, and they've all emerged in a year or two. 2020 was the year I heard their names. Yes, very young, and they're all doing so well in the circuit. So I think, like he rightly pointed out, the kings in those days patronized art, patronized the artist, gave the artist whatever he or she needed to come up. They need not worry about groceries. They need not worry about their daily needs. Everything was met. All they needed to do was just develop their art and soak in art. We need to do that with our children. Catch them young. That's the message that Cleveland Sundaram sir sends to all of us. If this in his words, if I can quote, he says this is transplanting of music from India to the US. Thank you so much, Sundaram sir. I now go on to our next panelist, dancer, musician, resource person, researcher, author, art critic, scriptwriter, filmmaker. The list is never ending. She is everything bundled into one, Dr. Nandini Ramani. She straddles the world of performance and scholarship with just so much ease. I do not know how she does that. She's the executive board member of the Sangeet Natak Academy. She's a Kalaimamani awardee. Worthy daughter of an illustrious father, Dr. V. Raghavan, Padma Bhushan, Dr. V. Raghavan. And a worthy student of an illustrious teacher and performer, Dr. T. Bala Saraswati, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. T. Bala Saraswati. Nandini, we're very honored to have you in our midst. Over to you.
Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Mande Guru Paramparam Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Namasabhai. At the outset, I would like to thank the Ministries of Culture and Education and Shastra University, and particularly Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam, who have been kind enough to invite me to be part of this wonderful session. Thank you, Madhu, for introducing me. Namaskaram to Dr. Rama Kausalya, and namaskarams to my colleagues on dais, and greetings to all the members of the audience. Much has been said about the most experienced speaker on the subject of internationalization, Sri B.V. Sundaram, who has also invited me during the Bala Saraswati centenary to Cleveland. I was also given a chance to perform a padam there with Soumya singing for me. It was a very memorable event, and as he said, I could see scores of young children coming up to become extraordinary musicians in group singing and solo. Madhu has already, and also Mr. Sundaram have already spoken about great artists who have transferred our music and dance to Western world. In my own particular field, Bharatanatyam, I'm very proud to say that Bala Saraswati, my teacher, was the pioneer to bring to Western audiences Bharatanatyam in its purest sense. I'm saying it, I'm stressing that point because in all her life, she did only the margam, or the traditional path of items, which consisted of Alaripu, Jatiswaram, Shabdam, Varnam, Padavarnam, Padams, Javali, and Tillana. This was the format created by the sons of this soil, the Tanjai Nalvar, Tanjore Quartet, to whom the entire Bharatanatyam field owes in great deal. I always say this in every platform. So coming to Bala, I'm very proud to say that probably in whole of India, I'm the most senior and continue her tradition, because many others started and left it, and some have gone away. There are others who have not directly learnt with her or seen her perform. So in that way, I'm very privileged and very, very fortunate. I have been with her for nearly more than 3.5 decades, directly learning from her. What I want to here stress is that Bala never gave up this Margam-based performance in all her life, whether she was dancing for a Western audience or for an Indian audience. She was a stickler to Sampradaya, Daya, which is given with good essence. Sam and pra, the prepositions add the essential qualities of the given. subject matter. So, in my thought, when you say internationalization, Bala comes first. Of course, there were great others. And my father, Dr. Raghavan, an ambassador of culture, Sanskrit and culture, any aspect of Indian culture, he was there. So in a way, he created thousands of students. And these names are timeless names in the fields of Sanskrit, dance and music, because in Bala, there was complete blend of music. The Dhanamma family music was unique. And Bala maintained it at its very grand level all through her life. This is about a little bit about the past days. The present scene, I would like to say, as Mr. Sundaram rightly pointed out, there is so much of vibrance and positive vibes and great promising future for Sangeeta and Natya, with innumerable artists, especially the younger generation, participating in huge numbers. The approach to Shastra and Prayoga, the theory and practice methodologies, have expanded in an extraordinary extent with the aid of digital tools. You can see in YouTube how especially dance is taught by so many. The supply of teachers and dancers are so huge that every other dancer herself is starting a sabha of her own to present her students. So the supply and demand situation is really very alarming, I should say, in Bharatanatyam. If you come to Chennai now, you will see the festivals, dance festivals go on till March, and anybody who has performed 2-3 concerts, they have become gurus, and they have their own small associations where they promote students from other schools, which is very nice because there is a lot of mutual friendliness and bhava is there. Just like Vedic recitation, Natya and Sangeeta have reached amazing heights of documentation and dissemination in the learning processes. As you see in the YouTube and other various channels that one can learn a padam or half of the varnam and then another half from another style. The Parampara, the Sampradaya, those aspects have a different context these days. But change is the only good thing, and India is very, as we all know, is a very tolerant country. Especially in arts, we have to accept and move forward. But my only concern would be as a critic and early as a performer and in other dimensions. Where is the territory for expansion? Which is the limit? How do we decide, especially in Bharatanatyam? A fixed, the older generations like Bala, they learned from the gurus and they kept it. Where the Manodharma played is only in the Abhinaya, not in Ritta. Now in every aspect, there is fresh energies coming. We should accept Shane Kshane Navatam Upaiti, Yan Navatam Upaiti, Tadeva Rupam Ramaniyatayaha, which assumes every time a fresh form. That is the point of beauty. So in that way, one has to accept and move forward. But this internationalization and various other factors have definitely also, while bringing the positive things, it has also brought negative things. So somewhere there should be some check on that, because who defines, Tanjore Quartet defined the format. Is it being followed now? Even during our great Kittappa Anna's time, items like Mallari, Todayam, and Navasandhis, he only brought them to stage, and he told my father once, if I don't do these things, these temple ritualist pieces will be gone. So slowly they have crept into the Margam paste. Unlike in Sangeeta, Natya is more flexible, I feel, that it accepts every input. But if it shines with beauty, then one has to accept and then move forward. So much for a little observation on the present scene, because if I have to open that thing, it will be like opening a floodgate, and there will be a lot of things to discuss on that. For Vision 2047, I'd like to just make some points. The area of mapping, archiving, and documenting of arts, crafts, and cultural disciplines should be further expanded to reach out deeper into the realms of myriad art forms and their content across the country. Some of these suggestions might have already started with the ministries, processes where are being there maybe. Even in Sangeet Natak Academy, where I'm a board member, there are plans going on and projects which have been done in the past decades. But I'm only saying that these things have to be intensified more. Art education and cultural orientation to be made part of the academic syllabus with more thrust on the practical side of art forms. Instruments and rural arts to be given deeper attention to. I think these were discussed also in the previous session. And we all know that Shastra has this distance education, Master of Fine Arts is there, conducted by Dr. Padma. A government-supported forum for ensuring the continuation of oral traditions and their hereditary practitioners, those surviving descendants and those who trained under traditional masters like me, should be set up for providing not only a support system for the remaining repositories of traditional arts, but also for the sustenance of these oral traditions and their transfer and dissemination to the future generation. Widespread regional training programs should be more extensive through zonal centers for equipping the younger generation with practical aspects of different performing traditions. For example, the Sangeet Natak Academy has been having training programs initiated by me in the early 2000s for specific areas of music and dance, like singing of Padam Javalis, Rakti in Nagaswaram, and then Nattuvangam, special training in Nattuvangam. These happened continuously for 6 years in a very successful manner, and 6 students were selected by the teacher themselves, like S.R.D. Vaidyanathan selected his students, Professor B. Krishnamurthy for special Pallavis, Srimati R. Vedavalli for Padam and Javali, and Srimati Indira Rajan for Nattuvangam. They selected their own candidates. The commentator on Sangeeta Ratnakara's dance chapter stresses the importance on an unbroken chain of training as in a Gurukula Sampradaya. This can be implemented through special centers of knowledge systems to be established by the government across the country. For example, the Sangeet Natak Academy has the Kathak Kendra is there, and JNMDA for Manipur and other Northeast arts. They have different centers which are functioning very well and training innumerable number of students, beautiful festivals conducted. These can be tried for different traditions also. Another important area is art criticism is an integral part of sustaining the performing arts. A well-designed course study to dwell into the layers of arts and its different aspects like language, literature, and allied areas is an important need of the hour. We had a session last month here in Chennai, conducted by the Sangeet Natak Academy, and we had a 2-day workshop on critiquing on arts. I was also part of it. And, many students attended it, and it was very well received. And our chairman came out with the idea that a syllabus for this critiquing is on the way, and that it will be roped into very soon, which is very good, because artists need appreciation or criticism. They don't take it in the right sense. That's a different thing. They want to be said, you are Indran, you are Chandran. That is a different thing. But it needs definitely critiquing, because only then arts can flourish. On the side of publication, because I'm also involved in the publication committee, and my own center, Dr. V. Raghavan Center, has a number of publications done during the last few decades. Publication on arts documentation and disseminating an encyclopedia of musical and dance terms with meanings, along with source books, would be an ideal support for future torchbearers of art forms. Because these people who writing, critiquing also, it would be helpful, because when you read some of the reviews, they don't even have the language, bhasha knowledge. The splitting of the words in Thyagaraja Kriti or Dikshitar Kriti. I mean, these are all crucial features of critiquing, and these can be helpful, the musical terms and dance terms. For a simple beginner, it would be a great support. Tourist and pilgrim centers could be an ideal space for propagating our art forms and its myriad hues through lectures and PowerPoint presentations by government-appointed scholars, teachers, and practitioners of arts in order to reach out to larger audiences. Now we have all these guides, the local guides who explain, but these organized thing would be of great importance. In the past eras, kings, patrons, lords, and cultural enthusiasts had rendered major support to arts and artists. Today, corporate houses play a major role in this direction. The government support to the arts and artistic community needs to expand further and in larger measure, just as it does for technical sciences. Also, the processes involved in the funding system needs certain simplification, especially the paperwork has to be a little more, relaxed, but extended with the existing firm terms and conditions that give a good sense of responsibility for artists and all those who serve in the field of performing arts. That's it for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nandini Ramani. That was a very insightful talk. Like you said, art must reach in its purest form. And like Sundaram sir said, art is flourishing in its purest form in North America. We need to do that the same with India as well. And if we can do that with the same passion, the same rigor, I'm sure we will reach greater heights. Sustenance in oral tradition is something that really needs to be given importance, because that is our form of learning since the Vedas. So we need to give that due importance. On to Srimati Priya Murali. She is a dancer, choreographer, teacher. She's convened so many dance festivals. I don't know since when she's been dancing. I think she started to dance even before she started to walk, because she's been dancing for almost 50 years now. You need to watch her dance to believe the great dancer that she is. She donned herself as a Kattiyakaran in a dance drama where she infused Terukuthu in Bharatanatyam. I can never forget that one piece. It's still in my eyes. When I think of Priyaka, that comes to my mind. On to you, Srimati Priya Murali.
Thank you so much, Madhu. Yes, I think it's getting time and most of you must be hungry. Sorry. But it is my duty to thank the Ministries of Culture and Education, Indian Knowledge System, and Shastra University for having invited me here. I deem it a privilege because I think this is very important. So I completely bow to the experience and scholarship and knowledge of both Cleveland Sundaramama and Nandini Akka, and I'm sure even our fourth panelist. So quickly, I have a lot to thank for this exposure, for this particular topic to my guru, Professor Sudharani Raghupati, because she was a student of modern history of dance in the year 64 or something. And she was one of the first dancers in the Randolph-Macon College of Women, where she went as a scholarship student. So ever since our education, my Natyam education was, we had a lot of Graham technique exercises infused. So the process of, I think, internationalization or globalization or whatever you want to call was right there at the initial years. Cleveland Sundaramama said that about North America, the range of Bharatanatyam is that I was called to be an examiner in this tiny island of Reunion, which is next to Mauritius. And they have a conservatory and they call examiners, and it is in this pedagogy is the Kalakshetra, and they do an amazing job. And over there, most of them will be of Indian origin, but many of them are both French and a mixture. So it was very interesting to see. We only hear a lot about North America. And if you ask me, with my limited knowledge, the diaspora has influenced a lot to the form of Natyam. And another thing, I am a Bharatanatyam artist, but then I think Bharatanatyam has taken a lot of the position. Where is our Indian folk traditions? Where are our Indian folk dance traditions? Where are our Indian folk music traditions? Have they been given that kind of, USP in the, even in North America? But there in North America, you'll find that what he's saying is very true, that when when they're going to drop the children at their schools, the mother starts saying a string of slokams. And I'm ashamed to say that my son just says hello to God and goes. I mean, I don't know how many slokams. I mean, as a person who is very much in the tradition, so this is that there is free access over here, and the beauty of our tradition is not there. So when you talk of internationalization, what is it that we are having here? How much do we take pride in our culture? What is the influence of that culture here? I mean, there are so many videos to prove this very startling fact. So as much as the people who are so passionate, one thing that you find, many students, we have trained every year, students of Colgate University students, which Professor Billion Skeleton used to bring every year, every other year. And the kind of focus that they have, leaving their families and coming here for a semester, is not there here. So there is a lot of difference. So what is in India, I think we'll have to, so I'm going to be going back and forth, because I feel in India, we need to have a lot of outreach programs. How many of our maids, children learn dancing? How many of them know anything beyond the cinema culture? I mean, what do they know of our traditions? What do they know of our temples? What do they know of our architecture? What do they know of our kings? They do not have access. So in that time, I think an association which I represent, called the Association of Bharatanatyam Artists of India, one of its kind in the world, because there is no other association, came during the pandemic. We helped a lot of artists. Yes, I did hear a lot of that. The pandemic also allowed artists like us to kind of the internet and all those social media I mean, we are all very well versed in reaching out to audiences abroad. So I want to know one thing: how do we see art? We've all seen, heard them, but I would like it if more of our culture and more of our art forms are exposed outside, not just Bharatanatyam, and because there is so much in our culture. Secondly, best practices. Now, my student, I have a student who's done her integrated masters in BITS Pilani, and she's learning and she's very passionate about dance. Now, what is the thing that I will tell her? You have to pursue dance. Where is the money? Where is the monetary gains for us? So best practices would be that we do not, say 25 years hence, we don't need to give money to have performances. We need, as a dancer, there was a conference and they said dancers, it is very practical for dancers to have another profession where they earn. And I got up and said, why doctors, would you tell a doctor to have another profession? Why should I, a dancer, have another profession to fund? So I can only appeal to the knowledge system, to the government. I know the government is doing a lot, but give us the dignity of a passionate industry. I mean, there are many jargons, and sometimes you say, why should we call dance industry? Well, you have so many other things. You have so many categories. So give us the dignity and let us also start finding out ways that we can earn and say that I'm an artist with great pride. Because even now, if you see that there are a lot of people who don't get married to dancers because we don't have any structures from 9 to 5. Well, you could say this is to do with India, but as a 25 years hence, with all the technological advancements and everything that we are going to imbibe, we need to get the dignity of a dancer. And that is what I wanted to say today. Well, internationalization of dance is fantastic. It puts us in the map. And I think India is kind of defined by our traditional knowledge systems, and which art is Sangeetam and Natyam are primarily over there, right in front. So I think I'm proud to be a dancer, but 25 years hence, I would like my students to, I would like many of you who want to pursue a music or dance to come and say, yes, I have this knowledge. I'm going to be kind of, combining my knowledge in sciences. Arts and science are two eyes and they all meet towards one. They are not two separate visions. You need art in science, you need science in art. So, and that would give 25 years hence, best practices would be all this for me. I'm not saying anything else because everything has already been said. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Srimati Priya Murli. Very insightful. Like she said, we need to go to the grassroots level and make our children understand what our culture is all about. We have Dr. Rama Kausalya here. We have Sundaram sir, who do the sustaining sampradaya traditions. She does it in a small hamlet in Tanjore. He does it in North America. That's the only difference. But we need to go to the grassroots level and make them understand what our culture is about. We need to give outreach programs. A lot of organizations are doing it. I know of many of them in Chennai who go to schools with artists. Priya Murli also does that. They go and teach children, but we need to do it in large numbers. Everybody needs to know what our art is. They need to appreciate it. This is what has been said after every session, I think, right? We need to go to the grassroots level and start from there. Having said that, you said it right. You gave me the cue to start off with our last but not the least panelist, Sajan Shankaran. Two eyes, right? Science and art, they're not the same. And he is an IIT scientist who is pursuing Drupad. A youngster. I think he is one of the torchbearers for that tradition eventually. But yes, you will all follow suit. Thank you. On to you.
thank you, first of all, Madhuvanti ji, for moderating this session so beautifully and for guiding it so well. In a performative context, the young artist begins so that the trajectory of the event goes upwards. But in a non-performative context, in any Jnana Parampara, the masters come first. And so the path is shown, and then we are able to walk along the path which is shown. So I have this huge privilege today of walking along a path that has been lit up by the three illustrious stalwarts and our moderator. So Sundaram sir, Nandini ma'am, Priya ma'am, thank you so much. My pranams to you. My pranams to all the stalwarts in the audience, Rama ma'am, everybody else who's here, all the other speakers, artists, and to the audience who are listening. So I am a Drupad musician, and I'm going to try to keep whatever I say very specific to the context of internationalization. So there could be a disproportionate representation of certain points, but that's intentional because this is the context of what we're talking about. So I have a 5-point agenda. I'll try to quickly run through it because we have lunch waiting for us. So the first point is this phenomenon of integration or contextualization of arts with other aspects of life. A lot of people have addressed it beautifully in the previous sessions. In one of yesterday's sessions, Dr. Revati Ramachandranji, I think she was quoting Srimati Rukmini Deviji, where she said, artists are the custodians of culture. So I think we need to learn to look at art, Sangeeta, Natya, and all the other arts as very effective means of encoding, communicating, and inculcating values. And I want to stress on this again, arts as a means of encoding, communicating, and inculcating values. And the reason I say it's important to look at it this way is that the world is learning now to care about certain things, like building a syncretic relationship with nature, sustainability, collaborative growth, various other humanitarian issues, conflict resolution, diplomacy, things like that. And interestingly, if we explore our repertoire, Sangeeta, Natya, and other art repertoire, these values are enshrined brilliantly. So from the global perspective, I think there needs to be a lot of effort to emphasize on the need, and I want to capitalize need, on the need to engage with Indian art repertoire. Very crucial. So there are two aspects to this. One is the arts in its full grandeur, its full magnificent scale needs to be represented in, for instance, there is a climate change summit happening. Why are we not having somebody singing songs of nature? There's such beautiful repertoire. And this is the way that these values also get inculcated into society rather than lectures. So I think that function that art serves is not being addressed. Art is seen as a separate thing from regular life. But as the world is moving towards things, or for instance, Women's Day celebrations, I know yesterday we saw the Sunad show, such a brilliant show. In one of their previous productions, they picked up texts from women saint poets from around the country and brilliantly highlighted the philosophies espoused. In fact, another thing this could achieve as a byproduct, but a very, very crucial byproduct, is also to correct needless narratives that are going on in a very non-confrontational and a very constructive manner, because we can address a lot of complex social issues in a very holistic, simple, beautiful aesthetic manner by focusing on this aspect. And another part, as the recognition of a repertoire or the value of the Indian art repertoire increases, probably a simplified version could also go to schools across the world, like how I learned Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star in a school, which is beautiful. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a very nice nursery rhyme. But what if our songs can be learned in other places, especially as the themes are recognized more and more? So this is one thing. And just to finish off this subtopic, I think one thing that can help this very significantly is to facilitate collaborative interdisciplinary research grants. So just for instance, as a music practitioner, I would probably love to explore the temple history of Drupad, because we say Drupad comes from the temples, and there are paramparas even today existing which sing Drupad in temples. But as a practitioner, it is very difficult for me to motivate myself to do research on that rather than sit and practice, because I already have so much to practice, so much to work on. So if there can be residencies hosted in particular centers that can be identified, along with, say, a historian or an anthropologist or something, where an artist and such a person can work together, then this will also help the output reach more people, rather than just being published in a journal that maybe a few scholars read and then nothing happens, or an independent art product which people watch for the entertainment value and go. So this is the first point. Second point I want to talk about: dissemination, pedagogy, teaching. So this is again, as we talk about internationalization, this is very, very crucial. I see currently, especially in the Hindustani, also specifically in the Drupad tradition, it's very disorganized. This is one thing that I love about Carnatic music. I have a very limited engagement, but from what I understand, there is a certain standard you can expect no matter whom you go to. Whereas up north, I see if you are lucky to find a good guru, you get incredible training, incredible talim. If not, you're lost. So this standardization is something that we need to learn, and how Carnatic musicians have managed to build that so effectively and yet retain the the originality, the subjectivity, which is so crucial. It's not just a standard template that everybody just blindly follows, but there is a standard that has been established. When we come to folk art forms, it is even more disorganized, and this. So we need to understand that there are two separate skills. Pedagogy, teaching is a separate skill, and the practice of the knowledge system is a separate skill. Many times practitioners may not even be aware of what really they have to offer. They have an intuitive understanding of it for sure. Just for instance, some of my theater friends in Bangalore, who are theater practitioners, they invited this gentleman who is a clown. He trains in the art of clowning from Europe. And he came to Bangalore, he did a workshop for the theater practitioners there, and they loved it. Now, in the pandemic, some of us, we organized outreach programs. Many people did. We did a small part, whatever we could. I worked with a Bahurupia artist from Rajasthan. Brilliant craft, exceptional. And first of all, the detailing in the makeup itself is so amazing. That skill in itself can be taken to so many people. And the conversations that they have, the skill of improvisation, improv, which is given so much value. Even stand-up comedians need to learn that. So now, this gentleman could actually be conducting workshops on improvisation using his repertoire. So this return to first principles. What exactly am I doing? That's very, very crucial. Now, the gentleman whom I work with, he has incredible knowledge of his art form, but he's not equipped to build this kind of pedagogical frameworks. And it is also not right to expect him to be. So hence, again, we come to the idea of collaborative, interdisciplinary exchanges. If we can facilitate residencies, probably establish centers of excellence, like my Gurukul could be a great center of excellence for teaching Drupad. I mean, in the context of classical music, how to teach effectively, because I've seen magic happen there. And these centers also need not be restricted to genres. Like for instance, the Behrupi artist could work with somebody like Tarakini yesterday, who's an education expert, but who can help them actually design what they can teach and also help them reach people who would want to learn that. Because there are a lot of people who want to learn that. And as the world is moving towards recognizing decoloniality and recognizing the importance of what we consider indigenous knowledge systems. I mean, I don't like the word, but still. We also need to ramp up our efforts to be able to fill that gap, to be able to. So these efforts are very, very crucial in the context of pedagogy, dissemination. So that's my second point. Third point, the Indian missions outside India need to be rejuvenated, like the consulates, the embassies need to be energized, rejuvenated in a cultural context. So there is, of course, ICCR organized tours and festivals that happen, which are done incredibly well. So no complaints there. But just few months back, I was in Europe for a couple of months. I was there for concerts, workshops. I wrote to many of the embassies and consulates of all the countries and all the cities that I was visiting. I didn't get a reply from anywhere except 2 places. And then I got a reply like 1.5 months later. By then, the tour was already planned. And it is not that there is no intent, but there is a mismatch between the intent and the execution. And again, I don't mean to complain. My passport was stolen when I was in Europe. So I went to a consulate and I was impressed with the way they were functioning. So they genuinely want to help people. But the problem is that they don't have a model of engagement. So there are two things that I need, that I think can be done here. One is each embassy, each consulate should invest some time and effort in preparing some kind of an information packet, that artists can make use of. Because if I go to Hamburg, or I go to Germany, or I go to Italy somewhere, and I'm not going through ICCR, I'm going as an independent artist, and I want to plan something, then the embassy, if it has something like, these are list of organizations you can reach out to, these people might be interested in music, these people might be interested in a yoga teacher, these people might be interested in a research exchange of some kind. So if this kind of a documentation can be done, and also there are very specific country-specific cultural practices, like some places, like the remuneration you can expect, or some places have this thing of a hat collection kind of a thing where you don't charge. But people need to know how it works. So if I'm planning a tour, I need to plan how much I can earn. I need to book my flight tickets. I need to do this. I need to do that. So if this is something that the embassies can do, it's a one-time effort. And then after that, it's probably just something that can be updated maybe once a year or something. So this is one thing. Second thing that the missions can do is also prepare a model or a template for engaging artists who come. Like right from here, somebody sends a mail. Okay, this is step one. Okay, receive the mail, check the dates. These dates are available, not available. Immediately send a reply. If there's a standard flow chart, it makes it also easier for the people there, because I understand they are burdened and they have a lot of things to do. But if there's a clear setup that can be followed, step one, step two, step three, then I think that can make things, that can streamline this whole process more effectively and increase the possibility of artists engaging with the communities in various countries. So the next point that I want to bring in, the fourth point, is this confluence of arts and wellness, and also research into the therapeutic potential. Now the mandate has been to be very critical. So a disclaimer, I'm intentionally trying to be very critical. There's a lot of good work happening, but I'm trying to be very critical. So hence, with that disclaimer, I see a lot of vagueness, a lot of nice things being said, a lot of patting ourselves on the back. I mean, specifically in this context of therapy, wellness, and things like that, which subjectively I love. And it's not just that I love, I agree with it. It has been my experience. I understand what is being said. But as an aspiring academic, I'm very dissatisfied with the lack of rigor in framing arguments, framing premises, and also the lack of robustness in the methodologies used to even conduct whatever studies people are using. It's quite disappointing and disheartening, even for me as a person who completely agrees with everything that is being said. So for somebody who's discovering it, I mean, I know many people who get annoyed, and I say you're right to get annoyed because that's how it has been presented. So I think so this idea of reverence outside the context of the parampara, I mean, in context of a general engagement, reverence has been commodified, because I find these general music therapy workshops randomly using names of deities and forming random associations just so that people feel good and say, oh, music is so divine, which is true. I agree with that. But what is the output of what you're saying? Then you just make people feel good and go and not learn anything. So yeah, so it's a very disappointing scenario. Again, please remember my initial disclaimer. I'm trying to be very critical. There are a lot of people doing good work. So I think, and on the other hand, if you look at the phenomenon of critique, Dr. Bharat Gupji on the first day, he pointed out very brilliantly a lot of frameworks which are very irrelevant to what is actually being done, being forcefully imposed, and forming critiques which are like, what was that? How is it even relevant to what was happening? So we need a balance. So I hope that in 25 years we attain that kind of a balance between reverence and critique. So, and I also find a lot of mixing of modalities of study. Like, for instance, people start off with saying, you sing this raga and it cures diabetes. So I'm like, okay, so if you want to make that claim, if you're using the word diabetes, then you're using a contemporary conventional modality. So then I would expect you to take your rigor to that extent, where if you say, okay, this frequency has triggered this, I don't know, secretion of this hormone or something, what is the basis for what you're saying? If you're using this modality. If you're not, it's great. I love, for instance, say the Yoga Sutras of Maharishi Patanjali. It's an enlightening text, but that's a very different modality. It can also be considered a subjective text, but there is no contradiction. There is an inherent rigor, inherent robustness. I think both modalities need to be understood, need to be engaged with consciously. But we also need to understand what we are doing and take that properly. So that is the next point. And so in this also couple of additions is there are also a lot of economic implications to this wellness and art confluence. People spend millions of dollars going to Indonesia and Thailand for yoga teacher trainings, for sound healing programs. And I've seen actually quite a few of them come to my Gurukul doing like really random stuff and singing mediocre raga. So, I mean, why is India not designing such programs? Why is India not attracting these people? So it is great that there is an Ayush ministry and there is a Ministry of Culture as separate entities, because there's a lot of work to be done in both domains independently. But there needs to be communication between these two ministries, between Ayush and Ministry of Culture. And we need to facilitate development of such programs more effectively. And on the say the other modality which I was pointing out, there is, for instance, NIMHANS, which is one of the premier neuroscience institutes in Asia, probably the world also. They have a cognitive musicology lab where they're looking into the clinical applications of music. Dr. Shantala Hegdeji, who's herself a good musician and a brilliant scientist herself, is leading this. So we need to run more such centers, more such programs, more support is necessary for these kind of engagements to develop that modality, which can then effectively communicate the value of Indian arts in a therapeutic context around the world. My final point is about instruments and associated entities of arts. Now, I'll touch upon this very briefly because it has been addressed extensively in the previous sessions. Both go hand in hand. We've already seen that. So I don't want to repeat the points. I think there just needs to be some investment in developing a global marketplace of some kind also for the instruments, because I know people who, like there are some music shops in Europe who purchase instruments at a not so expensive rate and then sell it at like exponentially higher. I understand you need profit margins, but not that much. Or if you have that, then that also needs to go back to the instrument makers for doing that. And again, some of the points that I have on this topic have already been spoken about, so I won't bring that. So there needs to be an effort to highlight rare instruments and a parallel effort to constantly bring in more such instruments and entities. So I say entities because in the context of music, it is instruments, but in the context of Natya, and it could be other things. Like for instance, there is this Kavad Katha form, which one of my good friends has been working with a lot. There's a beautiful box with very nice paintings which are unfolded and then stories are told. Now this box, the covered box, has itself effectively been marketed, for want of a better word, as an aesthetic thing in itself. A lot of people buy covered boxes without knowing what it is. So I think it's good. I mean, what's wrong with that? So what if more people start buying a Rudraveena? There are probably, 5 Rudraveena players in the world today. So crucial for Drupad. Drupad is because Rudraveena is. So what if people buy a Rudraveena and just keep it? It's fine. It's helping the instrument maker. And you never know when the presence of an instrument will trigger an engagement with it. So if there's a covered box in somebody's house, maybe they just have it because it looks beautiful. But maybe their grandchild asks, what is this? Oh, you can open it and tell stories. Oh, and then maybe they try to find somebody to learn from and things like that. So hence this also I feel is very, very important, but this has been highlighted already. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sajjan. So, like he said, art should teach value systems to children. 60 years ago, my mother told me that the opening prayer in her school used to be an Aati Chudi. an Avyazati Chudi or a Tiruvasagam or a Tevaram. These values went into children even without them realizing that they were absorbing all these values. So like they said, we must start at the grassroots level. Whatever points you said, Mr. Sajan, they're all interrelated. Like you said, it's a very complex art form, right? Our Indian art is complex. We need to make it simple. We need to make it simple because there are no more gurukuls. There is no more intensive training. There is no more so many hours of practice, so many hours of learning. All that has dwindled because time is changing. Times are changing. So we need to make sure that we need to simplify it and show it to them. I'd like to point out one example here. Srimati Bombay Jayashree Ramnath. She's teaching children in the spectrum of autism around the world. And this is no mean feat because she's doing it through an online platform. And those children are responding to it. She's simplifying our ragas. She's simplifying our music for them. She's composing songs for them, just for them. And it's working. So it's true. What you said is true. If we simplify the art form and give it to them, they will slowly start understanding its nuances. Bit by bit by bit, they will understand how beautiful our art is. They will start appreciating it, and that will itself become music therapy for them. So it's all interrelated, I feel. Having said that, you said you could teach temple history, music, and architecture. All these three should be combined, like you said. Even we could make videos with respect to even instruments that you were talking, sir. There has been an increased export of Indian musical instruments in the last 8 years. It has increased 60 times in India, from India to 173 countries. It's a fact. US, UK, Germany, France, name it. 173 countries, 60 times. So there is a need for art everywhere, right? We need to make sure it reaches to them in the right way. Let's make videos. Now we said, dude, all these children are so tech savvy. They've had the experience of a concert through an online platform. We can do that for the rest of the world, for the Indian diaspora abroad, for the non-Indian diaspora abroad, for our Indian diaspora in India, right? Let's do that. We can. When we were small, we used to see Mile Sur Mera Tumhara. Do you remember? It used to be so famous, starting with Pandit Bhimsen Joshi. Even now, when I think of it, I get goosebumps. So we could make videos like that to inspire young children, to make sure they understand what our art truly is. We could make short films, documentaries on so many instruments that are dwindling, like the Shenai, the Nadaswaram, Tavil, Tara, Tappata, so many other North Indian instruments I do not know of. Temple instruments. The Panchamukha Vadyam, there is no player in the Tiruvarur temple today. There is one player. Only one player, yes. After them, I don't think there's anybody to take it up. She has hopes. She has hopes that somebody will
I
come.
have something to say for this. You're saying films. See, it took a Mani Ratnam for the people to go back to be interested in Chola history.
True.
You know, so I think maybe that's what works in this,
Yes.
in especially Tamil Nadu.
Yes.
Films, movies work. So maybe very established, we need to get them on board, established filmmakers who could actually talk about different aspects, like Rajiv Menon did Sarvam Talamayam. It was about a Mridangam maker wanting to learn Mridangam. So many dying arts and art forms, and I think it's a kind of a responsibility for them to get our different arts onto the.
True, we need responsible filmmakers like you said, Mr. Rajiv Menon, Mr. Maniratham. They make sure our art is displayed, our culture is displayed to the entire world. We need more of them. Having said that, we need more outreach programs, not just to children here. We need it for children abroad as well. And this needs to be funded by our government, because imagine a one-man army like him. I'm sure he has a small team. He has co-founders as well. They help him. But imagine if they can create wonders like this for 42 years and make North America such a big hub for our art and culture. Imagine what we can do as a unit here with the help of our rulers, right? We can do wonders. So, on that note, I think it's everybody is one world. Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. We're all one world. And when I said Milisar Mera Tumara, I feel we should just give and take so that we also flourish, you also flourish, and we all make this world one beautiful musical place to live in, right? Thank you so much. On that note, we conclude the session. Thank you so much for being here. Do we have time for question answers or observations? Are we going to have them? Okay. Does anybody have any questions or observations to make? Okay, great. We'll do that. Yes. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
अरे भैया ये क्यों बंद कर रहे हैं बार बार लाइव? दिक्कत करो। हेलो यार, ये देखो हो गया खराब।
DHARA summary and way forward. We have done with the panel discussions. So, to be dice. The first we have Sri Rajagopala Venkatraman, Director Partnership, Nalanda Way Foundation. Next we have Dr. Rama Kausalya, Retired Principal, Tamil Nadu Government Music College, Tirupur, and Managing Trustee, Marabu Foundation, Tillesthanam. Next we have Sri Ramaya, Founder and CEO, Nalanda Foundation. Srimati Madhuvandi Badri, Musician and Compare. Dr. Anuradha Chowdhury, Coordinator Outreach, IKS Division of Ministry and Education, and Assistant Professor at IIT Kharagpur. And we'll be having Gandhi S. Murthy, Professor Gandhi S. Murthy, National Coordinator, IKS Division, and Professor IIT Indo. He'll be joining us. And we have Sri Praveen Chaturvedi, CEO, Moonlight Pictures, and Prachin. We'll start the session, ma'am.
Can you? Namaste to everybody. Welcome back. We've gone through some very, very engaging and enriching sessions on the Sangeeta and Natya Parampara and the challenges that are faced in this world, and the different ideas that came through about what we can do collectively for the future. And we are all delighted that in front of us we have the next 25 years, the prime of the next 25 years sitting in front of us. So what we thought of doing is we will maybe just say 2-3 words about what our sessions were about, just maybe 1 or 2 points, not even more than that. And then we would like to open it up to all of you to listen to we would love to listen to what you have to, what were your thoughts about this whole thing? You've heard it. You are going to be the ones who are going to make that difference in a big way. So, how do you? What did you hear from what we said, and what are some of your suggestions on how we can take it forward? Because whatever plans we do, you're the ones who are going to be the consumers of those ideas, and also those who take it forward. So, with these words, I would like to request. Would you like to start? Just go in order.
Well, my session was on endangered arts and their ecosystem. It was joined in by Professor Kesliwal, Mrs. Roja Kannan, and Rajagopalan. I think the crucial points were around looking at the need for documentation of a lot of these endangered dying arts, trying to build educational resources for building awareness and learning, and to look at improving the livelihoods and income earning opportunities of artists. There were also a couple of other points that Kesliwal mentioned about the need for research on alternative ways, especially on instrument manufacturing and technical support for them. There is a need for an encyclopedia. There is a need for a museum, more museums which house and talk about some of these art forms and instruments. There was also an emphasis on the dignity and rights of the artist as much as the art form as well. There is a need for preventing and looking at the stigma of traditional artists and the kind of challenges that they are going through. There is a need to organize artists themselves so that they can come in on the same platform without rivalry, so that it becomes a much more unified voice. There is a need, Rajagopal spoke about the need to reach out to the newer audience and not look at only traditional methods, but to look at using technology, social media in a way that content reaches in the way young people are consuming content now. These were some of the initial thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. Our session was art and education. So the key takeaways from our session was two things. One is about taking art forms to schools across the nation, giving students an exposure and experience to various art forms, classical, folk, whatever. So there is a clear need there. So which means we need to develop an ecosystem of teachers, trainers, so many people which can cater to this requirement, which means, so many schools require music teachers. Then there has to be a curriculum, there has to be a program to assess the curriculum and all that. So which means there is a concerted effort that's needed to take arts into the schools. And again, there are two aspects. One is taking arts and giving students an exposure and experience in art forms. The second aspect is, can you use arts for teaching subjects also? What we call the arts integrated learning, which the National Education Policy is advocating now. Is there a way that arts can be used to engage the children, students in teaching subjects? That was the other strand we discussed. And the third aspect we discussed is, how do you broad base arts and create a vast pool of rasikas beyond performers, beyond teachers? We spoke about each of these. How do you create responsible musicians, performers, responsible teachers, and then also responsible listeners is something we spoke about. I think that's in a nutshell what our session was. One aspect we left out, which was covered in another subsequent panel, was the responsibility of art organizations in taking art to a large audience and performers and all that. I think that got covered later. Yeah, thank you all.
You have heard a lot for the last 2 days. I don't want to again go back, but festivals are the forums where we hear the talent or the expertise of the performers in totality. They give their full performance so that you will be fed with that real art there. But the organizers, they face a lot of problems. So we enjoy with the ultimate aim of giving a series of programs to the audience, bringing the best talents and upcoming talents to the audience is a joyful thing. But the very organizational problems we are facing, and we can easily solve them. But in future, how the organization methods will be and how you expect such organizational, how we expect you to solve those problems easily in future with the help of modern technologies as well as your own ideas. But it is left to you, the next generation, to organize such festivals in which we are facing problems. Those problems can be very easily solved by you, we believe. But this generation is very brilliant, and you are very brilliant than we people, and in many ways. So we believe that with the inputs from this 2-day programs, we will do better. We will face challenges very easily. We will solve the problems also. It is left to you, and I see the future very bright with you children. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramagausalya. So mine was the concluding session for DHARA. It was internationalization of music and dance and best practices around them. So what we gathered from the panel discussion was that internationally our music is doing very well. They're very bright right now. The way forward is going to be brighter and smoother only, because from their end, they're all doing very well, right? In monetarily, they have parents who nudge them, who take all the efforts. They take an hour to drive from their house to wherever they are, wherever the music classes are or dance classes are. 1 hour is not our traffic time. It's about at least 60, 70 kilometers, which they will cover in 1 hour. They'll go there, wait for 2 hours till they finish the class. They'll pack all lunch, everything. They'll sleep in the car, parents and students. This is how they function. And then they'll come back home. They'll make sure they practice whatever they've learned every day for at least 2 hours in the midst of all the homework and assignments that they have to do in school. This is the rigor. I'm just telling you the rigor that they're following there abroad. They work so hard to make sure they learn this art perfectly well. Now, if we can do this in our country, will we not go places? He was talking about violinists, in particular, because these are the violin stars who have come here. But we've had a Sid Sriram, we have a Sandeep Narayan. I'm dropping names because they're all doing very well here in the Carnatic music circuit. Yeah, all of you are fans of Sid Sriram, aren't you? Yeah, I can see all teeth wide. He grew up in the US, right? But he worked this hard to learn that art. And he's come back here, of course. He's shuttling between two continents, but then he's based out of here and he's doing very well for himself. Why? Because he's put in all that hard work all his life. So they're doing very well. We should also do the same thing from our part here. How? We should reach out, like everybody said, reach out to the grassroots levels. Start young. Yeah, everything can be done by the time you're 18. You can learn at least 18 different languages by the time you're 18. That's how fast your brain works. So we should start young, expose ourselves to good music, which is to be done from our end. Whatever teachers give, you consume, right? Amma gives you food, you eat. That's how it works here also. So we need to give students the right dose of music in the right way, because like I told, we don't have Gurukula systems anymore. Our lives are very fast paced. We need to make sure we learn the art within this time frame, whatever time we get. So going forward, we need to do that. And from initiatives perspectives, we must use media to the fullest to reach out to the youngsters. Basic lessons, art appreciation lessons, instrument making documentaries. Something very interesting can be made and given to youngsters. To sum up, yes, it's a give and take policy as far as internationalization of art is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madhavantiji. Thank you. We started the discussions yesterday with the philosophy of arts and the philosophy of arts and national integration. That was the topic of the first session. And we had with us Professor Bharat Gupta, Dr. Chitra Madhavan, and Dr. Kasliwal. And we had with us Dr. Milind Kangamcha, who did it with us. And few points that came up. One, Professor Bharat Gupji talked about the fact that there is actually, all these art forms are huge equalizers in terms of the literature, in terms of history, in terms of practice. We don't find all those typical differences that are talked about in different areas. So these are huge social equalizers and unifiers in many ways. He also spoke about the fact that we are all using Western lenses and different lenses, non-indigenous lenses, to look at ourselves when we are delving into maybe the more academic study of our own cultures. And that is problematic because the mindset from which the West looks at some of our traditions and they look at their own traditions is very different from what the way we look at our own traditions, because we have a different understanding of how we have, where we come from and what is the purpose of art. The point that was made by Dr. Chitra Madhavan was that history itself, the sculpture that is depicted on the various temples across the country is a proof in stone of the unity that is there in this land, the cultural unity that binds this land. And one of the important takeaways was that if history was presented differently to us, we would again not have many of those questions that are brought up as almost false narratives to create different kinds of divisions in our society today. And then we had Dr. Millen, who spoke about his personal connection of, although he's from Manipur, but the deep connection that he feels for this land of Tamil Nadu. Also, this was coming from a philosophical angle, where he finds that the philosophy that has bound these two, the North, the East and the South, have got a lot more in common than we normally think. There's also ignorance about different parts. And even in Manipur today, for example, he specified about the aesthetics of Manipur and the way in which that needs to be understood and developed further. Because while, of course, Advaita is a pan-Indic, a big thing, but the way in which Manipur looks at its relationship with the transcendent is very special and depicted through its art forms in a manner which cannot be expressed as eloquently through any other systems of knowledge. So if one has an appreciation of Manipuri art, then one can also understand the philosophy of that land. And youngsters will have a greater appreciation and connection with their own culture, which is a little in danger of being taken over by other influences. So these were some points that were made. And just as a personal note, I have been talking to a few students over today. We are looking at you as our future for for this work. But today we are really competing with the phone. We've got some of the most eminent people in their fields sitting on the stage here who've been trying to address you. But I find so many of you on your phones. Even as I say this, there are people on their phones now. So if you're not even listening to the problems, how are you even going to know what the challenges are? So I've made repeated appeals to this, and I will again take this opportunity to make this appeal that when you have such eminent people and we're discussing issues as important as the future, your future, and what we can do in the way forward, if you're not even listening, then how are we going to even find solutions? And we can talk for everybody, but you're not going to be there. You're not there. So even while you're sitting here and occupying a seat, you're not here. So can you rethink your choices that you make when you attend programs like this? We don't want seat fillers for such programs. We want people who are genuinely interested in knowing and making a difference. So this is a humble appeal to all of you sitting here, that when you attend, then try and use that time fruitfully to at least pay attention to what is being said, because these are issues of culture, civilizational importance. Tomorrow, if there is an art form that is gone, your children will be poorer because they did not have it, and the ones who could have made a difference were not listening. So this is a very humble request. Yes.
Because she was there, but her mind is not there.
Yes.
She curves. The Gyan Supreme is precisely that.
Yes. So basically, yeah. Yes, yes. So this is the time when you can build. So use this time to build is what we would say. Yes. We are just summarizing two lines, just summarizing the session, and then we are just looking at the discussion.
Namaste. As Anuradha ji said, in most of you sitting here, we see the future of Bharat. And that is a very big responsibility bestowed upon all of you. And I think it's a blessing and a bliss to take birth in such a great country, which has got its roots in as far as 50,000 years of continued civilization. So you all have been blessed, we all have been blessed, that we have received from our ancestors, from our elders, from our gurus, different streams of knowledge through Parampara, through Sanskar, through Sanskriti. So it is our duty, to preserve that in our lives, perfect it, and pass it on to the coming generations. That is our obligation. That is what we owe to Bharat. That is what we owe to our rishis. That is what we owe to our ancestors. So today, in last 2 days, yesterday and today, we have had some very engaging, very meaningful, very purposeful discussions on variety of topics. And I was moderating one of the topics on the lives and livelihood of artists. And we have come up with, some very valuable suggestions from the panel, from the panelists, who took part in that. And we all are going to put it in the form of white paper that will be published, by IKS. And as, I was talking today, that I'm going to make a short film on that, so that, these pertinent issues of, the life and livelihood of artists, it is properly, powerfully represented to the highest cause of this country, of the governance. That is what the purpose is. Because as I said, that we have to look at artists, with love and their livelihood with care. This is the least we can do as part of the society, as part of the Indian civilization, to the people who have been torch bearers of some great legacies of different form of knowledge, arts, and amazing centuries of old of streams which has been kept alive by them. So some very important things have been discussed. I'm very happy that IKS, did this event. And I have had been, very fortunate to be part of many DHARA events in the past. Very internally connected, with their cause, because I see that what they are doing is not their cause, it is my cause, it is your cause, it is the cause of Bharat. And we have to all work towards this cause for a great future. And in the short term, for the vision of 2047, which is just 25 years from now. So we all are here to put our best thoughts and come out with the best strategies as we move forward. So I thank you once again. And now I think we can open the session to the questions, or there's somebody, okay. Please.
My name is Krishna Jha. I am a member of Ganavashini. I am a research scholar in Shastra. So you would have seen me comparing for the past 2 days, yesterday and today. So from all the discussion, I have taken down some few points which I felt. So in one of the discussions, they were talking about the arts need to be, the dance or music or any culture needs to be included in the school education. So I remember something in Kerala. There was in one of the government schools, they taught Kathakali as a subject. Yeah. So and it was only in 2 schools, one in my hometown and other was in Trivandrum. And but nowadays in the very recent past, like maybe 2 or 3 years back, that entire system has stopped. There is no faculties or there is no teachers who are there to teach the subjects. So, but when there was the time when students were able to learn from the school, I still have many people who are known, they are still living with that particular subject, what they taught from the school. Which means that Kathakali, when they learn from the school, still they are living as their livelihood right now. Yeah. So, but nowadays the children is not getting the opportunity to learn that from the school. And I think in every school, not only in one or two places, I think in every district, in every government schools or in the private schools, they can bring the art as a subject, so that at least one or two can just survive with it. Yes. So that is one of the point which I thought. um, yes. Yes, so that's why I put this as one point. Then, with regard to the digitalization of the dance or music, all the things can be digitalized nowadays, so that maybe in 2047, the people can even check the quality of the performance, what they're doing. If it can be kept in archive, and I think that can help the students or the learners to check the quality what they have, and even the people nowadays they can check the quality. I think so, so that how the our forefathers have done on this particular field. That is yet another point which I have. And there is in while the chenda, maddalam, and all those instruments are only being played by male. That's what it is. No, I'm not telling it is gender discrimination, but no, that is what we see very commonly. But I think that culture can be extended to all the people. Like, not it need not to be confined, because that is the way everybody see that. Because of the maddalam, it is very heavy to. Yeah, so I have very rarely seen that it is being played by other than. Ma'am, do you have a point?
Nothing. I just saw, we all saw a clip that went viral last week, right? Where a lady was playing the
No,
chenda
there
on
are
her
few.
wedding.
Yeah, there are few. Chenda is being played, but the maddalam or yeah,
True,
yeah,
the Sushruta Matalam types,
yeah,
yes.
correct, correct.
Standing, and I know they have to stand hours together.
Yes.
And the heavy madalam is very difficult to carry for long hours, and it needs extra strength to perform it for hours together. That is the reason. If we have that strength, and if we can play, we can take up. We can take up, because of these restrictions.
We need
They
to,
were,
yes.
they were not allowed everything. It is not the question of allowing. It is a question of our. They think it is not possible for the ladies to handle it. If you prove it, then we can do it.
I am definitely for whatever you say. There must be no gender bias when it comes to anything for that
Yes.
matter. Definitely, women are capable of playing any percussion instrument. If given an opportunity, they will be able to
Yes.
do it. So we'll make sure that they get an opportunity, hopefully.
Yes, exactly, ma'am. Thank you.
This is the difference between the generations. By generations, looking at the problems that they thought, but the next generation thinks, "Oh, I can't." You will say, "We will."
Yeah, that's it. That is the 2 points which I have to share. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am.
No, talking about women performing, I think in Carnatic music itself, if you go back in time, I think there was a time when women were not performing RTPs and Ragam Tanam Pallavis in concert. Or even before that, women were not even performing on the stage. Then, the Devadasis tradition, I think they were performing, but women from other communities and families, they were not coming on stage. They would learn music at home, they would sing, but they were not, I don't know if they were not allowed or whatever reason. Yeah, so they would not go on stage and perform. That changed. Then they said, no, 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 they will only sing songs, but they cannot do things like RTP. That was also, DK Patamal and all of them, they came and broke. Now you also see Ghatam Vidwan. Sukanya is a famous Ghatam Vidwan. There is More Singh Vidwan, Vidushi. Yeah, Bhagalakshmi ma'am, she is playing more sing. There are enough Mridangam Vidushis now. So I keep saying Vidwan, but we should refer to them as Vidushis. Even that is itself a, a gender-based construct, I guess. Yeah, so we see that women are taking up all these art forms, which earlier only men used to. Now I think there is no barrier, just that more and more women need to come forward and take up these art forms. Yeah, that's the only.
Yeah, I think it's just I see it as a it is the dynamics of time. I think with time everything changes and change is inevitable. Like as a filmmaker, earlier the ladies, the women, they never performed in films, or before that in theaters. The male used to impersonate as women, and they used to play characters. But you see, in 100 years, everything has changed. So I think with time, eventually, I think they will be at par, with whatever we see today. Women as astronauts, as fighter pilots, as in so many fields you never imagined before. So I think with time, it's all going to be, same now.
I want to recollect on one incident because this Thyagaraja Aradhana is coming. In olden days, as he said, during Aradhana festivals, to saints or to composers during Aradhana festivals, women are not allowed to sing on the stage. They may say they may have some restriction. Okay, we don't want to enter into that details, but they were not allowed. In Tyagaraja Utsavam in those days, there were two parties conducting the Arana, Perikachi and Chinnakachi. They were two brothers. But in that stage, no ladies are allowed to sing on the stage. The great Nagaratharma, all the musicians should not only do namaskaram, manasika namaskaram to that great lady. She put a separate stage behind the samadhi and declared that all the ladies can perform on the stage, only ladies. It is called, she allowed junior maid vidwans also, that is different story. And it was called Nagarata Makachi. So today, most of the participants are ladies there. From small 5 years old girl to elderly and senior musician, lady musician, all are given opportunity to sing, pay their homage, Anjali to the great Saint Tyagaraja. But it was Nagarathramal who took the lead, and we are all thankful to that great lady.
I have just one small point to add, and then we'd like to hear your views on this. Yes, sorry.
Just one observation. The concept of woman playing on the stage, or whether it is instrument or vocal or even dance. My personal view is that if there is something related to the sociological aspects, which it had existed during different periods of the history, yes, now we are overcoming many things. Women are coming to the stage. And we will, I think it's my suggestion, and also an opinion, you can give your opinion, the seniors. If there had been not a practice, a tradition which is inherent to some temples, not just because of the maybe not 200, 300 years old, it would have been existed from very old time. Means, should we get into that? That is one. Anyway, women can play the same chanda or matalam or whatever may be outside the temple premises, on the stage or on any other platform. We have all the capacity to do that. But because we are speaking about the parampara, when it is Sangita, Natya, because everything is connected to the temple, because we feel that everything has originated from there also. Now things have changed. So let us not, in case if it had been like that, like we see the Bhagavata Mela Natakam, many things are there. So let us give respect to those things. And we have some areas which is especially for ladies also. And if it is permissible outside the art, classical art music stage, I think that we can definitely explore.
Right, you are right.
So this is because at any point of time, we have to keep in our mind tradition, the
tradition.
parampara. Are we going violating? That's what my.
We should not. We should not violate
So
the
if it had
restrictions.
been there,
Okay.
find out and then.
At the same time, ladies are allowed in temples, temple services because of some restrictions. We have some problems. We have some 2 or 3 days in a month in which we are not allowed to enter the temple or puja place. So if we are employed there, they feared that the service will be stopped on 3 or 4 days. That is why we were prevented from doing that temple sevas. That is the reason. If we don't have faith, it is different. But they have the faith. That's why they were not allowed to take up that temple services in as full-time service. That is the reason.
Not just on the topic of whether women can participate or not. Just one word there is that I think we need to put wisely. Why women were not allowed to understand that and then make decisions. I think keep it better. Yes. So if there's any, we'd love to hear from you, your views on that. If you'd also like to say, it's not only students, you can also the audience. So if anybody would like to share their thoughts, please. What is your take? We've got a majority of women here, 99%. Yeah. We've got a woman of 98%. Audience. So, yes, please.
Last 2 days, I'm just listening and watching and observing the whole thing on the Natya and Parampara discussion, debate on technology and various aspects. So as a common music lover on Sangeeta and Natya, I would like to know one thing, that the struggle, the objective of this DHARA 2023 is that how we are going to preserve and take it to the next generation. That's the simplest, simple term I understand what I understood now. So is it technology is going to take care of this art or not? That's a simple question I'm asking.
That was the panel that was not represented here because Murthy was the moderator for that session. But I think to summarize it, there was no doubt about the important role that technology is going to be playing, even in the creation of instruments and the propagation and teaching, orientation.
Technology can be used, but not in full strength, according to our system, because any tape recorder or any modern media, I am even unable to list it. See, we are very old generation. Any media, can they take the role of a guru? No. We can use it in different areas, because we can hear music, we can check the music that the composition which was taught to us previously by our teacher. We can memorize after even memorizing, to make it more polished. We can hear it. For us, for our old generation people, we think that any modern gadget cannot take the role of a teacher, guru, because our music system is based on quarter tones, small shrutis, gamakas. To teach that gamakas and the very minute shrutis, teacher is needed. So to polish it, to correct us, teacher's role is important. To some extent, these gadgets can be used, but not in the initial stage. In the initial stage, you should not approach that media for learning. If you learn anything wrongly in the beginning, nobody can correct it. It is very difficult. So, for learning, especially in the beginning stage, don't approach these medias.
She means to say that you can meet the teacher online. Do not learn by yourself online.
Yeah, and one thing I would like to bring to your attention, because many youngsters are here, as ma'am just said, that you can use technology where it is required, to whatever extent it is required. But with the advent of new technology, I see a very different scenario. And it can be dangerous, to the tradition. So we have to be careful about it, especially with the advancement of artificial intelligence. I see a new kind of, world we are entering into right now. And this is going to pose threat, to a lot of streams of art. Like, today you may not be knowing that you can just ask the artificial intelligence to give you a track, of say mridangam along with, sitar or violin, and it will generate and give it to you. Now the new generation who has got no difference or no reference, of what is right, and what is, true in the parampara and what is authentic, will have no idea whether what he is creating is right or wrong. So the technology also poses, new threats. So that is why it is very important to be deeply rooted in the paramparas, in the guru-shishya paramparas. Know, the text very well by learning through it, because our knowledge system is just not learning about the art form, but it is also, about charitra nirman, character development. It is also about adhyatma, spiritual development. And the perspective, unique perspective that the guru gives to his shishya, that is also very unique. So we have to be aware to whatever extent we can help, take the help of technology to preserve things. For posterity it is very good, but let it not distort it. That is my view.
So we think that in these modern equipments cannot take the role of a teacher. It is our view. What are you thinking? It is your view. Please tell your views.
Yes, we'd love
You tell us. You tell us what you think. We want to hear your views. Tell your reviews.
Namaskarams to all the Vidushis, Vidwans and teachers and everyone present here. I'm Sambhavi from Law Department, first year. I've been learning music since I was 5, and it has been a long time. And the only thing I wanted to ask about is the guru-shishya parampara that is been now. When I was learning, and I'm still learning, and the way we address to the gurus and we respect the gurus is different from what kids now do. It is declining very. It's very small kids. I'm talking about the very, very small kids. We are nothing compared to your greatness and everything. But that is a small issue that it aches me a bit. What the respect that students have towards the art as well as the teachers are declining a bit. I wanted to ask how it is going to go through the further generations. Thank you.
That is what I'm going to speak now. I'm very happy, thanks to Professor Chaturvedi. You have touched upon an issue on which I am right now working. Right now, I have to complete a paper. Mind, brain, philosophy of mind kind of thing. Because modern science, especially neuroscience, cognitive science, neurobiology, artificial intelligence, especially, their basic assumption is materialistic. Modern economy right now is established by the members of American Association of Psychology, all psychiatrists, as atheistic and materialistic. Now, there is something called post-human. Post-human means there is hardly any distinction between human and a machine distinction. We are dehumanized right now. So we can be manipulated. We are object of scientists to get manipulated to serve the economic purpose, scientific purpose. Cybernetics is precisely that. So therefore, Professor Chaturvedi has something very important, that is a reflection on Indian art, Indian spirituality, and the very Sangeet and Natak we are talking about, it is based on Indian spirituality, Vedic spirituality. So now if we are not very careful when we talk about science and technology, to what extent we are going to speak about then where should we put an end to it? We have to be very careful because science and technology today is controlled by political powers. Scientists cannot do anything. They are funded by the politicians. You are going to do your research in science and engineering in anything according to what the industries wanted you to do. That is what you call is UGC and university and industry tie-up. It happened. I'll stop from.
Okay, thank you. Just we were.
You want to answer? I'll answer from my generation, then I'll give it to her generation, okay? So you said, when will the child know to respect the teacher? When the child is made to understand that the art is divine. Or whatever you learn needs to be learned with reverence. Will you sit in a maths class and not listen to the teacher or be disrespectful to the teacher? Yeah. Or a computer science class where learning integration, will you do that? Your mind will be only in integrating it, right? So it's very similar. The child or the student needs to know how to revere the art first. Child needs to be made to understand. Like when I was young, I'm coming back to my story because my experience only I can share, right? So as a 8-year-old or a 6-year-old, my mother would play the radio in the morning. At 5 o'clock, the Nadaswaram will be playing. From 5 to 6, it will be Nadaswaram. 6 o'clock, there'll be a small brief of news. And then there will be small tidbit thought for the day, all of that. And then I'll leave for school. For the first half of the day, that Nadaswaram will be in my mind. It will be ringing in my ears subconsciously. I would have absorbed that raga without my knowledge. Right? I would have taken glimpses of whatever was played in the morning without my knowledge. When I come back in the evening, she'll play the 5 o'clock concert for me. Again in the All India Radio. I grew up in the 90s. Yeah. Again, TV was very less. The consumption of digital news or digital media was very less for us. So you need to be in that atmosphere also. Again, parents and teachers, as a parent, as a teacher, it's our responsibility to create that atmosphere for you, to understand that this is important also for you to grow up as a good human being. That's all. That's from my side.
And one suggestion I have, for the IKS, ma'am, just one small suggestion. We need, this country needs, such initiatives of IKS. It needs to work in the direction of re-establishing guru-shishya parampara in this country. That means, re-establishing gurukuls. Gurukulas have to be there. I think probably we can start with, maybe we can select some cities, where, a gurukulam can be set up, with various streams of art, where the young children can go and start learning in the guru-shishya parampara.
Children, you should come with questions. You should come with suggestions. It's for you. This is for you. We are only talking for you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Natya from third year. I have one question to ask, ma'am. There are a lot of Indian, let's say, any percussion instrument or string instruments or any raga instruments which are extinct. Just like how there is Ganjira, there is Morsing. Half of the people don't even know what a Morsing is. So yeah.
So you have to attend concerts. Number one.
So what shall we do to establish the extincting instruments, ma'am? So that's what my question was.
I have worked on temple instruments. I have written a book on temple instruments, vanished temple instruments and temple instruments that are in vogue. It is the duty of we people to safeguard the use of those temple instruments, but we are negligent. The negligence of we people that made those instruments to go away from the temples. So like that, we should take interest. First of all, if you want to know about music instrument, you have to attend at least 10 concerts patiently, full concerts, not half quarter. because these percussion instruments are the individual talent of the percussion instruments are revealed only in the later part of the concert. That's Tanyavartanam part, towards the end. So be there for our 2 hour or 3 hour concert. Be there, and you will know. You will slowly. You will understand the role of those instruments. It is music is not a subject to be lectured. It is a subject to be experienced. It is subject to be performed. So you attend some concerts, then you will know what is what there. You need patience. Player. Congratulations, most player. Good. Did you learn it? So there is a no in Tanjavur. Just a minute, please. In Tanjavur, it's very difficult to find upapakavadyas. So we have found out upapakavadya. I put the application now to your. I request that your teachers to allow her for such programs. Definitely, I will tell the main Patakas that there is a young and energetic and enthusiastic Moosing players there in Sastra. Definitely, I will put word.
Nityesh, right?
Yes, sir, Nitish.
So I have a question for you. So what took you to morsing?
So what took me to actually I've been practicing dance since I was 3. So we'll be having pakavadyams and all. In that there's one master. His name is Adaka Ramasamy master. He used to play morsing. I used to fantasize playing morsing since my childhood. I love the sound.
Okay.
So that's why I started learning it.
Yeah.
True, very true. From where you? Sir, ma'am?
Yeah. So one of the reasons why, and this is my understanding, is that we call it Pakkavadyam, and then we call it Upapakavadyam. So that itself, I remember attending one of the lecture demonstrations where Sri Haridwaramangalam Palanivel mentioned that, first of all, we should not be calling these as Pakkavadyam, because he felt that in itself is, some kind of relegating these instruments to a secondary level in a concert. He said these are co-artists. There are artists and co-artists. It's a team. By calling it Upapakavadyam itself, there is a secondary level that we are attaching. First of all, I think, can we remove those kind of mindsets? He made that point, which was very pertinent. And second, even if you look at institutions like the Music Academy, they've not gone beyond Mridangam and given a Sangeeta Kalanidhi award to a Ghatam Vidwan or a Kanjira Vidwan as yet, to my knowledge. We don't know why. Does it mean that, there have been artists of the caliber of Vikku Vinayakaram, so many Kanjira masters, Harishankar, so many legends were there. But why even institutions like the Music Academy have chosen not to give Sangeeta Kalanidhi award to Kanjira Vidwans and Morsing Vidushris and Vidwans? A lot of questions for us to ponder. I think there is a status, there is a respect that we need to attach to a certain art form. And if you make it cool, you playing it perhaps will make it cool amongst your friends. And, so many boys will look up to you and say, this girl is playing, why not I take to it? So unless there is a coolness factor attached, unless we attach importance and give status and dignity to it's not about morsing, it's about any art form. Unless there is a coolness, I think that's where in my mind, that's the problem.
That's what, sir. My question was how to establish it to the younger generation.
Make it cool.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I was going to say the same thing. Make it cool. Form a band like Staccato, right? Infuse elements in it that make it sound new. You can do the same Tyagaraja Kritis, you can do the same compositions that we play on a concert stage, but make it sound nice. You all visit, you all listen to Pradeep's and Sham's concerts, right? When they come and perform live here, how cool do they sound? Or a Sean Roldan concert. What do? They do the same thing. They take our Carnatic music as the base and they make it sound
So cool, right? And it sounds cool, really. So you can do that.
I can say that, the
Improvisation,
school is the word, which the youngsters, they can relate to very well. So, making it cool is very important. At Pratyam, the films that we make, they are on Indian culture, on Sanatan Dharma, on our heritage, on our civilization. And we try to make those films very cool. That's why, we have a major following, of youngsters, around the world, who really come to watch, films at Pratyam.
I have a question to Anuradha.
It's up to the Shastra fraternity to make her viral. Let's see how successful you are. Take it up as a challenge. In the next few months, 1 million views for her thing. Can you do that? But that's how you would support at least your own friend. Then one person gets success and everybody wants to become popular. Then Shastra takes commission.
Shastra wins the NIT culturals every year.
Yes, still
without a
continue.
break. You still maintain that.
Yes. Before concluding, I have a last question to Anuradha ma'am. Ma'am, this is just my suggestion. Why can't we have live centers? Which what I mean is, if it is Tamil Nadu, we can include all the art forms. Let it be part of that institution, and let that be a live center. Like whenever, instead of the students taking to an amusement park or somewhere, why can't we take the students to a live center, and then we can actually, the students can know about the different art forms that is there in their state at least.
This is a
Yes.
very reflect to Dr. Vaidyanathan ji, Vaidya Subramanian ji. So I will deflect it to your Vice Chancellor to take it up for future consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
But just one, I was wanting to know, we've been talking for 2 days about, the Vision 2047, because we think it is important and all. I just wanted to know from maybe 2-3 students, like, what do you think is going to be, just from where you stand, your background, your peers, what do you think is going to happen to the musical tradition and culture, music and dance cultures of Tamil Nadu? For you, because you're here, where do you see it going? Yes. But can I have just maybe 1 or 2 answers? Like, where do you see it going? If you close your eyes and look forward, what do you think it would look like? Maybe your children, 25 years, your children, maybe some towards grandchildren, but yes. Do you think they would still be doing Bharatanatyam? How would they be learning Bharatanatyam? What do you think that would look like?
Ma'am, I think there will definitely be a certain audience for Carnatic and classical dance, because now we are here, and definitely the generation after us will some of them will definitely learn Carnatic music until an age. I didn't like Carnatic music until I learned it. So definitely few people will learn it, like until they get a grasp of it, they won't like it. So at least the ones who learn it until that age, there'll be an audience for sure.
Okay, just another, if I may just relate it to this only. Like today we see, if there's a pop concert or something, you see the kind of crowds that are there, you see the energy that is there and all. Do you see that happening with Indian music and dance?
My children. I am struggling with them. I have been telling them to listen to our traditional pop music, classical music, all these things. They are not listening. In nowadays, it's much more westernized. As long as you are going on wearing this traditional dress, you have a lot of hope. In Manipur, it's not like that. It's completely westernized. The English and the style. I don't observe New Year. I don't observe my birthday. I've never observed New Year. New Year is Western. I don't observe.
But just to answer that question, it's in the presentation. I was at the Esplanade in Singapore where Agam performed classic progressive rock. So it's Carnatic progressive rock. They couldn't get tickets to come inside. This is Esplanade in Singapore. They performed just recently in Chennai, no tickets available. Yeah, so their entire concert. So I think it's in the presentation, so which means there are more young people who are looking for newer methods of presentation. So I think there is an opportunity. A lot of people are innovating, and I think Instagram is making it easy for young people to perform, modernize, improvise, and they're also easy to find audiences for themselves. So the middleman is getting broken because the audience is discovering the performer directly, which is a welcoming thing.
Yes. Yes.
One more point, just to supplement what Sriram said, to answer that question. 30 years ago, if you were to ask a Carnatic musician, what is the future, they would have said, youngsters are not taking to the art form, it is dying. Today, there are more young performers than there ever have been. So many young performers in the Carnatic. Of course, on the listener's side, I think that is still a bit of a challenge, but there are so many young performers today, much more than 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and it is increasing. As the earlier panel they were saying, especially from the US, so many fantastic, excellent performers are emerging, and the trend is continuing. So there is a future. Youngsters are taking to the art form, so passionate. So many have taken to, and they give several names also, right, in the earlier panel, of youngsters taking to Carnatic music as a full-time profession. So many of them under 30, under 25. So that is there. So we cannot say that youngsters don't have interest and they are taking to this art form in large numbers. I think it's about listeners and packaging it and making it attractive. That's a different question.
So, namaskaram. I'm Harina from Education Department. I'm doing my third year. Last month, we went for a school internship. I faced a situation there. Let me share that, and I want a solution for that too. Few students were well and good in arts like singing, dancing, and other playing some instruments also. They were government school students, so they were not able to pay much to learn the art. So if there is an opportunity for them to learn in a very low cost, or if it is easily accessible, they could do it better. So is there any possibility for them, for those students, to learn? This is my question.
I mean, just mine is a very small village, Tilestan, near Tiruvayar. I have a foundation. I work with underprivileged children. They sing well. They are underprivileged children, and there is no music background in their families. They have not even attended a Carnatic music concert. But if I go systematically, they will run away. I don't go systematically. I just give them simple Thevaram, simple Tirupugal like that. Very simple, very simple, very simple. So very easily they catch. The village children are very shrewd and they memorize things very easily. So it is very easy. But it is the duty of we musicians to reach you. I want to reach the unreachable. So at least a part of if a musician is very busy, he can allot at least 1 or 2 days in a week or a month to reach the unreachable. Many are doing this. In Chennai also many are doing this. But in my village, I am very successful. I'm very, very successful. And we are denying opportunity to those children, underprivileged children. You know, they very easily catch any language. Asatoma Sadgama is my prayer in my class. It is not a regular class. It is very difficult to work with them. They are not punctual. They won't come regularly to the class. But their voice is very. They stand in Shruti very easily. They sing well. They grasp well. But it is our fault. We musicians has nowadays at present we have the duty to reach the unreachable, and many are doing this. Many are doing this.
So in Nalanda way, we run the Chennai Children's Choir. So this is only composed of children from the disadvantaged sections, and it's also an inclusive choir. So it includes even children visually challenged and children on the autistic spectrum. They train 2 days every week, and we identify and audition children from all the government schools. You'd be pleasantly surprised. They went and performed even at the Kennedy Center at Washington, D.C. in 2018. So training and good mentorship, any child can learn. So that's possible.
I think you're wanting to make a point for a while. So.
Yeah. The question on how Carnatic music will. The question that was previously asked on how any performing arts, how they'll be perceived in 2047, whether they'll survive. And see, these arts, at least as far as I believe, are living, and like all living organisms, they would evolve in multiple ways. There will always be someone like Madhuvanti here who will quit their job in TCS and continue with music. And there will be others who will discover these old forms of music in Carnatic or even the old cinemas songs, and they'll find an element in that that sparks something in themselves and try to integrate that into their own knowledge of music and try to evolve in that manner. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Yes, Arun, Dr. Arun.
Hi, good afternoon. It was great being here for 2 days. I am the PI for the IKS Center for Kalaripayat in Kerala, in Trivandrum.
He's an IIT grad from.
But it's an engineering college that runs Kalaripayat. So it's always good to see diverse activities being undertaken. I would like to start by saying I think Anuradha ji was a bit unfair talking about the mobile usage, because I think all of you are taking notes just like I do on the mobile. So it wasn't not quite. It was not Facebook. It was actually taking the notes, which I understand, which is what we have also done with the Kalari. We took it online. So from COVID times, we have been providing online Kalari classes, Kalari-based fitness, and we have around 700 people. 35 families from US practicing Kalari, online Kalari. You can join, anybody can join. Always welcome. The point I wanted to make here is when we are trying to take things on a massive scale, right now, Kerala, as we speak, the school Kalolsavam is going on. And that's huge in the state. You take any news channel right now online, you can see the district tally being projected there. We see who is winning what. 14,000 school kids between 8th standard, 12th standard. They are competing. And they are competing on everything starting from Kathakali all the way to Chakyar Kuthu, Chauta Nadagam, everything. All the music and dance forms of the state are being competed by, school-wise, district-wise, and so on. So I think that's a great model. This is the 50th year or something of the Kalolsavam. We had to break for 2 years because of COVID, but now it is back. Yesterday, I heard 20,000 people were having food at the counter. We have an unnecessary debate going on by the side whether to serve non-veg in Kalolsavam or not. But that's Kerala, and it's wonderful to have such incredible debates going on all the time, because they do serve non-veg in sports festivals, so why not in arts festival? It's the massive number of people who cannot be fed and so on. But I think if we can take it by 2047, if there can be a national Kalolsavam of every regional art from every school, if they can compete, then it would be a massive way in which, you know why people in Kerala come and take part in Kalolsavam? Because there is mark. There is grace mark directly. It's just nothing to do with great passion for art or something. We have worked a way around what parents would approve. 20 marks, grace marks, have great points and things like that into your 10th standard exam. So you are taking part and nobody is going to tell you you are wasting your time or you're not.
He's shown us the way. This is the way out.
So I think Shastra definitely for your BTech exams, you can add a couple
Grace
of points
mark.
for Morsing players if you play. Yes. So, something wins everything. Yeah, because there needs to be an incentive by the side, which, yes. So we have tapped very nicely into that. And I think I took a road trip today, went to Kumbakonam side and came back. It's wonderful to drive through the granary and the greenery and the granary. But everywhere you see plastic, right? So can we make our arts and traditions heritage something like plastic? Plastic is a horrible thing, but it has made its way into every household in India. People just use it all the time. So if we can build something like that, we had the Har Ghar Tiranga flag campaign. Can we have a Har Ghar Sangeet campaign
Vale.
where a musical
Sangeeta
instrument,
Natya.
you take a photograph of yourself with a musical instrument at home, Har Ghar Natya, where your kid or somebody dances, and you post a video directly all the way to the PMO. It can work, things like that. And Murthy was suggesting that we have a workshop on instrument making. I am suggesting something even more drastic. We have the mechanical engineering workshop that's compulsory in all BTech, every engineering college. Let's start making guitars. We were discussing about how guitar playing was fascinating at BTech level. Everybody trying to, can we start making musical instruments in our mechanical workshops? It can be something tangible. Make a flute, try making a flute. You'll understand the depth of the music involved in it, quality, and so on. So if we can come up with some mass appealing things, goosebumps generational type thing with the videos, of the cool videos and so on, that's what we need to tap into. That's what will help us get ahead, be cool with the generation, and then use technology to tap into them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just in that context, can start these challenges. I'll learn a kriti or something, and you ask somebody else to learn it. You ask, and you see how many likes who can generate. Things like that on Insta and all to popularize it can be there. Yes, you wanted to.
Anuradhaji, I want to respond to one of the points he made. So in the US, I think we spoke about so many children taking to the art forms, but we also realized that the graduate schools there give, especially when they go apply to top-notch universities and colleges, there is weightage for holistic development. Your performance, if you're an accomplished musician or an artist, you do get points for your higher studies. So that incentive, I think, definitely works.
Sure.
Yeah, overall, all-round excellence. Beyond studies, what have you done in sports, in arts? Okay, so I think that's a point. When higher education institutions recognize you for overall excellence and your excellence in arts, naturally more students will take to it. Your IIMs and IITs, if there is a way to recognize.
So namaste, sir.
Many of them will stop doing engineering and do only that if they had a choice.
Yeah, which is what some of these Ramakrishnan Murthis and they started learning and then they quit. And
sorry, we have just two, you and another there, and then we'll Vijayji, yes, and then we'll close.
Namaskaram. My name is Karthik Shrikant from 4th year mechanical engineering. I've been observing over the discourse of the past 4 or 5 years. I've been observing two schools of thoughts when it comes to fusing Carnatic music and our cultural art forms into Western art forms and trying to sell it to the mass audiences. So the first school of thought, the former one, believes that our cultural heritages and our traditional art forms need to be kept the way they are so that they have that unique selling point. But the other school of thought believes that with changing times, we need to fuse in and merge in with other mediums so that it is more widely reachable to many people. Now, I've tried to analyze both these schools of thoughts and disagreed with both of them. So, I believe that there is certain amount of fusion required because I see the growing generation. I see that there is some amount of interest generation that has to be begun early on. For that, we need a certain amount of fusion that has to be done. At the very same time, this very thing, because I have been a part of National Cadet Corps, so I certainly believe the way to grow is discipline. And I understand that Gurukulas and our traditional art forms believe that it starts from the basics of discipline. So we'll have to, once the student is taking interest in the art form and has established himself or herself into that art form, we could do the basic training from the basics of discipline. So that is where we pick up. So we induce with maybe fusion and all those interesting stuff. And then later on, when we take a step ahead, we can build it on. So that is where I stand. So
what is your name?
Karthik Srikanth.
So I think we should give him a big round of applause because he's nailed it very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Was just one last point there, and then we'll move on to the
Amazing
validity.
clarity of thought,
Vijayji,
Karthik. Amazing at this age.
Kalyanam sir, 1 minute.
Absolutely.
We give it to her.
Brilliant analysis.
Vijayji. Please. No. Put it on. No, you need it on camera. This is required. Believe me, technology.
No, I need to bring it to your kind notice that Sastra University management from Sastra for this Kashi Tamil Sangamam, around 30 students, they came on their own. We have not put anyone pushed or pulled to go to Kashi Tamil Sangamam. It was a nice experience, and that for that entire students for 10 days, like he said, the incentive was given like OD. That's it, simple, nothing. And thanks to Modi ji for organizing that such a yatra from Rameshwaram to Kashi. So just I want to bring it to your kind notice.
I am Dr. Vijay Anand, Professor of Management Shastra. Thank you very much for your wonderful and intellectual deliberations. I have got a few clarification. It might be wrong. Why not students take music or Natya as career, first of all? And what sort of things probably hindrances or influencing factors or affecting factors not to take music or Natyam? 10+2, we have got a lot of courses and program offered. Suppose we are offering MA music or BA music, why not they take? From the perspective of student, they are looking for placement. That's what I want to ask.
Placement.
Sir, I think Dr. Soumya, if she was around, she would have given you the answer, because in yesterday's panel, we were posing this question to her. She being the Vice Chancellor of the Fine Arts University, and there are several colleges affiliated to the university. And during our conversations after the panel also, we were speaking about this to her. Most of the students who come to the music, MA in music or MA in whichever specialization within that, they pursue this course primarily to get a job in either as a music teacher or in some government services. So clearly, the aspiration for them is to get a job. Unfortunately, the sense we get is it's not about pursuing musical excellence, but it's about securing a job and becoming a music teacher. Therefore, there is an assured livelihood. That's the sense we got from.
See how to boost up the interest level of the students, sir, with respect to music or Natyam something, because students are order of the day, they all came from some other science to the Python and all. How far we need to do these things, sir?
Yeah, so those were things which we have been deliberating since yesterday morning, right? Art and education and so many other plans.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have that, yeah.
So my name is Anusha. I'm a second year BA B.Ed student. As I have majored in English, I already am into arts from both Western and Indian culture. I would first like to thank everyone on the dais and all the panelists who came and gave us such an insightful session. But because I studied music and dance as part of my semester in my first year, and I'm studying theatrical arts also in my third semester, I've noticed a system that we had a Gurukula system in our Indian culture to know all the traditional arts, and the students followed that culture from a very young age. And even now the top artists have been into the traditional art from the age of 5, 3 or 4. But now the younger generation, we are not raised in such an environment where we know about the traditional arts. Only when we see people like you in the TV, or if we go and attend concerts, we get to know about these importances. And by the time we know about this, we have already reached the age of 16, 17, 20. So now if a person of the age of 20 gets a interest in such a traditional art, is it possible for them to know and get the same level of skill as the top artists today?
Rukmini Devi Arundel, did you hear her name during these 2
I studied
days?
about her.
She started learning at the age of 30.
Yes, ma'am. But
She started learning dance at the age of 30.
yes, ma'am.
And she went on to build an institution like Kalakshetra. From the scratch, she began when she was 30. She didn't know anything about it until then. If she can do such a big achievement, any of us can. And she did it in an age where there was no technology, but there was nothing of that sort, right? She self-taught herself many things, and she also made sure that she excelled in whatever she did it. So that's all we need.
We studied about her during our music and dance session, and she was one of the very a very special individual who was able to achieve that feat. But now the younger generation don't know about Rukmani Arundev. They don't know. And when we see the pop music, pop culture, they seem it like you come and attend our session for 3 months, you'll be a pop singer. It'll be very easy. It's very easy. But that if you ask a Carnatic singer, if you ask a traditional dancer, is it possible for me to reach the level of skill that a pop singer has in your level of art? They'll say, no, it's impossible. How can you learn? That itself scares away the young generation. And they don't want to pursue the traditional arts. So I think if the younger generation, if there is a there is a process in which you can take away this fear that they cannot, it's very difficult, Carnatic art or traditional arts very difficult. I think it's possible that the younger generation will also pursue it.
Sure.
Fabulous.
Okay. So I think we can all look up to you as a champion of exactly what you have presented. But no, because see, it's very easy to give ideas. There are very few who will be able to take that idea to the next level and actually see whether what they've thought of can be realized on ground. So we are all looking. You're all documented now. You've got all the eyes on you. So let's see how you can help possibly in your own way to maybe take this forward. So thank you very much. Excellent. Take a look.
Coming back to my duty. So, with this, we conclude the summary of the Dhara Sangita Natya Parampara. We will have the valediction ceremony here and after. I request all the audience to stay back. And tea is ready outside. You can just. Yes, it is. Yes, just 10 minutes. So please have the tea and come back. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the Valediction ceremony for the Sangita and Natya Parampara event organized under the aegis of DHARA, the Indian Knowledge System, and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. The aim of the conference is to draft a document for Sangita and Natya Parampara 2047 and to popularize this knowledge from ancient to modern times. This conference was brought together experts and practitioners from various fields related to Sangita and Natya Parampara, including musicians, dancers, educators, historians, and cultural organizers. Throughout these 2 days of conference, we had panel discussions on different aspects of art forms. There were interactive sessions with the experts, providing the attendees with the opportunity to learn more about these art forms and engage with the experts in the field. We'll start the valediction by seeking the blessings of Almighty. मैत्रीं भजत अखिल हृजयत्री मैत्री भजत अखिल हृजयत्री आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत आत्मवदेव परानपि पश्यत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत युद्धं त्यजत स्पर्धां त्यजत परेश क्रममाक्रमणम् त्यजत क्रममाक्रमणम् मैत्रीं भजत अखिल हृजयत्री जननी पृथ्वी कामदुहाते जननी पृथ्वी कामदुहाते जनको देवः सकल दयालो जनको देवः सकल धाम्य ददत्त दयत्वं जनता धाम्य ददत्त दयत्वं श्रेयोद्भूय सकल जनानां सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयोद्भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयोद्भूयात् सकल जनानां. I now invite our respected Registrar, Professor R. Chandramouli, Shastra Deemed University, to the welcome address.
Since it's a formal ceremony of welcoming the chief guest today's evening, even though they have already joined the DHARA, they are well into the stream. I have the bounden duty to formally extend a welcome to Dr. Premalata, Dean School of Performing Arts and Fine Arts, Central University of Tamil Nadu. She is present amidst us today to preside over this concluding session of the 2 days deliberations. She has already started participating by her thoughts, not only mere presence, but she has also participated through her deliberations a little while ago. And the other person, Kavita Krishnan Nigama, she is a part and parcel of this DHARA process, and she doesn't require any formal welcome. since it's supposed to be a valedictory function, but it's not the end. As the word dhara means, there's an uninterrupted flow of intellectual thought process going on for the past 2 days, and perhaps it originated earlier. I'm sure it will continue to flow like the uninterrupted flow of the Ganges, because intellectual discussions will never end. I have just two points. One point is our young friends here, our young students here have been very fortunate enough to have got exposed to the intellectual deliberations of great minds of arts and music of the whole country, for which I, on behalf of Shastra as well as on my own behalf, thank IKS, Professor Murthy especially, because such an opportunity is very rare to find. And I'm sure that every one of the young students here present would have enjoyed these 2 days of deliberations, in spite of the fact that they have been using their cell phone for whatever purpose. Well, I have to defend my students anyway. I think our friend has already given a defense. I'm sure that as a teacher, out of my experience, I'm sure that every one of the students here is capable of doing parallel processing. And that's what the youngsters of today are capable. I hope you understand what I mean. Well, if I think that my student is not attentive simply because he's just looking at the tab or any other gadget in the classroom, I'm probably mistaken. So the intellectual capabilities of today's youngsters is, much evolved than what we are or whatever earlier generations were like. So I'm sure everyone here, at least a majority of the students here, would have got the inspiration to seek, if not a primary profession, at least as a secondary occupation, any form of art like dance or music in future. And as somebody pointed out, they may become Rukmani Arundale, or they may become another illustrious vocalist or instrumentalist. I'm sure they are driven to that motivation through this attending to these 2 days of intellectual deliberations. I'm sure at least some of you will come out as great artists. Well, if not a professional artist, at least, art for the sake of art. The second point I just want to observe here is my personal opinion. There are a lot of deliberations on guru-shishya, parampara, and the uniqueness of guru-shishya parampara of this country. What I believe is guru-shishya is a kind of concept. Of course, you can apply this concept to any field of learning. This is out of my experience. I'm just sharing. We also, practice this in our engineering education as well. Well, if I teach well in the class, and if I deliver some interesting, points out of the subject, by which 1 or 2 students get inspired, he gets drawn towards me. Then maybe from his junior class onwards, he will go behind me, pestering me, give me some points, give me some problem, I'll solve it. And that's how the guru-shishya relationship builds. And from the junior class onwards, he keeps on, coming to me, asking for research problem, and I give a research problem to him. He keeps working until he graduates. There's a constant, pursuit of, it's a question of, individual passion and taste and individual interest. Well, it depends on the teacher's ability to attract the student. It's not a question of, falling at the feet of the teacher, thereby expressing, showing out that you respect the teacher. Today's modern children are different. It doesn't mean that if they don't fall on your feet, they don't respect you. Respect comes once you deliver the goods. Once you are capable of, proving that you can teach them something different from what is out there in the internet or elsewhere. So that makes a lot of difference, and that brings to the point that these students will automatically start, even though they don't fall at your feet, they will start, respecting you. That's my opinion. So guru-shishya parampara is, it exists everywhere, even in IITs, I'm sure it exists, or any other institute, provided, this kind of bond builds between a student and teacher, purely based on, initially it starts building based on the science or technology, and then it gradually builds into a lifelong relationship. And automatically the student picks up all the qualities, best qualities of the teacher, professor, right? And that's what is the concept of guru-shishya parampara. That's my opinion. Sorry, I will not take much time. Thank you, the panelists, for having given wonderful ideas. And I request Professor Murthy to organize more and more such intellectual discussions, especially to arts and other areas, wherein we can bring out such talented people and expose them to the youngsters so they get inspired. And that kind of inspiration will definitely go a long way in bringing out the innate talents with them, which they may not be aware at this point. Thank you, sir. I thank the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Culture for this excellent initiative. With these words, I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Now I invite registrar for felicitating the guest. First, we have Dr. V. Premalata, ma'am. And we have Srimati Kavita Krishna Megama. Now I invite to present the summary and report of DHARA, Sangeeta and Natya Parampara, Srimati Kavita Krishna Megama, the rapporteur, Brahad.
Namaste and Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Can you hear me? I'm suffering from cough, and I told Murthy Garu, that can we do away with me speaking, because everybody has heard everything many times. But being the professor that he is, I understand why he said, no, you have to speak, because repetition is key, right? And also my guru, Puja Swami Dayananda Saraswati, he would say the same thing, that you have to repeat. It's a pedagogical tool. And yes, so let me go ahead. He also said you always prepare when you speak to people. So that's why I have my notes, and I'll keep it short. So I thank the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, IKS at AICTE, ACAM, which is a short form, of what, organizing DHARA, Sangeeta and Natya Parampara at Tanjavur. And especially Sastra University, who have been great exemplary hosts. So don't clap, don't clap. You have to say, what have you learned? What should you say when somebody's, no, aha, because Baba is up north. You say aha and oho, right? So Sastra is aha, aha, okay? All of you are aha. Ah. All right. So how to preserve, transmit, and enhance Sangeeta and Natya Parampara. So the suggestions were many. There were so many points. I've just summarized them from the two-day event. If you don't look at the number of pages, don't worry. I'll get done very quickly. Okay, I speak very fast, but I'll try to be slow. So what we know is that in the past 2 days, we have understood, I hope, that Sangeeta and Natya means, this Sangeeta Natya Parampara means moksha sadhana. It's for spiritual fulfillment, as is everything that we do in our IKS systems. But it's not just that, because it's also a unique vision, the way you look at everyday life. It'll help you deal with problems in very different ways once you're a dancer or a musician, and people who learn know that. Yeah? So this really helps you in both your spiritual and your day-to-day development. It also gives you kind of a leisure of the mind that was talked about. I'm not using anybody's names because so many speakers spoke so much, and that will all go in the white paper. Right now, I don't want to burden you with names, just the concepts. So there's a leisure of the mind, when you're thinking of poetry or writing a poem or doing this, it feels good, right? You want to do that. Yeah? So you think about all that, and peace of mind, which is very necessary nowadays. And these are not only for materialist pursuits. So the difference between IKS systems and regular pursuits that are in the vogue nowadays, and nothing wrong, and I do a lot of them also, is just that this has an end which is spiritual in itself. So if that may not be your reason you're doing something, which is fine, but it'll give you that anyways. So that's point one. And they are naturally inclusive. So you can teach anybody and anybody can learn. And like we've had people telling us how they've used that to teach students. So they're naturally inclusive and also integrated from north to south. So if you remember all the sun temples, does anybody remember all the sun temples we'll go from Modhera. There was one in Multan that's been broken down. We'll go from Modhera in Gujarat. You go up. What do you have in Kashmir? What's a sun temple there? With the M, Martan. And then in the east, Bhuvaneshwar, close to Bhuvaneshwar, Konark. And in the south, you have that in Tamil Nadu. You also have one in Andhra Pradesh. So go look it up. Okay. So you have these two are the living temples. Suryanarayana temple in Arasavalli, Andhra Pradesh, and here Tamil Nadu are the living sun temples. The rest are all broken up. But there is this continuum that we heard the speakers speak about, right? So there's a continuum. There's a basic common philosophy on which the sculpting was done or architecture was made, or everything has this continuum, and it is a national integration that we see through that. So there was Jana Bhagidhari. So Jana Bhagidhari is people to people connect, or how did it spread from north to south? Or we see the murals in Ajanta and similarly in Sigiriya. I've been to that rock up there. You saw the picture yesterday. So I went with my mom for her 70th birthday. We climbed up. She was in heels. I'm like a normal flat heel person. She's very glamorous. So she's like, oh, I want to climb up. I said, you're in heels. She said, no, I'll do it. So she climbed Sigiriya with the heels and we saw these murals. Okay, so there's this commonality. So that is very important to understand, that there is an inclusiveness and an underlying philosophy in our arts and Sangeeta Natya Parampara. Now, that is why the NEP 2020, it has made arts education a part of a regular curriculum through policies such as transfer of credits, and you have multidisciplinary studies and equivalency certification. This is from my previous job. I was at the Indian Embassy in Washington, DC, teaching education and stuff. So I learned to say these things because it's very important. You have to know what the government is also doing, right? It's doing good stuff. So, and these are implemented through various means, especially in Tamil Nadu here. And Tamil Nadu is always first and forefront in a lot of things. I used to be with Aid India before. So a lot of projects, Tamil Nadu, NGOs, organizations, they take it up very quickly and they implement it on the ground. And TN is a favorite state because of my guru. So I know it happens very often here, much ahead of other states. So it's great. And then what we need to understand is the reason it's done this is there's no division between the sacred and the secular in our IKS systems. There is no division between science and arts and the very black and white kind of division, right? Or the classical and the folk. There's kind of an amorphous, love going on, and there's always a connection. So that's very important to understand, and not let divisive politics enter this field. Because what will happen is, anytime there's a divisive politics of identity, which is very in vogue nowadays, the arts will lose and we will lose in the bargain. So just to be more wholesome, keep it for later. Like once you're good at something, maybe. I mean, I'm not suggesting you should do that. I'm just saying, first be a good student, learn what it has to offer, and there's so much it has to offer. And you lose yourself in it. I can guarantee they're all about, the fulfillment of oneself, self-actualization, all that. So please avoid identity politics if you can, because that'll, spoil the arts. Now, with the advent of digital platforms, we've seen that, especially during COVID, and in Chennai and the areas here, which is known for its December season, the cost of production and availability of spaces has really reduced much. So we don't have to worry like how we're going to do production of some concerts or something like that, because it's all gone online, as we heard another speaker say. So, and it has a global reach, and everybody's like, oh, this is so successful. It is successful, and I would quote another speaker and say, please introspect, and that includes me also, what is success, right? So another name for Lakshmi, so I think Trupti, and Murthy Garu can correct me, I think one of the synonyms is Trupti or Santushti or something like that. So you're contentment. Doesn't mean you shouldn't work to be the best you can, but that is a synonym. Like for Lakshmi is also, she doesn't just represent money flowing out from her hand all the time. It's also about being content, as in happy with who you are, and of course learning to be better. So that's another name for Lakshmi. So that's also successful. So if you're a successful person, you're like happy, and cheerful, and you're spreading that good cheer around. So that arts can give you, Sangeeta and Natya. Yeah. So the first thing we learn, all of us who know dance, is you have to smile, whether your legs are paining, everything is paining, you have to smile. Your teachers would have told you, right? Smile. So right now I'm very scared. I shouldn't say hate, my guru said never say hate. I do not enjoy public speaking, but I'm smiling, I'm trying to, okay? So, all right, so this is the digital platform. So we have to introspect what is success. That's very important. All right, there's just one more page and kind of done. And in the final session yesterday, we saw that there was innovation via technology, science and technology, for helping Sangeeta Natya Paramparas to grow. And we learned that there were a lot of musical apps and all sorts of things that help in scalability, and using science technology to improve infrastructure for organizers and performers. Very, very important. And today we heard from students and everybody say the same thing. So I would say it's a great thing. As long as, and I'll come to that in a bit. So the main takeaway yesterday was that we create discerning audience, Rasikas with Rasikatvam. So not just the artists or the spaces, but who should be sitting there. So I enjoy being a Rasika. I like to be on the other side. I like to sit there and like shake my head and say, aha, oho, and So, but we need to know, we need to be in the know to be on the other side. So we have to create that discerning audience, and we have to be innovative without diluting the parampara. That's the whole idea. So we can have science and technology, and like all the youngsters spoke, it's a great, I mean, there's no difference, like I said, there's no science, there's no arts, there's no, so we use whatever tools we have to improve upon whatever is already there, yeah? And yesterday we saw in the Jugalbandi, which was so mesmerizing, we heard, not saw, and Sunad also, how these qualities or these definitions were exemplified. So you had the traditional, and you had the fusion, and then you had the innovative, without breaking any of or diluting the paramparas. And today, the first two, almost 3 panels were very interrelated. And it was also heart-rending to hear about how these artists and artisans were suffering during COVID. Unrelated, it's not Sangeeta or Natya, but weavers, I know, because Amma wears a lot of only handloom saris, and we have this sari wala, it's a Hyderabad, so we say wala, come in regularly, and he was crying, and his kids don't want to take it up anymore, they want to do IT or something. So similarly here, so we heard that puppeteers, second generation puppeteers or instrument makers or natyavannars, they're not keen to do any of these, continue with these fields. So that is sad and also scary, because we lose all this. So we need to support them and their livelihoods. And you and I can do that. And we all have tools in our hands, audiovisual and everything, right? Media, short reels. We have tools in our hands, like Anuradha Garu has been telling us. So we can do that. We can help them, you and I. Nobody's helpless. We all can do something, yeah? We just chose not to, or we have other priorities, which is fine. And then corporates can help. And definitely, government has lots of projects with Murthy Garu had talked to us about. like IK's internships. So whatever he said, just Google it and look it up. And there's money also, along with Santushti and Trupti. There's also Lakshmi in the actual form, we know her. So it's good to apply for those, yeah? In your Matrabhashas. What else can you ask for? So I'm going to conclude with some, and these are a lot of suggestions that people gave. There's many more that'll go into the white paper, but I'll just say a few because these are important. So people had said, a lot of them, which is important, have a national fund for the artists. Right now we are talking about livelihoods and artists and how to support. So having a national fund is very important. Having health insurance for artists, like I've talked to farmers, and farmers have the same issue. They don't have health insurance. And so anything which is like a iffy income, so people need to have insurance, although I don't believe in insurance. And then Culture and Heritage Act by the government, which will help protect arts and artisans. And a grievance cell, where would you go if you have a complaint? Like, unless you have a community which helps you, where would you go? So that's very important. Documentation of the origins of instruments, to prevent all this, like, it was invented or discovered or made in some other country. And then we all go online on YouTube and fight them, right? You all do that, right? I also do that. No, we did this, you did this, we did this. So, sorry. So to prevent all that, it's good to have some kind of a documentation of origin, do research on those areas, and a database of all the artists, artisans, all this. So suddenly you want to learn, more thing you said, right? One of the students there was learning. So you know where to go. Yeah, so that way. And then also training programs in zonal centers like Madam had talked about, especially in areas like art criticism, which is not very common. So art is there, you learn dance, music, but how do you critique it? So my sister used to write for the Hindu, and to critique that, you have to be either dancer or singer, but not necessarily. You can learn, you can be a Rasika and still do it, So you have to learn those talents. And then a tourist welcome centers, spaces for dissemination. So it can be rural, regional, at the village level, how to reach arts to everybody, because this is for everybody. If we're keeping it restricted, it's not fair for the others, because it gives you so much. So it should be available for everybody, whoever wants it. And then audiovisual ways, we talked about that, to teach subjects and to reach through media for the young of every class and across board. So there you see it's almost done. This is just all I crossed it out, this part. So it has only 2 lines here. Okay. So finally, when we come to, this one had about internationalization, which was the last part. So Indian arts is a soft power. And I know that from being there in the US, and everything that our speaker had said is very true. And I've been to the Cleveland Aradhana, and it's a lot of hard work, how he's conducted it so many years. And so what we have to do is what our Sajan had recommended, and a lot of recommendations which I loved, which were very practicable, doable. So have this products, pamphlets, right, to help artists who come not through ICCR. We would get calls, and I wouldn't know. So you're right, there's an intention. I'm in the education wing there, and I don't know where to tell them to go, because this is the education wing. There is a PIC wing, there's others, but everybody is doing their own thing. Now somebody comes and says, Madam, mujhe ye number chahiye. So I don't know, am I supposed to give it, put them with somebody else? What do they want? Where do they want to go? So these packets will be very helpful for them to know where to go, how much remuneration, the local culture, phone numbers, very, very useful suggestion. And then standardization of pedagogy. So when you go out, when you teach, we are at a kind of a handicap situation, because my sister taught dance in University of California, Irvine. So she would say, we follow the show and tell method, right? She would say, Acha, do this or do that. And they'll go with, they're the other opposite. They're like, okay, open your arms 90 degrees and put it down to 2 degrees or whatever. So they're very specific. And here you're saying, just follow me. So there is this gap, and this is very simplistic, but I'm just saying that we need to have a standardization of pedagogy. And of course, collaborative, interdisciplinary research is very, very important. And so that brings me to cross-cultural, integration that arts should have. And it has always been, like we've heard, across countries, and we've gone out through the kingdoms here, and they have come in, we've learned from each other. But we must take charge on the direction it's taking right now. So as the speaker was pointing out, there's a confluence of arts and wellness, and there's great takers globally, but we are not at the top of it. So can we have the Ayush Ministry and the Ministry of Culture to talk to each other, come up with a great game plan to cater to this global need? So there are many more suggestions, but that will be the white paper. And I close with wishing Sangeeta Natya Parampara a great and prosperous future. Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. V. Premalada, Dean, School of Performing Arts and Fine Arts, Central University of Tamil Nadu. She has undergone music training under Srimati K.N. Sushila, the disciple of Sangita Kalanti Srimati D.K. Pattamal. She has specialization in the compositions of Muthuswami Dikshitar, and she have undergone Veena training from Dr. S. Jayalakshmi. She is the recipient of the National Cultural Fellowship in Arts awarded by Sangeeta Nadaga Academy, New Delhi, and she has also been recipient of the Best Lecturer on Music at the Annual Music Conference Madras, and she have guided many research scholars. With all due respect, welcoming you, ma'am, for the chief guest address.
Good evening to one and all here. At the outset, I had to express my deep sense of gratitude to the Vice Chancellor of Shastra, the Registrar, who had been kind enough to invite me to this program. I am really so enthralled to see IKS with Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education, everybody together here speaking about what are we going to do for the next 25 years. And I also express my warm wishes to the panelists, the scholars, the teachers, and the students who are gathered here. Well, for the 2 days, all of you have been hearing to some few words again and again and again. DHARA, Sangeeta, Natya, Parampara. So DHARA is a thread or a chain of something else, what we want to interpret. Sangeeta, Natya, everybody knows about it. It is the music and the dance. What is Parampara then? Tradition, very good. Parambarai, they say in Tamil. Parampara. Then why is there a necessity to speak about this, and why are we worried about not today or tomorrow, about 2047? Why are we so worried about now? Why should we really think about what is going to happen after 25 years? Somebody is thinking that, oh my God, today's status is deteriorating. What is it going to happen? So let us have some vision period. For the next 5 years, what is going to happen? For the next 10 years, what is going to happen? You students, when you are preparing for your semester and examinations, when the exam dates are declared, what do you do? So my exam is 20 days from today. So first week, 1 week, how shall I plan? For the next, the 2 days before the examination, the 20 hours of my study, what shall I do? This is planning and then implementing. And after you execute, you feel happy. So our IKS, Ministry of Education and Culture, have now thought about planning for 25 years. We have heard about 5-year planning, some planning commission, a lot of things economic students should be knowing. Now, what is the necessity to plan for 25 years? So there is a big damage happening. We have started smelling that there is great damage have started happening. So let us save it. Okay. Now, many things were discussed, which you have all participated, and there were some questions in the previous summing up round also. And what is the purpose of this today? What I have understood is, as I told you, the vision for 25 years. What shall we do to keep up the tradition? For the goal, the deadline is 25 years. Okay, 2047. Now 2023. For this 25 years, what will be the package? What shall we do to keep up the parampara, to keep up the tradition? Learning music. We had 7 panels where different areas or different issues were discussed, like learning, teaching, performing, livelihood, going abroad, and conducting festivals, education system, everything was covered together. I wanted to speak something beyond this. Shall we take up an oath? What are the do's and what are the don'ts? This I can't dictate you to anybody now. Each and every individual. Now we are all here Indians. So every Indian should think, how shall I keep up the parampara the Sangeeta Natya Parampara for the 25 years. What are the do's? What are the don'ts? There are so many do's and don'ts. As they said, there was one observation in the previous round when we have to initiate music to small kids or children or people who do not know music. Shall we take it up into mixture of pop or fusion or a film music and initiate? There were some discussions going on in the parallel lines. I would even suggest, why not take up folk? Why not take up patriotic songs? Each region has got a kind of a folk and a patriotic in their mother tongue. So can we start initiating children or even the bigger ones, the elder ones, into the music through this folk, the devotional, the patriotic? This is number one. Number two, curriculum. I belong to the academic educational stream, and I have to actually tell 2 lines about myself. Somebody was asking if we have not learned music from the beginning. I joined music college after finishing my +2, and from that day one only I started learning Sarigama Padanisa. I didn't know anything about music till then. Of course, music was there in the family, like during the pujas, they used to sing. For the Navaratri, we used to listen to some songs. That was the tradition. That's all, the practices. But after, why did I then join the music college? I was a pure science student, but I thought I had a passion to learn music. Okay, why not? Let me be happy. That is the first requirement to learn music. Let me be happy, let me enjoy music. Then you think about placement and whatever the other monetary benefits which you are going to get. Definitely music, the Sangeeta Devata will bestow with all riches to you. Definitely nobody is going to starve. If we are, definitely we will be having some kind of a comfort in life. So then when we start learning, with just a BA, I thought I will stop it. I didn't know that I'm going to stand before you as a dean of school of a central university, as a professor in front of you. But this has happened. And I also, after that, hard work. And after which, see, again, music means invariably we need not think that all the 100% people who are learning music should be stage performers. There are many other avenues. They could be teachers, they could be researchers. And now I want to put before, for the people who are going to make policy documents, why don't we create some new job opportunities, like a music therapist, ethnomusicologist, music journalist, a music historian, and many other. Like, see, again, music is connected with the temples, the places of historical importance, and some cultural places. And there had been a strong bondage from the beginning. So, if the Tevarams were sung in temples, and Arayar Sevai was performed in a temple, the Bhadrachala Ramadasa songs were composed and played in some temples. So, like this throughout, and why not the folk songs? During each season, each region of India had a specific kind of a folk music and dance. They were being learned. Why not now bring all these things into the curriculum? How to bring? There should be a very neatly you can draw the syllabus, and that can be incorporated. As it said, what is the use of learning music? Now, as per the new educational policy, ABC, I think you should be aware of it, Academic Bank of Credits has been implemented. So, a student of physics or chemistry can definitely take a paper in music and add 2 or 3 credits. We are offering at the Central University. Students we have 28 departments, at least more than 20 department students come and take up music as one of the elective paper. They gain 3 or 2 credits for even 3-4 semesters. And in their mark sheet, along with their core papers, they will also have music. They carry happiness. These classes are in the evenings. So what do? Ma'am, after a tight time of my science classes, I feel relieved. I feel a pleasure coming to the music. I'm also looking forward to introduce dance course so that people can also start. See, we have now it's a budding new department. We have started. So now, curriculum, now drawing the syllabus. Another important thing is the teachers. From the teacher's point of view, I tell, like it is not enough just you go and attend the refresher course. IKS and ministry should take some efforts to train the teachers according to the current trend or the requirements of different heterogeneous kinds of students at various levels of education institutions. If it is a school, what is required? If it is a college, that is a UG, what is required? And now coming to the research. Many students are coming up, taking up research. We have at least hundreds of PhDs produced, more than 100 of PhDs produced in music every year. What are they going to do? Where are we directed towards? Like so many engineers, so many MBBS, then they go for postdoctorate, the other higher PG. Then you go for postdoctorate, then you require some fellowship. We have to depend on UGC fellowships, which comes once in 4 or 5 years. Very rarely it is one to get into that. And then ICSSR fellowships, every 1 year we are getting. Then what happens? They favor multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary research. Now comes, why shouldn't a computer science student also tie up with the music department or a dance department? The health, there are so many interdisciplinary areas where we can work on, so that this again, everything, we are not going away from the music parampara, we are going to be going parallel with it. Let us try to safeguard the parampara, not only from the school level up to the PhD or the postdoc level. It is required. Funding, we are speaking about funding. Funding is there, but has to be channelized. Funding is there, it has to be balanced. And there should be representatives from equally from all parts of India for every kind of, at every level. Like you write the UGC NET examination, you get the fellowship. See, there are different streams, like for the Hindustani or for the Carnatic music. Then how many students are coming out? Then now, when students are unable to get a seat for a PhD, then what do? They have to, now I have a student from West Bengal who is working on the Manipuri, the tribal music of the Northeast. So now she says she wanted to come and stay in, I am from the Delta region. She wanted to smell the music of Delta region. She has come here. So then we have a guide from there. See, these are all, then what happens during her stay? And there will be an exchange of cultural thoughts. She will be performing here and we will be giving her, she is now taking up learning Carnatic violin. So like this, there is another initiative called the Ek Bharat Shresht Bharat. Why not we make it little more effective? It's not just for going on a jolly trip to Kashmir or to the another North Indian and they coming here 20 days, eat their food. Just not stop there. Why don't we initiate that into full stream? That can be done. We have everything, but it has to be tuned little more, recharged. And regarding the technology is something like a bag. It's something like a MS Word. Okay, it's an MS Word. What you type is, it should be yours. So technology will be a tool for you to carry for you from here to there. Don't make that to dictate you. So once now you started your this program with a prayer song. Why to play the Shruti? We had a Shruti. But using the Shruti and the Android is good. It is helping us to keep to my Shruti. But I am not just singing something Western or something digital. It is one. So we have to keep a check where technology has to come with us and where it has to be sidelined. Or there should be some restriction, or to what level should I take it, where I have to stop it. You shut down the system should close. And even if you shut down, if it is just chasing you, that is harm. Okay. And then in the name of innovation, in the name of doing some modernization, I just feel that we should not tamper with our tradition. Whatever is said in the tradition, let us keep it up. Then who will know what is tradition? The elder generation will know. The retired teachers will know. The senior artist will know. So they have to be given some opportunities to express their views and they are to be documented. This is again one of the efforts. Like we have seen that there are many musicians, dancers, artists who have not become popular in the media or stage. Still there are a lot of people who are best, who carry a good tradition with them, very old people, and they are not well off economically. They are just in their homes. And most of the families, I think you will all agree, the second or the third generation have started migrating to US or other abroad, countries abroad. So what these people, they teach to some few students, and one or two loyal students might carry on that. And even then the student, what they will say, I have learned all this from this teacher, but today if I go and perform this, I will not get any concert. So I have to modify this. This is also sometimes happening because they have to have a good name in the market. So then what happens, the tradition sometimes it is dancing there. So now, can we ask the research scholars, can we ask the PG or the UG students to undertake a survey in their own districts, find out who are these kind of artisans, who are these kinds of musicians, or any representatives of some arts which are damaging or deteriorating or disappearing. Let us find out and identify such people before their age is getting over. Let us collect the documents. I would say, for example, we had some, like I belong to Tiruvarur, the surrounding areas, we found that there were some people who had some good notations of songs. And when you go, some people, what they do is they just buy it for some huge amount and it gets sold and it is exploited. So these have to be preserved. We have to, NC, the NMM, the National Manuscript Mission, IGNCA, they are doing a good job of documenting, survey, collecting, cataloging manuscripts. They are inspecting many places, but still manuscripts are handwritten. What about the oral? There are so many temple art forms, the instrumental forms, which are still there with some people, which are unnoticed. Let us start digging all this out, document it. This can also be brought out as a project where many people can, the research scholars can be given at least 10,000 rupees per month to go and collect, survey this. 1 year, we will get from one district, we will have a very good information. Now we have all the media to make a video recording, and everything can be documented digitally also to preserve for the future. So this is one more initiative what we can do. Another one thing, new educational policy speaks about many things in which music and dance are given high importance. We have to work out very effectively to see that maximum is obtained through this new educational policy for sustainability of our parampara regarding with respect to Sangeeta and Natya. And at last, I wanted to say a few words about my own area of research. I started working on the music manuscripts. What is a manuscript? They say the Talapatra or Volechuvadi. So how to work with a manuscript? There were people who had done yeoman service like Dr. V. Raghavan, Manavalli Ramakrishna Kavi, and many others who had done, because surveying, collecting, putting it in a library is different. In those days, these palm leaves, they can't be xeroxed or something. So we have to go sit and write down copy. And after 200 or 300 years, leaves get damaged. So now there is a high kind of a preservation project where they are preserving, and now digitalization is also, they are making digital. Everything is digital in the form of JPG files. How will you know what it is? Then the script in which it is written, very difficult to interpret. If it is a Sanskrit shloka, it will not be written in Devanagari. It will be in either Telugu or Grantha or in that script, which is probably, if the particular manuscript is in Mysore, it will be in Kannada script or Tulu or some. See, you can see that the lipi will be different from the language of. So then we have to learn that even the Malayalam manuscripts from Kerala do not resemble the present day printed Malayalam characters. Then we require special training. So why don't we train many students who are interested in this kind of, and see, when you look at the manuscript, everybody may ask, this is dead, nothing practical, you are not singing. Some years before, what is that you are doing? But I personally feel that manuscript, something, if you see a 5-year-old child or a 3-month-old baby, very small baby, this manuscript will be looking like a 500-year-old living being. Just imagine. It says something which, when you interpret and just you imagine that you are going to bring something out to light which had existed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds years before. And why not bring? And that has got a lot of songs, plenty of information which has not reached us. This is again parampara in the form of a written tradition. We have a oral tradition, a performing tradition, and a written tradition. So this written tradition, this treasure is totally now being neglected and not, it is digitized, but how to bring it out to light? So let us all try to also make some efforts to study such manuscripts and also bring the essence of the music and dance and whatever information in it to limelight. So these are few of my observations how we can make a vision for 2047. I think you'd all accept with what I said, and it's a high time we start thinking, planning, and implement. And thank you once again for everybody for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a vibrant words. Next, we have vote of thanks by Shri R. Srinivasan, Head Continuing Education and Extension Program, Shastra Deemed University.
Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo, Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namaste to all. Little bit I changed my slang after these 2 days because I used to say good evening, good morning, all the stuff because my background was like that. I came from a publication called Times of India. I worked for more than 20 years. So that impact was more. So I have come back to my tradition. Say namaste to all. Anyway, this in a class, after the lunch and the last hour is the problem. So I come to the last hour of this. So let me not take much of a time, but it is my duty to thank the people who are behind this successful event. So let me start with my thanking I have to say many, many thanks to many. So let me start my thanks from 1, 2, 3. It goes like that. It is my privilege and honor to deliver the word of thanks on this special occasion. First and foremost, my sincere thanks to Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, and Indian Knowledge System. Because I would like to, wherever I say, I don't say IKS, I say Indian Knowledge System. Because I insist the people to, because otherwise people will say that, like we discussed, people will say that cool. I don't want to get in the cool. So let me say proudly and strongly and loudly that it is Indian Knowledge System. So my sincere thanks to them, first of all. And second thing is that my personal thanks to Professor Gantimurthy ji and Dr. Anuradha ji, because for their support and guidance, I don't think we would have done this elaborate and extensive 2 days panel discussion back to back. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And I need to thank all our chief guests on the inauguration day and this Valedictory day, Dr. Padma Subramaniam, Srinivasa Iyer from School of South Zone Cultural, and Premlata Madam from Central University, and Kavita Madam. Thank you very much. And in the last 2 days, there are many speakers because I started disturbing them 25 days back. Calling at least with Mr. Rajagopal, I called him many times because many of all are artists, big artists, all top notches. So I need to find a way and find a time to sneak in and find out, get the time and get the approval. So many thanks to the speakers because they have come from different parts of the world. They have, in spite of the busy schedule, and they have come here and shared that knowledge for the benefit of the society and for the Vision 2047. So I also thank all the speakers. And my word of thanks, it's not fair to conclude the word of thanks without mentioning few names, few people who are behind this entire show, right from day one to today. I would like to start from Mr. Thyagarajan, who has worked with me for Then my entire Sastra facility team who has been taking care of logistic, food, accommodation. I need to tell. Last month, not the least, like we say that Vision 2047, we need not worry much about that because the younger generation is there. Like somebody said in the dais that future of India, that's how I start. Some of the students, they know that wherever I start, I say that good evening, future India. Now I'll say namaste, future India. So we are in a safe hands. The only thing is how we take it, how to take it, where to take it, when to take it, because now the students are in fast mode. So we need to little bit tinker here and there and see that we grab their opportunity because that, like we have that the Mahavara Commission, the things have changed. Because when we were students, we used to, when teacher is coming, we take the other route. But nowadays, the teachers take other route. So that is the scenario we are living in. So we have to adopt a certain little bit tinkering here and there and see that we reach out and hand it over to them, this tradition of India. So we are in a safe and Indian order. Why I say this, that the entire logistic transport of taking care of all the speakers of the last 4 or 5 days, it was given to the future India 2047. Honestly, that is Ghana version of Sastra University. Because they need a big round of applause. Thank you. Because frankly, I want to share it with you all. I made one statement. See, this is a speaker, this is a time, this is the thing, this is the thing. You know what they have named that sheet? Confusing statement. So that's a generation, how they look at it. What I put as 1, they say it as, they put another 0, they say it is 10, sir. Okay, as long as I get the final result, I'm okay with that. So they have changed the entire format to their convenience. And I hope all the speakers, all the chief guests will agree that there was no any issue in the communication or taking care of the speakers. So thanks to Ganavashini. And this is a better platform, and I will not get a better platform to thank Dr. Vijay Anand, because he has been traveling with me for the last 2 months on many projects. Because why I have called his name separately, I'm saying that he's been working with me for last 2 months on many projects like this. And any time, early morning or night, or whenever I get an anger, because that fear factor is always there, because the things have to go in a proper way. So I need to call him, I need to fire at him. So everything keeps happening. So everything, he was like my shock absorber. So many, many thanks to you, sir, because but for you, I would not have done this planning perfectly. So that is my thing. So when it comes to perfection, perception, speed, accuracy, all the stuff, it comes to my mind is our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam. Because he is like that. He says that 99, there is no 99% virginity. So he is like that. He is that dot means dot, that's it. So he is like that. So my sincere personal thanks to him for giving me this opportunity to spearhead this project, DHARA 2023. I'm very, very grateful to him and thanks to him. Once again, I thank Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, Indian Knowledge System for giving this opportunity to Sastra to organize this event in a grand, successful way. God willing, we would like to do many more events like this. I request Professor Ganti Murthy to come out with many projects to us so that we'll be happy to come back and work many more like this. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the audience because, we speak, standing on the dais, we speak a lot and we yarn a lot and everything, but they should have the patience to listen to us. So they were listening like anything for the last 2 days. So thanks to you one and all. And let us all stand up and sing national anthem together. Jai Hind.
Tava में जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय
Thank you all. And we are not done yet. We have the most exciting event for the day. We have the cultural events. We'll be having a Manipuri dance and a vocal concert. So please sit back and enjoy. So I request all the audience to stay back.
having a Manipuri dance on the stage first. It has been performed by Sri Tokchung Tolan, the dancer at production unit, Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy. Now I hand over the mic to Milan sir. He'll be talking about the performance more.
Actually, today is a great moment. This dance form is one of the few types of solo dances, classical dance forms of Manipur. This is not the only one. There are different classical dance renderings. So this actually was created by one of the three gurus, dance gurus of Manipur. And this particular dance form, Avatara, is on the text of Jayadev Kavi. So, Giri Govindam. It is based on that, it is derived from that. So it was put into practice, the kind of construction by this guru, Amobasi. He was closely working with Uday Shankar. It was Uday Shankar and Rabindranath Tagore who made Manipuri dance, classical dance, that is Ras dance, popular all over India for the first time. Then it became some sort of a international phenomenon through the efforts of Indian government. So now we are going to see this avatar. And there are some problems according to my research. Dasavatar is something to do with the cyclical order. That is Kala Purusha, Kala Chakra, the Indian cosmogony. There is kind of avatar stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Yuga Dharma. Yada yada dharmasya glani bhavati bharata avyudhanam adharmasya samhavami yuga yuga. It is a part of that. But the problem is, Manipuri Vaishnavism has this theme of Bhakti Rasa. It is based on Sringara Rati. Sringara Rati, Madhura Bhakti. Not even Shanta is the highest for us. Madhura Bhakti in that. Parakya Rasa, Parakya Bhakti is the highest. Then why it is the Savatar is all about? That is just to show the Aishwarya, the majestic splendor of God, Parameswara, Sri Krishna. Because Krishna for Bengal and Manipuri Vaishnavism is not avatar. It is a source of all the avatar. It is Angsa Kalapam Sham Krishna to Bhagavan Swayam. It is there in Srimad Bhagavatam. Lord Krishna himself is saying in the Bhagavad Gita that he said that Bhaktaram Yajyatamasam Sarvaloka Maheswaram. Krishna himself is declaring. So his majesty, the splendor is described by this avatar in a Manipuri style of diction, that kind of gesture, hand gesture, mudra, and on all those avinaya. That is what you'll see right now. The dance will speak for itself. I have nothing to say. Thank you.
Kurumjari. Namaste to everyone in this auditorium. First of all, I pay my obeisance to my gurus, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this DHARA event, especially to Sister Anuradhaji and Professor Tyagarajanji, and special thanks to Dr. Milanji for making me part of such a historic event here. I'm Tokchung Tolen Meite and currently working as a dancer in the production unit of Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy. It is a constituent unit of Sakinata, New Delhi. Today, I'm going to perform the Shavatar, which is based on the first canto of Gita Govindam by Sri Jayadev Kavi. From the 5th sloka of the Kavya to the 15th sloka, the dance depicts 10 incarnations of Lord Krishna. Dance was first choreographed by Padma Shri led Guru Movie, and it was re-choreographed by his disciple led Guru Padma Shri Baichung Babush. The dance is mainly based on a two-tala, which is Tanjab, Ait Matra, and Tintal, which is Shabin. Before I end my performance, I would like to thank to the director of Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy for granting me 3 days holiday. I mean 3 days from the office and letting me a part of this event. Thank you. Presenting you the Shanta.
Jaya Jagadi Jaya Jagadi
It is a time to fit. Now it's the time to felicitate the guest. Yeah, sure.
Namaste, everyone. Again, I hope you enjoyed the dance, right? You know, one of the words that said event was that he said, I have nothing to say. I would let you see the dance, right? But what our performance artists here had shown is that you probably music was not very well, but I'm very sure that you all got what the expressions he was trying to do, which avatar it was. Right? Abhinaya, that speaks volumes, right? What else is the sarthakata of an artist convey through an abhinaya? Whatever he wanted to do that. So I'm very grateful for that. So, and one more thing, you know, he also recognized within a second that music was a problem. Do you know why he did not stop? I just was having a word with him. He said, stopping a divine performance where we are having a divine thing is considered inauspicious, so he did not want to stop. Let us give him a standing ovation.
We have to, on behalf of IKS Delhi and Shastra, which has hosted this thing, the people of Manipur are very much with you. And that is what I want to say, because there is something called expansion of Indian mind, Indian consciousness on the spiritual, cultural level. So in that way, this Dasavatar is a Manipuri version. It was written, the text was written in 12th or 13th century by Jaydev Kavi. All of us know about that. The problem with this text is that there are a lot of erotic elements. As far as Radha Krishna's dalliance, that is, we call it technically parastri, like parakiya, shwakiya kind of thing. Types of heroine, types of heroes. That thing, in Indian aesthetics, that is there. Radha is considered to be another man's wife. So there, some kind of aesthetic, religious language, symbolic difficulties are there. I have worked precisely on that theme in my thesis. It's completely aesthetics. So there are a lot of transcendental, spiritual, higher plane kind of consciousness awakening of that kind of non-dual and dual, difference, non-difference kind of thing, as far as Indian diversity is concerned. That unity in diversity, that fundamental point of Advaita Vedanta, of Sankaracharya, that is reflected here. All the way, it came from South India. Sankaracharya, he was the one who, for the first time, interpreted in such a fundamental, powerful manner. I was trained in that. Next, Ramanuja came, Madhava Acharya of Karnataka. Then Nimbarkacharya, Vallabha Acharya, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Indian mind, saints and sages, kept on expanding. It reached Manipur. In the 18th century, it was the King Bhagyachandra Maharaj. His name is, he was given the title of saintly king, like King Janaka, Raj Rishi Bhagyachandra. He was the one who created this particular form of Hinduism in Manipur. It is not exactly like what is happening in Bengal also. So the completely 100% performance oriented. That's how everybody talks about Manipuri. Ras dance, technically we call in the local language, Jagoi Ras. Jagoi mane Ras, mean dance. So in that way, how I was just thinking short a while ago, still I am not having a connection between Dasavatar and that Ras dance. But I found I'll be writing a full paper. Just now something came in my mind. I never thought about it. This occasion has given me food for thinking. So I have to respect. I have to say, I congratulate you and to you also. Something has come up in my mind, a full paper. I'll give you.
So now I'll hand it over to you. Let us.
I now invite Dr. Uma Maheshwari, School of Humanities and Science Dean, to felicitate the guest. Next, we will have a vocal concert by Dr. Revati Sakalkar, vocalist and educationist. And for accompanying the artist, we'll be having Rajaram on Mridangam. He's our own Sastra student. And on harmonium, we'll be having Ganesh Kumar. And I think it will be the honor for both of them to accompany the artist. I invite all the three to the stage. Thank you. Third, her name is Pranjali. Okay. Along with Revati ma'am, Pranjali will be also accompanying for the concert. I also invite the accompanying artist Rajaram on Mridangam and Ganesh Kumar on harmonium. They are our own Shastra students.
Thank you, ma'am. Audience, please sit back and enjoy the concert. Thank you.
This one? This is from
Change the pitch. Yes. It's there, right?
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. Namaskar. It's my proud privilege to perform here in the DHARA event, and I'm very grateful to the organizers of this event. I'm very, very thankful to Mr. Murthy ji, Ms. Anuradha ji, and everybody behind this event. And I'm enjoying so much the stay in the Shastra University. So I'm very, very thankful to all, one and all. I begin my performance with the Ganesh Pancharatna because I have got this. So, in the praise of Lord Ganesha, I'm going to start my program. Accompanying me on the Mridangam is a very talented Mridangam player, Mr. Raja Raman. And for the first time, I am going to perform with a Mridangam because otherwise we use tabla. And on harmonium is Mr. Ganesh Kumar. On Jalra is Miss Pranjali Chaturvedi. So bless us. I'm going to start my program with Ganesh Pancharatna. Om Vakratunda Mahakaya Vakratunda Mahakaya Surikoti Samaprabha Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Mudakarat modakam Mudakarat modakam Sada vimukti sadhakam Mudakarat modakam Sada vimukti sadhakam Kaladharavatansakam Vinasiyokarashakam Mudakarat modakam Sada vimukti sadhakam kaladharavatansatam vinasilokarashakam mudakaratmodakam anayakaikanayakam Anayakam vinashite bhadaitakam Anayakam vinashite bhadaitakam Nata shubhashunashakam Namamitam vinayakam नताशुभाशु नाशकं नमामिदं विनायकं मुदाकरात्मोदकम् न चेतरातिभीकरम् न चेतरातिभीकरं नवोदितार्कभास्वरं न चेतरातिभीकरं नवोदितार्कभास्वरं नमत्सुरार्यनिर्जरं न साधिकापदोद्धरं मुदाकरात्मोदकम् सुरेश्वरं निधीश्वरम् सुरेश्वरं निधीश्वरं गणेश्वरं गणेश्वरं सुरेश्वरं निधीश्वरं गजेश्वरं गणेश्वरं महेश्वरं तमाश्रये परात् परं निरन्तरं महेश्वरं तमाश्रये परात् परं निरन्तरं समस्तलोकशङ्करं निरस्तदैत्यकुञ्जरं समस्तलोकशङ्करं निरस्तदैत्यकुञ्जरं दरेतरो दरं वरं वरेव वक्रमक्षरं कृपाकरं क्षमाकरं मुदाकरं यशस्करम् कृपाकरं क्षमाकरं मुदाकरं यशस्करं मनस्करं नमस्कृता नमस्करोमि भास्वरं मुदाकरात्मोदकं सदा विमुक्तिसाधकं कलाधरावतंसकं विलासिलोकरक्षकं मुदाकरात्मोदकम् 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 Now I'm going to sing a bhajan on Shankara, and I am a devotee of Lord Shankara, and I am offering this song to Lord Vrihadishvara. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Hari Om Namah Shivaya. Galamundamala Raje Shashibhala में बिराजे गलमुंडमाल राजे शशिभाल में बिराजे डमरू निनाद बाजे डमरू निनाद बाजे कर में त्रिशूल भारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगाधारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगाधारा काली घटा के मध्य जैसे दामिनी उजारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगाधारा गलमुंडमाल राजे शशिभाल में बिराजे गलमुंडमाल राजे शशिभाल में बिराजे डमरू निनाद बाजे कर में त्रिशूल भारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगाधारा काली घटा के मध्य जैसे दामिनी उजारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगा धारा दृग तीन तेज राशि कटिबंधनाग फांसी दृग तीन तेज राशि कटिबंधनाग फांसी गिरिजा है संगदासी गिरिजा है संगदासी कर में त्रिशूल भारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगाधारा काली घटा के मध्य जैसे दामिनी उजारा मृग चर्म वसनधारी मृग चर्म वसनधारी मृग चर्म वसन धारी वृषराज पे सवारी निज भक्त दुख हारी निज भक्त दुख हारी कैलास पे विहारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगाधारा काली घटा के मध्य जैसे दामिनी उजारा शिव नाम जो उचारे शिव नाम जो उचारे ओम नमः शिवाय हरि ओम नमः शिवाय शिव नाम जो उचारे सब पाप दोष टारे शिव नाम जो उचारे सब पाप दोष टारे ब्रह्मानंदना बिसारे ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ब्रह्मानंदना बिसारे भव सिंधु पार तारा शंकर तेरी जटा में बहती है गंगाधारा काली घटा के मध्य जैसे दामिनी उजारा बहती है गंगाधारा बहती है गंगाधारा बहती है गंगाधारा Now I'm going to sing some of the folk songs from Uttar Pradesh, which are called the songs of seasons. We all know that in India there are different seasons, and for every season there is a song in Uttar Pradesh. For the rainy season, Chaiti is being sung in the rainy season. We called it Kajari in the rainy season. Chaiti in the Chaitra Mas, when Lord Ram was born. So Chaiti in the Chaitra Mas, Kajari in the Shravana, and we sing Holi in the season of March. That is the Phalguna. So firstly I'll be singing Kajari, which is based on Rag Pilu. In Carnatic music also there is Rag Pilu. So I'll be singing Kajari in Rag Pilu, and The meaning of the kajri is, the words goes like this. Ai kari re badariya, radhe binu lage na mora jiya. The clouds are there in the sky and it's drizzling, but Radha is not there. So Krishna is not feeling happy. He's unhappy. So I'm singing this kajari. It's again in 8 beats. घिर गाई है कारी रे बदरिया घिर आई है कारी रे बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया राधे बिनु लागे ना राधे बिनु लागे ना राधे बिनु लागे न राधे बिनु लागे राधे बिनु लागे ना मोरा जिया घिर गाई है कारी रे बदरिया घिर आई है कारी रे बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोरा जिया घिर आई है कारी रे बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोरा जिया घिर आई है कारी कारी रे बदरिया घिर आई है कारी रे बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोरा जिया घिर आई कारी रे बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोरा जिया घरी पल छिन लागे बरसा समान घरी पल छिन लागे बरसा समान कौन लावे प्यारी को संदेशवा कौन लावे प्यारी को संदेशवा राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया गिर आई है कारिर बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे ना मोर जिया राधे बिनु लागे राधे बिनु लागे ना राधे बिनु लागे ना राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया घिर गाई कारिर बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया जब लो राधे जब लो राधे मान न तोड़ी है जब लो राधे मान न तोड़ी है बंसी धरी होना कबहू अधरवा बंसी धरी होना कबहू अधरवा राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया गिर गाई है कारिर बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया बदरा बरसे नैना तरसे बदरा बरसे नैना तरसे घन और श्याम से घन और श्याम से घन और श्याम से लगी है होड़वा घन और श्याम से लगी है होड़वा राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया घिर आई है कारिर बदरिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया राधे बिनु लागे न मोर जिया राधे बिनु लागे ना मोरा आजिया So, the song I just sang was on the Viraha Shringar. We have Sanyog and Viyog Shringar. So this was on the Viraha Shringar. Now I'm going to sing a Chayati. Because I just wanted to sing it because these are all the musical forms that are sung in Uttar Pradesh. So the song goes like this. Chaita Masa Bolele Koyaliya Ho Rama More Anganava. And it means in the Chaitra Masa the cuckoo is singing in my courtyard. So, and the speciality of this song is in the end of every verse, it is Ho Rama, because Lord Rama was born in the month of Chaitra. So you can see that the songs carry history, and they are the living, it's living history, and we have to pass it on and on. So it's a parampara, it's a dhara, it's a living dhara, never ending dhara. So we should preserve it. That's why I'm singing all this. Because people who are abroad, they can also enjoy that Chaita Masa Bolele Koyaliya. Even there is no Chaitra, means as such, as we enjoy it in India and Uttar Pradesh. People from Uttar Pradesh can enjoy it in sitting in abroad. So the song Chaita Masa Bolele Koyaliya Hurama More Anganva. Eight beat. Next. Rama ho, Are more Rama, Rama ho, Rama ho, more Rama. चैत मास बोले ले कोयलिया हो राम चैत मास बोले ले कोयलिया हो राम मोरे यंगनमा चैत मास बोले ले कोयलिया हो राम मोरे अंगनवा चैत मास बोले ले कोयलिया चैत मास बोले ले कोयलिया चैत मास बोले हाँ बोले कोयलिया मोरे रामा रामा हो चैत मास चैत मास बोले कोयलिया हो रामा मोरे अंगनवा चैत मास कुहुका कार कारी रे कोयलिया हाँ हो राम हुक उठत मोरे मनवा 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 हो राम मोरे यगनवा चैत मास बोलने कोयलिया हो रामा मोरे अगनवा याद आवत जब पिया की बतियाँ याद आवत जब याद आवत जब याद आवत जब याद आवत जब पिया की बतियाँ पिया के मिलन की याद आवत जब पिया के मिलन की भरी भरी आवेला नयनवा हो रामा 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 मोरे अगनवा चैत मास बोलेले कोयलिया हो रामा मोरे अगनवा चैत मास बोलेले चैत मास बोलेले चैत मास बोलेले कोयलिया हो रामा Maybe these singing forms are new to you, but I wanted to sing it before you so that you must be knowing all these forms are dharohar. These are dharohar. These are living traditions. And in the end, I'll be singing a holi, which is being sung in the Mass of Phalgun. And the words goes like this: Rang darungi, Nand ke lalan pe, Rang darungi. So the Radha is saying, I will throw colors, I will pelt colors on whom? On the Nandalal, on the Krishna. And she says, Krishna is black, but I will make him red. So, Savar Rang Lal Karidaru. He is black, he is dark, but I will make him red. So, that is the beauty of Holi. रंग डारूंगी रंग रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालन पे रंग डारूंगी हाँ रंग डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी डारूंगी 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 रंग डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालन पे रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालानों पे रंग डारूंगी डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी रंग 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 डारूंगी 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 रंग डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी हाँ रंग डारूंगी सावर रंग 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 लाल करी डरी हो लाल करी डरी हो लाल 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 करी डरी हो सावर रंग लाल करी डरी हो मली गुलाल दो गालन पे मली गुलाल दो गालनु पे रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालनु पे रंग डारूंगी हाँ रंग डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी डारूंगी रंग डारूंगी नारी बनाई नचाई छोड़ी हो नारी बनाई नचाई छोड़ी हो नचाई छोड़ी नचाई छोड़ी हो नारी बनाई नचाई छोड़ी हो नारी बनाई नचाई छोड़ी हो डफ मृदंग के तालनु पे डफ मृदंग के डफ मृदंग के डफ मृदंग के तालनु पे रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालन पे रंग डारूंगी, हाँ रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, डरो नने को धरो दो उनको, धरो दो उनको, डरो नने को धरो दो उनको, धरो दो उनको, धरो दो उनको, बेंदी हाँ बेंदी हाँ बेंदी दे दे, बेंदी दे दे, बेंदी बेंदी दे दे भालनु पे, बेंदी दे दे भालनु पे, रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालनु पे, रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालनु पे, रंग डारूंगी नंद के लालनु पे, रंग डारूंगी, हाँ रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, हाँ रंग डारूंगी, नंद के, नंद के लालन पे रंग डारूंगी, नंद के लालन पे रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, रंग डारूंगी, Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. For the first time, I'm singing it with Mridangam. So it also an experiment. I was experimenting all these songs with the effect of Mridangam, how it sounds. I don't know, but you can tell. Thank you. Thank you.
Still at Harvard, Ramanuja talks about like continuous flow of the oil. You make our mind continuously flow with you.
Thank you.
So you do it. If you want the emotion of your song, so you get that.
Thank you.
I think we should all stand up and give a big round.
There is no element of ego, ahankar in your thing. It is completely cathartic. Purgation is there. That is the power of art. That is spiritual. Because I am teaching that right now. Sometimes I sing in class also.
The kids have to go there to catch bus and everything. All the students.
Okay.
Let's say back.
Thank
you. Thank you.
for making this program. Without you, it will not be successful.
Yes. Thank you all for being part of this event for the 2 days. Because without Rasik Shrota, Sarada Shrota.